And you're on.
Great. Here we on. Hey, everybody. Greetings. Hello. Goeiemorgen. Dzień dobry from those from Polish, and Kia ora from those from New Zealand. Hope you guys are doing well. It's been a long couple of hours, I'm sure, 24 hours. Couple more to go. Last session, I think, or there's session 4 coming. So it's great to be here with everyone. I hope everybody can give all the other moderators and teachers that have been around. It's been an awesome session that everybody's been given. Thales, thank you very much. That's the information that you're giving is gold, and your ability to just share it with everyone is really, really great. So I'm very, very honored to be here and honored to be with this team and with the Sniper Trading School. It's very cool. Greetings from Germany. Lovely guys. Right, so I'm going to get into just a little bit of sort of the basics into backtesting. Now, backtesting, and then I'm also going to look into a little bit of paper trading. So just go through how to paper trade, how to do some backtesting, and the importance of why we backtest. All right, so essentially what we're going to be doing is looking at really two questions that we need to ask ourselves. One is, who am I, right? Who am I to be sitting here talking to you and telling you all about these things? Well, I've been in trading now for the last 7 years. I haven't traded as such, so I'm only just started with my trading journey. But I've done investments. I've been in the cryptocurrency industry, as I said, for the last 7 years. So I've been with the bull run. I've been in this bear run. I've made money. I've lost money. So I'm very much, I know what's happening in the industry. The reason I got involved with cryptocurrencies and that sort of thing is as most people say, the tech. When I found out what Bitcoin can do and has the potential to do, that's when I really got stuck in and trying to figure out the cryptocurrencies. And it's been a journey since. So for those of my friends and that have done the journey with me, they definitely can see it. All right. Next question is really, you've got to ask yourself, is backtesting, why do we have to do it? It's actually one of the more tedious works to do. It doesn't give you the adrenaline rush or the dopamine dose that you get from a live trade with putting real money on the line. So what a lot of people do is they tend to skip backtesting. They need to skip it. Nice to meet all you too. Great. Nice to see and meet you. So backtesting is important. And the reason we do backtesting, one of the biggest reasons, is to test your strategy. And the question you're going to ask yourself is, what is your strategy? You're going to have to break it down into simple steps. And how are we going to test those steps, right? First thing is for risk management. There's two components of risk management that's really that we're chatting about, right? One is your strategy risk. Is this the right strategy for you? And is this strategy going to work on the particular coin, particular pairing that you're working with, or Forex, whatever you're trading? It comes down to, is your strategy going to work? All right. The only way you're going to find this out is basically using your historical data. Go back, see what's happening. Now, of course, past performance is not necessarily going to be future performance, but past performance can really help you sway the odds in your favor. And that's what we all want. We want the odds in our favor. Right? The next is capital risk. How much are you risking your capital? All right. Now, I know we've had a couple of people already speak about risk management. Matt and Shauno and those guys, they are really great with risk management and how it works. And I'm sure I've been watching a few of the guys talking already this evening, and almost in every session, we have almost in every session, we have had everybody talking about risk management. Okay, I've seen a couple of people saying that they're lagging. Is it me? Are we good? Feed is cutting out. All right, let me just have a quick check on that. David, if you're seeing this, let me know if it's my side, because I seem to be fine.
I don't think it's your side. 1 second.
Okay, all right, perfect. All right, okay, so that's good. At least it's not coming from my side, and I would have been able to change a few things.
Oh.
Okay, back to capital risk. Right, so...
hold up real quick. It's frozen for some reason.
Okay, all right.
Shouldn't
all right,
be.
I'll hold. Changing my resolution. I don't know what my resolution is. All right, guys, we just, if it's still all good for you, we're just checking on some back-end stuff to make sure.
Still showing it's down. This is weird. Hey, it's always when you and I are in the back end.
It seems like it. It's not me. Okay, so there's a couple of people that are saying it's all good.
Okay, 1 second.
Molman has lost a stream.
Should be back. It's just catching up.
There we go. Thales says, I see you again. Okay, great.
Cool. Now we are back. There you go. You can continue.
All right. Be back, guys. I'll continue. All right. Okay, so we were talking about risk management. In each session that we've had someone talk about risk management. Okay, so keep those in your mind, and we will be going through that a little bit later. When it comes to back testing, you want to test your strategy, right? So your strategy is basically, there are many different strategies that we can test, right? One of the strategies is a support trendline resistance strategy. Another strategy, you can look at your smart money concept strategy. Okay, you've got MACD and stochastic strategies. You've got swing highs, swing trading. You've got all sorts of different strategies. And essentially what we want to do is test which one works the best for you and which one works on your coins that you're trying to evaluate. Okay. All right. So how are we going to test the performance on each of these? Are we going to be testing the performance on profit and loss? Are we going to be testing the performance on what is your maximum drawdown? Now, drawdown is how much your potential strategy will lose before it comes back into profit, because you're not going to win every single trade. Some strategies involve you running right down to your minimum or maximum drawdown before you come into profit. So you got to analyze which strategies do that for you, right? Or are we going to look at our win-loss ratio? How many wins to losses do we have? You know, in trading, you will find that you're going to learn how to lose, right? So our loss ratio is going to be important, because we want to know that if we are risking 1% and trying to win 3%, we've got a 3-to-1 ratio, right? Which means that out of 10 trades, if we lose 7 of them and only win 3 of them, we'll still be profitable. So we have to keep our eye on that. If you are only trading and you are risking 1%, all right, and you're wanting to make 2% on a trade, so that's a 1-to-2 ratio, it means you have to win more, you have to have a higher win-to-loss ratio before you're making profit. Okay, so that's why each strategy will have its different win-to-loss ratios. But then you got to look at what your risk-to-reward ratio is. Okay, right. Why do we do backtesting? It gives you a much better insight on the market that you're playing with, right? If you're doing Forex, you'll see Forex moves in a different way to where cryptocurrencies work. If you're looking at Bitcoin and you're looking at Ethereum, or if you're looking at an altcoin like Solana, you'll find they will move differently. Okay, some coins will track Bitcoin, some coins will track Ethereum. By doing your back testing, you will find which ones do what. And if you do this on a consistent basis, you will find that your trades will be much more accurate the next time you go through and you're having a look at, and you'll also be more confident in your trades, right? We want to watch how the market moves. We want to be able to grab the correct waves as we're going. We want to be able to see whether it's an impulse wave or a correction wave. We want to know if we're an uptrend or in a downtrend. And these are what backtesting strategies and backtesting a market will do and show you. So that when you open a coin in the morning and you want to start to trade, you'll be able to do it quickly, you'll be confident, and you'll know your coin or your currency, whatever you want to trade, right? You'll also then be able to know what time frames you want to use. Because if you've tested a strategy in a daily time frame, it might not work on a daily time frame, but it works on a 4 hourly time frame. So it all depends on how you go, right? And it all depends on your back testing, right? Another thing which is very key is behavioral discipline. Is you get into a rhythm in the beginning, especially when you're starting to trade, you're starting to see, okay, I'm using this strategy, and then you get a win on it. So you try and do it again, and for some reason it loses. Not necessarily because your strategy is wrong, but maybe the market had bad news that day and it stopped you out. Then you change your strategy. You've only done 2 trades and now you're changing your strategy. Okay, by back testing, we'll go back and you will see how far you go. All right. I've got a question just for question here. How far does someone back test? Well, generally, we go back about 6 months. It all depends really on your trading time frame. I always say that you need to test between 50 and 100 trades. Okay, so if you're trading on a 15-minute time frame, then you need to be able to do 50 trades. So you might only go back 2 months. If you're trading on, let's say, a daily time frame, you might have to start your back testing a year ago, because you want to see at least 50 trades. Okay, so you just need to decide on what time frame you're looking at and how many trades you can get in that time frame. So it's not necessarily about how far back you can test, it's how many tests or how many trades you can do. So 50 to 100 trades will give you super confidence in your trades. And I'll get to that. I'll show you a little bit of how it works, right? Okay, so this is essentially what I'm talking about, behavioral discipline. You'll start to see, you'll feel this yourself. You'll feel that you'll get nervous. You'll feel the times where you're winning a few trades and you'll get overconfident, right? You'll feel this a lot more when you're using real money, and that is what you want to avoid. That's why we backtest, is so that we don't go through all of these feelings. Because when you're feeling euphoric, you start to get greedy, and when you start to greedy, you start to overtrade, and when you start overtrading, then the market decides, might teach you a lesson, and then you'll lose a few trades, and then you'll start getting into fear. Then you'll stop trading when you should be trading, and you'll go through all of these emotions when you're using real money. And if you've back tested your strategy, you will get rid of these emotions, and that is what makes a professional trader better than that of a novice or rookie trader. You know, it'll stop you from overthinking a trade, because you'll know your rules, you'll trust your rules, and you'll go for your rules, right? As I was saying, if you're going to backtest your trades, you're going to reduce all your guesswork, right? Now, when we're going through the school, for those of you that have been enrolled in the sniper school or those that are being enrolled into the whale school, you're going to get given a strategy. You're going to be shown a strategy. You're going to be given rules. But in order to get confident with those rules, in order to really remember them and know them, you're going to need to backtest them. Take the rules that were given to you, backtest them, and you'll get confident with those rules. And once you're confident in those rules, then, as we said, those emotions go out the window. It removes that emotional bias of, oh, I like this coin, therefore it must go up. Or, oh, I lost a trade to Solana yesterday. I don't like Solana. I'm never going to trade Solana again. That sort of, it removes all of that. Okay. It gets rid of that lack of consistency. If you're reducing guesswork, it means you can be consistent all of the time. All right. So I can go through all of these, but those are just some of the points. Next is basically you want to save time. I don't know about you, but sitting around staring at my screen all day looking at charts, I really enjoy the charts, but I don't want to do it 8 or 10 hours a day. Okay. So by back testing, you'll be able to find when and where is the best time to trade, when and where is the best time to plan a trade, and when and where is the best time to place a trade. In trading, you need a competitive advantage, right? Because this is a zero-sum game. If I'm to make money, someone else is potentially going to lose money. Okay, be it another person or be it an exchange, you are trading against someone else. Okay. Now, don't take it as a bad thing, because some people have different strategies to yours, right? So some people want to be selling when you want to be buying. So just remember that you need to get a competitive advantage to know when is the best time to buy and when is the best time to sell. And you can do that by looking at your backtesting. Look at your data, look at your strategies. Knowing the right strategy will give you this competitive advantage. What is your edge? Do you have an edge, or are you starting to find your edge? By the end of the time that you've done sniper school, you'll find an edge. All right. Not everybody has the same edge. You'll find something that you like. In summary, really, with backtesting, we are looking at specifically risk management, because we want to decrease the risk as much as we possibly can, right? We want to look at your strategy validation. Is this the right strategy for the right coin? And then we want to see what the performance is. You might have two different strategies. One, you make 10%. The other one, you make 20%. You're going to use the strategy that gives you your 20%. All right. Market insights. You want to know the market that you're trading in. You want to get into a behavior that is disciplined and that you're going to stay consistent with. And you want to reduce the guesswork. This mustn't be a guessing game, right? You want to stack the odds in your favor. You want to make sure that you have your edge. You want to save time, right? Once again, your edge. We all want an edge. Okay, so now the question is, how do we do it? What tools are we going to use? Okay, well, for those of you just getting into trading, TradingView. Use TradingView. It's free, and you can do all your back testing on TradingView. All right, for those of you that have been in trading a little while, get the paid version. You'll be able to set more alerts. You'll be able to run more strategies. You'll be able to do a whole bunch of more things. You can use different strategies, different indicators. Okay. So there's TradingView. And then lastly, there's something that's called Trader's Edge. Now, Trader's Edge is a backtesting software, right? It's a paid software. You can use it if you want, but I'm going to show you a way that you can potentially just create your own. Okay. Right. So now we're going to go into some trading strategies. Okay. Let me just get into my next screen. If you give me a second, don't need that anymore. Okay, sorry about this. Let me just quickly open it up. All right, so trading view. So I'm going to show you basically just trading view on a free trading view, right? How we get to do it, right? I'm going to start with paper trading. Okay, so when you are looking at, basically you want to start your trading journey, but you don't want to put real money in, and you want to take the trades live while other people are taking the trades. You want to know how to do it, but you don't really want to put real money into it. Okay, so if we look here, you can go to trading view. At the bottom of trading view, you've got your crypto pair screener, Pine editor, strategy tester, and trading panel. If you click on trading panel, you can then open a paper trading account. It's free, right? You don't pay for it. Okay, you just connect to your paper trading account, and then you basically open your own paper trading account here. Now, the nice thing about TradingView, they've upgraded their paper trading. You can create different strategies. So you can create an account and you can call it my stock testing. So now you're going to test the stochastic, and that's your strategy name, right? You can choose your balance you want to start off with. Let's say we're going to start off with $1,000. Okay, and then you can just create. Okay, sorry, it has to be one word. Stock testing. So it has to be one word. Okay, create. Okay, so now you've created an account with $1,000 in, right? You've got your stock testing, and now you can go ahead and start testing it, right? So the easiest way to do it is basically you're looking at a coin. At the moment, I'm looking at my BTC USD coin, right? We're going to have a look at a trend line. Here we have our trend line. Remember, guys, whatever I'm doing here, I'm just doing roughly at the moment. The idea is just for the concept, to get the concept. So if we're going to have a look here, we're going to draw a trend line. So let's say that's our trend line. Okay, we're in an uptrend. Now, what we want to do is we want to go long on this coin because we're in an uptrend, right? But we don't want to go long here. We want to enter along on the trend line. Okay, this is all for argument's sake. We'll then create a long position. Okay, we'll create our stop loss just below our most recent low, and we want price to enter over there. Okay, so now we have a stop loss of 4.68%, which is over here. And now we want to set our where we're going to take profit. So we want to look at a 3-to-1 reward ratio. Risk to reward 3-to-1. There it is over there. Okay. Remember, when you're setting your stop losses and you're setting your take profits, it must be reasonable. You mustn't just set it in the random, like for argument's sake, if I did that, or let me say, if I did that, and I said, no, I don't want a 0.96 risk to reward, I want a 3-to-1 risk reward. So I'm just going to move this up. Right? So now we're moving it up and we're going, okay, well, that's my 3-to-1 ratio. There we go. There's my trade. You got to ask yourself, is this the correct trade for you? Right? Are these going to set up your rules? Right? If you're looking at your stop loss, okay, when you're setting a stop loss, you want to make sure that your stop loss is accounting for any invalidation movements. So if this price had to come down and keep going, where do you say to yourself, okay, enough is enough, I'm out of this trade? Okay, so one of the rules that I use is I look at the next recent low. So here is the move down, here's the move up. That is where my closest low is, my stop loss goes underneath that, because I know that sometimes price will come down and grab the liquidity over here before it goes up, right? So that's how you adjust it. So you're looking at your price action in order to determine your stop loss. You're not looking at your stop loss in order to determine your risk. Okay. Right. Now, over here, it says a 4.61% risk. Okay. Now, that could be a big risk for you. It could be a small risk for you. What determines your risk on your portfolio is your position size. So if you're looking at a 4.6% risk on this trade, you're not going to put 100% of your capital into the trade, because then you will lose 4%, and you don't want to do that. Your risk rules might say that you only want to lose 2% of your capital. So then you're only going to put in half of your capital. Okay. I'll go into the numbers of that. I know a lot of the times when you explain things without actual numbers, in my mind, it just doesn't make sense, but I'll get into it. I'll show you that closer now. All right. So as I was going, just have a look at the realism of your trade. Okay. So if you had put your stop loss underneath that wick and you decided, no, I definitely want a 3-to-1 ratio because my rules say so, you got to look at where's that price. Okay. So that's telling me that Bitcoin has to get to 38,000 before I'm able to get out of that trade. All right. Now, if you're going to have this trade and you're going to hold it for 3 years, or depending on who you speak to, next 6 months, we might get there. Okay. But if you're looking for a trade for the next few days or the next few weeks, then you need to reassess this trade. So, and you can do that by having a look at, okay, stop loss is under there. Let's have a look at my 3-to-1 ratio. Okay. It's coming in roughly to the top of these prices here. So now that means price could go back there. So that means that this could be a valid 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio trade. Okay. Right. Remember, once again, we're just looking at prices at the moment. This is not real trades. This is just for the theory behind how to do a back testing and how to do paper trading. At the moment, we're with the paper trading. Okay. For argument's sake, we've done our test. We've looked at it. We've got our trade in place. We want this price to come down, touch our trend line, and go off. Now, you don't want to sit here all day waiting for it. And then when price comes there, you don't want to go and type it in and then make the trade. All you do for the paper trading, let's get rid of adverts. Okay. You set an order for the paper trading. And it's as simple as right-clicking on your long tool or short tool, and you're creating a limit order. Right? This little button comes up. Okay? You can go through all of these little buttons and you can change whatever you want. You can change your take profits and your stop losses. But what you want to do is change your risk. That's all you need to do. So if you're wanting to risk 1% of your capital or 5% of your capital, that is what you put in here. I use 2%. I know Thales used 2% as well, but it's up to you of how much you feel that you're willing to risk of your capital amount. Now, when we opened this paper trading account, we opened it at $1,000. Okay, 2% of $1,000 is $20. Right? So we're willing, if this trade goes wrong, we're willing to lose $20. So that's why at the percentage risk, we're only risking 2%, which means we're risking $20. Okay. Right. So this is our long trade. Once we've put in our risk, we can now hit buy. And our limit order is set in. Okay. So price will come down. As soon as price touches this line, your buy order will be triggered. Then the whole trade is in automatically. What will happen is price can come down, tag your entry point, and then it can go up and hit your profit. Automatically, your take profit has been entered, and automatically your stop loss has been hit. If price comes down and keeps going down, you will lose $20. Automatically, it'll fill it in here. You can have a look. You've got positions. You've got orders. Here are your orders. Okay. Bitcoin USDT, you've got a working order, which means it's not in play yet. We're waiting for it to come in play. Once that comes into play, you'll have a sell order and you'll have a take profit order, whichever one gets hit first. And then you can leave it, right? Then you can walk away from your computer and you can go and do something that you want to do, right? The nice thing about this is you've now placed a trade and you can see if it plays out in real time. Okay, so that's the nice thing about the TradingView paper trading system. It's very simple to use, and you don't need to add in a lot of numbers and figures and things like that. You can shift and change onto many different coins. So if I decided now on Polkadot, if we go and have a look and go, well, Polkadot, we have a downward trend. And for Polkadot, we're looking at, I'm just roughly quickly looking at that. We've got two nice big long wicks there, which means there's a lot of selling pressure. It is in a downward movement. Okay, maybe we decide we want to take a short position. Okay, where do we want to put our stop loss? We want our stop losses above the most recent high. Okay, right? This is where price is currently. Remember, I'm looking at the daily chart at the moment. So take that into consideration. You can refine this right down to 15 minutes if you really want. Okay, so if we want to do, let's say this move, and we want to get our 3-to-1 ratio, there's our 3-to-1. Okay, right. Is that reasonable? Do we see price going down to the 3.1 line? Let's have a look at history. Has price gone there before? No, it hasn't. So Polkadot is currently sitting at a very low point. Okay, so we've got to be careful of that. Can Polkadot go lower? Yes, it can. Can it reverse and go higher? For sure. Is this a good time to buy it? Make up your own mind there. Right. But for the example's sake, let's say we are assuming this is going to go down. Right? We've planned our trade. We've got our entry here. This is where we want our entry. We've got our stop loss over there. And we've got our take profit, which is our 3-to-1 ratio. We right-click on it. Okay. We create a limit order. Immediately, because you've used the short tool, it knows that you need to sell. You don't want to risk 25% of your account. You only want to risk 2% of your account. And that's when we hit sell. We've got the sell limit placed. Okay. It hasn't quite triggered it yet. Okay. But the order has placed. If you decide you want to move this, okay, if you want to get into the position immediately, you can move this to where the price is, right? You can modify the order and we can enter the trade. So as you can see, we've just entered the trade. Immediately it's showing us that we're losing a bit of money. Okay. We know that we will lose $20 if we hit our stop loss. And we know we're going to make $61 if price comes down and hits our profit. Okay. So your trade is already planned. Your trade is now placed. All you have to do is wait. This is a great way to do live testing, live trading, get confident in your trades, and you can also track your balance. So currently, because of this trade that we're in, we're losing 19 cents, right? We can see we've got a loss at the moment. Okay. Remember, I'm just using this as theoretical, right? So that's the nice thing about paper trading and live paper trading. Okay, don't worry. So this is the basic plan, the live. This is the free plan that we can do it. So you can upgrade if you join the Sniper School. We do have links to it, and you can get discounts on your trading view journey, which is pretty awesome. Okay, I've definitely used that in the past. So great stuff. Okay, so next thing. Now that we've gone through the live trading and your paper trading journey, you can now go to backtesting. Okay, now with backtesting, what we're doing, okay, I'm just going to cancel these orders so I'll just hide them. Right, so backtesting, let's go back to Bitcoin. Sorry, I'm grabbing generating a thirst here. All right, before I get into backtesting, let me have a look at some of the chats, see if there's any questions. Has anybody got any questions that I have missed? Backtesting, figuring out, there we go. Okay. Yeah, dot is looking bad. Yeah, there. Just with regards to TradingView, there's lots of hidden features that you must just click around, have a look at the buttons down the right-hand side here, create alerts, delete alerts. Yes, it's a super tool. Yeah, if you're not using it, you need to change. I have no idea what you are using. All right. Yeah. Luba, yes, the paid version is much better. Okay. Now, next step is to go into backtesting. Right. So what I have done is I've created just a general Excel spreadsheet, a Google Sheet. Okay. So this is a Google Sheet that I've created. And if you are going to be joining the school, or you're involved in the school and you're in the Discord, we can, I'll make this available. There's a few tweaks that I'm probably going to still make, but I'm going to make it available for anybody to use. It is really a simple spreadsheet that you can use for backtesting. Okay. I'm just going to go through it quickly. Essentially, here's your account details. When I say account details, you're looking at your account size. So as we used in the previous example with David, are you making bacon? Anyway, so in the example, we used $1,000. Okay. Now, here is where you decide your risk. Are you going to risk 2%? Are you going to risk 5%? Let's stick with the example and use 2% risk. Okay. So now we want to start our trading journey. Okay. I've added a few extra features here, which I'll get into now, which helps you with leverage and it helps you with calculating your position size. Because I know in the past I've had a lot of people ask about position sizing, how much leverage do I use, and so on. Okay, this spreadsheet will help you do that. All right. So what I do is once I've set this up, I then split my screen. So you can split your screen in two somehow at the top here. There we go. So I've split my screen into two. I then drag this over, get rid of that. Okay. Right. So now that I've got my screen set up here, let's just do that. Everybody can see nice and clearly. Right. So let's just get a clear chart here. Remove all the drawings. This is my Bitcoin chart. Okay. First thing you need to do when you are about to do your back testing is your trading strategy. What is your trading strategy? Okay. I've created it at the bottom over here just to remind me. You can change this. You can remind yourself on what your strategy is. So let's take an example, for example. Let's go our trend line. If we're going to find a trend line. If there's a break of the trend line, we're going to go long. If there's a break on the short side, we're going to go short. So it's going to be, we're just going to do a quick back test and just see how it plays out. Okay. Back to TradingView. Now what we want to do in TradingView, there's an awesome little button. It's called a replay button. If you look at the top here, you can, that's what it looks like when you've shrunk the screen. And if you just got a big screen, it's the replay button. All right. So let's just set this up again as I had it. Oh, come on. There we go. So all we want to do is that. So we've got both on the same screen. Now we want to hit replay. And what replay does, it basically covers up all the most recent information. Okay. Right. So on this strategy, we're going to look at the daily chart, or let's actually go onto a 4-hourly chart. All right. We go onto a 4-hourly chart. We then get some data on the 4-hourly chart. So this is our real-time data now. If we just zoom in a bit more, we can see what's currently happening. So this is our 4-hour chart. Now let's go to the replay. Now with back testing, we're on a daily chart. So we want to do about 50 to 100 trades. Okay, on a daily chart. To do that, you probably need to go back at least 6 months. Okay, so for this example, let's go back to the 1st of January. Okay, so we can then go back to the 1st of January by manually looking for the 1st of January. All right. Actually, we're on a 4-hour chart. So let's just go back 3 months. We're currently in October. So let's just go back to July. There's a calendar button at the bottom here. You can hit the calendar button and you can go back to October, September, 1st of July. When you're doing back testing, try and stick to the same date periods on all the charts that you're going to use. So if you're wanting to test as a trend line break strategy, but you want to test it on DOT, you want to test it on Bitcoin, and you want to test it on Ethereum, the best way to test any strategy is to have the same variables. Okay, one of those variables is date. You don't want to test the strategy, one strategy on the July, one strategy on August. The same strategy in July and the same strategy then again in August on a different coin, because then your information that you're going to get from that is there's going to be too much variation. You're not going to know what the reasons were behind the profitable trade or not. Okay. At the end of the day, you want to be testing your strategy and you want to make sure that the same information applies on all your variables. Okay. One of those is time. You can always set the same time for all your strategies. Okay. So for example, for Bitcoin, we're going to test if this strategy works on Bitcoin from the 1st of July till now. If we're going to do the same strategy and we want to test it in Ethereum, we also want to use the 1st of July. Okay. Because we want to make sure that everything is tested in the same date range. Okay. So let's go 1st of July. So there's the 1st of July. Now we can replay to the 1st of July. Okay, we have to do that on the date. Paid version, you can go back further. All right. I wonder if, there we go. Okay. So let's just go back 1st of July. Go to the 1st of July. There we go. Wait, let's just get rid of that. Zoom in. Look at the 1st of July. Go to, there's July 1st over here. Okay. We can zoom into there. Okay. So that's 29th of June. That's probably the furthest back we can go. Doesn't matter for now. The idea, the concept is there. Okay. Right. So now our strategy is trend line break, go long, or short. Okay, let's find our trend line. Okay, so let's have a look here. Here's a nice trend line. Okay, so now we don't know what's going to come next. So the nice thing about this strategy is we can fast forward. Okay, there we have a trend line break, but there was no close on the trend line. That's what happened the next day. Okay, so now we have a break of trend line, but we're still going up. Here we have our red day. Okay, now we're already, price is looking like it's going to come down. Let's assume price is coming down. Okay, this is our strategy. We said, and this is where your rules come in. This is where your behavior gets tested. And I've got 10 more minutes to get through this. So I'm going to speed up a bit. Right. So trend line is there. We've broken our trend line. Now we're going to go short. Okay, because our trend line was an uptrend line, we've broken that. So here's our short tool. We're putting in our short. We're wanting, where's our stop loss going to be? Our stop loss is going to be above the highs. So over there. And we're going to go for our 3-to-1 ratio because that's our strategy. Strategy is to do that. Okay. Now it's a short. Now we go back to our back testing. Now it's a short entry. So our entry is 30,490. Our stop loss over here, see it, is 31,645. Sorry. 31,645 is our stop loss. Our take profit is 27,022. 27,022. Okay. The nice thing about it, immediately we've calculated that our leverage should only be 1x. Okay. Because our position size should be 527. Now remember, we started off with a count of $1,000. If we put $527 into this trade, it means that if our stop loss gets hit, we will lose $20. If we had to go in and put $527 as our, if we had to go in with our full account and put $1,000 into our trade, we won't lose $20. We will then lose $40 because your position size is too big. If we had to change the leverage and put 2 leverage there, okay, so 2x your leverage, you will see that will affect your losses as well, because your position size is then going to double. Okay, so if your position size doubles, then your losses will double as well. So if I had to change this and you to change your position size to 1,000, you will see that if your stop loss is hit, you're going to lose $37. And $37 on $1,000 account is 3.7%. Your rule is 2%. You don't want to lose more than 2% because that comes into your risk management. Okay. So in this scenario, we've got a leverage of 1. We've got a position size of 527. Our loss is 3.79, which is the exact same as this percentage over here, right? That's your stop loss percentage, not your risk percentage, your stop loss percentage. Your take profit is 11%, right? Remember, that's 11% move, Okay, so if price moves from your entry to your take profit, it means it moves 11%. Okay. If you win the trade, you get $60. If you lose the trade, you're going to lose 20. Right, let's see if it plays out. So now we can watch the trade. We see we had a wick up. This is a great example on the fly for the reason why you set your stop loss above the most recent highs. We had this wick up to try and grab all that liquidity, and then price went down. Okay, let's see if it plays out, because this still might not play out. And there we go, we got hit on our stop. Okay, unfortunately in that trade, we got hit on our stop loss over there. It came up for a second time to hit our stop loss. So what we do here, we just click on, we lost that short. We lost the short. Immediately, it populates, automatically it populates all your cells. Okay. All right, so there's your loss. Okay, so now we want to, let's watch the play happen a few more times. Okay, let's see if we're getting a bit of a trend happening here. We've got a bit of a downtrend happening. All right, there's your downtrend. Do we get a trend break? We've got a bit of a trend break there. Let's see if it retests and goes up. Okay, price is going a bit sideways. There we go. We have this major drop. Remember that. Okay, so let's, for argument's sake, I'm just going to do that. Right, let's say we got here. Okay, we got here. It was retesting our trend line. We're going to put in our short trade. Short position. There's our short. Okay, above there. Right, 3-to-1 risk ratio. There's our 3-to-1 risk ratio. Now we enter that trade again. Right, so 33.26. Stop loss is, sorry, 33.26. Our entry is 29.432. And our take profit is 26.774. Okay. Once again, our leverage is 1 because we're going to go in with a 658 entry position size. So you're gonna put $658 on this trade. Okay, because if you lose, you're gonna lose 20. If you win, you're gonna win 60. Okay, now trade plays out and we hit our profit. Okay, so now we won that. It was a short and we won. So we click win. All right, it automatically populates everything. It adds all your figures up together and so on. Right? So now I'm just going to show you a couple of examples, right? Let's say we had a couple of longs. So we had a long at $500. Your entry was at 500. The stop loss was at 450, and your take profit was at 800. Okay. Quick examples. I'm running out of time, so in the next 5 minutes I'll wrap up. But I just want to show you the power of this sort of spreadsheet. Okay. So your entry is at 500, your stop loss is 450. You've got a 6-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Immediately it says to me, I can only enter this position with $200, which means I'll only lose 2%, which is $20. Let's say I win that trade. All right, it runs through, enters everything for you. Okay. 3 hours later, we go through a short loss. So I'm just going to populate a few of these cells, and I'll show you the power of it. A couple of long wins. Okay, so this is how you go through your back testing. You go through, you look for it, you look for quite a few trades. You can do this over time. That doesn't have to happen in a day. Right, so now that we've taken 6 trades, you can see a total number of trades. We've taken 6 trades. 2 of them we won, were long wins. 2 of them were short wins, right? We didn't take any long losses, right? We took 2 short losses, okay? In total, we've got 4 wins and 2 losses, okay? So what we're saying is here, we have now won 4, lost 2, okay? Which is a great risk to, great trade, right? We made $380 on that strategy, okay? And we've got a, so this 31% is your loss ratio, right? You only lost 31% of your trades, okay? You can then go and have a look at your graph, right? Over here, you can see quickly, just using your eye, the numbers that I've just shown you. You can see that you've won your longs, or how many shorts you lost, how many you lost, how many you won, right? This is a quick example, so that in this case, the strategy that we're using, we won more than what we lost. We made a profit of $380 using this strategy. And you can see that price has gone up. We didn't have any drawdown on our account. So the red line over here is basically where your trade started, and we didn't have any drawdown. So with this strategy that we just quickly used and randomly put in, we made a lot of money, okay? Over time, you will see that we might have a string of losses. And if those string of losses, you can see your results will change, your graph will change, and you'll start to see money coming down. Remember, it's only going to come down at $20 every loss. You can change this. You can say, well, I've got an account of $2,000 and I want to risk 5% of my account, which means over here, each time you lose a trade, you're going to lose $100. Okay, so you can immediately see what you want to see. Okay. All right. So if your trade is tight, if your stop loss, if you've got a tight stop loss, you'll find that it'll allow you to use more leverage. Okay. Because here we've got a position size of 3,200. You've only got an account size of 2,000. So you can't use just your account. You have to use leverage. So in order to get this position size, you're adding a 1.65 leverage to your trade. And that is why it doesn't matter what your trade is, doesn't matter what your leverage size is. What matters is your position size to mitigate your losses. So I hope I've been able to explain some backtesting. I will join me in the Discord, and I will start to I'll share this. I just want to make sure that I can share copies and that sort of thing, and anybody can use it. Perfect. Welcome, guys.
Hi, great job. I loved it.
Thanks.
Do I sound okay? Just checking my sound. I did it earlier, but just to be safe.
Sorry, say again.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes. Yeah. Sound is clear. Yeah. Shauno, are you there?
I certainly am, and excited.
Lovely.
It's so great to be working with Beth, and I loved your session, Bill backtesting. It's really great, Nick.
Thanks. I hope people do more backtesting now.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I am going to upload our file. I didn't realize we had to upload it to this. So give me a moment. I will upload it. I'll introduce myself while we are waiting. I am Beth Silverberg. I am part of the Sniper Squad. Went through sniper school. All of you that are on here probably have, but if you haven't, you really, really should. Probably one of the best things I've ever did, literally. And it has been a journey, and I'm learning more and more from this entire team. And you will hear my story and how bad I got scammed. I'm not going to talk in dollars, but that's why we're here. We're here to protect you. And I hope you guys get a lot out of what we're going to talk about. Shauno, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, look, I'm Shauno. I'm based in Australia. I first got involved in with the banter crew, I guess. I did cohort 2 of Sniper School back in January this year, and just the whole community and the family and the support you get from all the mods, the teams, and all that. I just stuck around, and I was invited to become a mod on the Discord, which I've done, and it's just so great to give back. And even if only a handful of people actually take in what we say and they get protected from the mistakes that we've made, we're giving back.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
I agree. And I've been in many different other communities, and this is the best one I've ever seen in my entire life. Just always here for each other. I apologize. I'm pulling up this PowerPoint. It's giving me a little error message. Give me 1 second. I believe I can fix it. Yeah, we might as well just start out and telling you guys we're going to go through some legit reasons and some tools for you to protect yourself. But I just wanted you guys to hear a little bit about my story, and Shauno, I want you to hear his, because everybody thinks that everything is safe in the world and everything's perfect, right? No. We are going to go over some specific items and utilize tools to use. But I had a radio show for athletes and celebrities. I got into cryptocurrency in 2017. I bought Bitcoin on an exchange you may or may not know called Coinbase. And I forgot all about it. Let it sit there. Literally, let it sit there. And then a friend of mine called me and said, "Hey, are you buying this token?" I said, "What token? What are you talking about?" He goes, "Do you own Bitcoin?" I said, "Of course, but I don't remember where it is." And I literally didn't even remember. I couldn't find my seed phrase, my password. Anyway, long story short, I went to go work as a consultant for a company by the name of Voyager. They were an exchange. They are now in Chapter 11. And when I first started working there, it was phenomenal. Everything was great. I worked with their CEO. I brought lots of students to their exchange, about $20 million worth of my circle's investments into that exchange for their Voyager token. Well, lo and behold, two things happen. One thing, never, ever, ever, ever give out any of your passwords or wallet addresses unless they're already public. I made the mistake of giving somebody a receiving address. They were going to send me some Ethereum for something. 2 hours later, I noticed significant, and when I say significant, I mean probably 20 years worth of savings gone. Boom. Completely gone. By a hacker. I spent $5,000 to track that wallet, and we're going to go over a little bit of this in the presentation as well. Of course, they found it. Did Binance admit they had it? No. And FTX, we all know what happened with FTX, so I'm not going to see any of that money. So that was the first thing. Second thing, at one point, I will tell you there was a token by the name of VGX. You know how some of these exchanges have their own tokens, so I try to avoid them now. However, I had a significant amount of this token, and about 6 months before this company went into Chapter 11, one of my athlete friends I brought in said, "Hey, have you talked to Steven?" His name was Steven Ehrlich, the CEO. Nope, couldn't reach him. Nobody could. So I'm like, what's going on? So I slowly started selling. But lo and behold, not even 4 months later, 4.5 actually, bankrupt, completely bankrupt. So we're going to go over hot wallets and cold wallets. I felt like I was going to throw up, literally. So, but here I am, because this community is absolutely astronomical, and I promise you will learn something every second you spend with them. But it's heartbreaking, but we're going to prevent it from happening to you, hopefully. So, Sean, I know you have a story similar. When I heard yours, I was just like blown away.
Yeah, I think like you, it was also 2017 when I first started. And back then I think Bitcoin was sub 5K. You know?
Yeah.
And at the time, particularly in Australia, there were very, very few off ramps. It was very, very difficult to get fiat back for your crypto, you know.
Mhm.
And I had no idea on trading. I had no idea on a lot of things, but they essentially, what happened to me was you started getting adverts on Facebook, you know, for automatic trading bots and things like that. And the scam they used was commonly, I've seen it many times in the past 5 or 6 years. What happened? We had a very popular morning show with 2 hosts, and one of the hosts left the show, and they came out with this fake news story, right? And they said the reason that this host left the show was because they found this auto trading platform. And the co-host said, you can't share this, you can't. And they went, no, look. And they showed how they made $2,500 in about 10 minutes on this exchange with this auto trading bot. Being very naive, I clicked on the link in the ad. I went on, I registered, and lo and behold, you know, within a couple of hours, I got a phone call, and it was my own personal account manager, you know. So I was cautious. So what I did do is I put, so I had about 1 Bitcoin at the time. I put 0.5 or 0.05 of like 5% of a Bitcoin onto this exchange, and I started trading. And they would call up and give you kind of calls, you know, buy Cardano here, sell this there, and I actually started making some good money. And of course, so I got about once or twice a week, I got a phone call from my my account manager, and then he said, you know, of course, we only work on commission. You don't pay to be on the site. We only work on commission. Can you put some more money on? And and I was cautious. I said to him, look, I'm happy to do that, but I want to check my exit strategy first. He goes, yeah, sure. So I withdrew $50 and I gave them my bank account details to deposit. And I actually got $50 into my bank account.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, this actually works. I've never been able to get fiat currency out of crypto before. I went, okay, I'm happy here. So I then deposited my another 0.9, 90% of a Bitcoin. I deposited onto this exchange, and I started trading. I was making profits, and then one morning, I went to log on, and I got that dreaded error 404, website not found. And I went, And it took me a couple of days to going, maybe they've got an issue, maybe something's wrong. And I kept trying. I started doing Google searches for this, and it started popping up. This was a scam. Like you, I actually spent a bit of money trying to track down. And essentially what I discovered afterwards was that website or apparent exchange was actually 100% just a fake demo account. And what was happening was you transfer your Bitcoin. It actually then gets sent to a different wallet, right? And they credit your demo account on the website with that amount of USDT, of Tether.
Yes.
So the funds I sent was gone 8 months ago. You know.
Yep. That's very similar. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was awful. So realistic. It is realistic.
It is. And the one thing I forgot I didn't mention is I fell in love with crypto banter right when I first found that channel, I want to say it was like middle of 2019. That's somebody pretended to be Sheldon. They had his voice. This person copied his Twitter handle. Somehow they got, I know it's fixed now. It's all fixed, you guys. Don't worry, it's all fixed. But they had gotten into one of the YouTube pages and put, you know, launching sniper school. Click here. And I did. And it was weird because I like went back. I guess as soon as you click it, he must put the regular site. But I don't know how this person did it, but we're here to help you guys. It is not fun. It is really not fun. And I think the number one rule, not your keys, not your crypto. So we're going to explain what that means and the difference between cold storage and hard storage wallets. For those that don't know, most of you probably already do. But personally, I keep, I would say 75 to 85%, if not 90%, in some type of a hard wallet, like a ledger. I just ordered, because Simon had mentioned Tandem, so I'm excited to get that. But we will go over some of the differences for those that don't know. We talked about the personal stories already, and if anybody else has a story and they want to come up, we don't, anything you guys want to ask us, please feel free to put it in the chat, and I'll try and monitor it on my phone. But yeah, we talked about the personal stories. If you guys have any, it's okay to admit it, because the more you hold it in, it's just going to wreck you. That I can definitely say it did for me. So these are just major security tips, a couple of things, not a couple, a lot of things that you should definitely do. Obviously, if you guys don't recognize it, don't click on it. I mean, I've done it a million times. Have more than one email address. There's a lot of different password sites now, like 1Password, that can actually auto generate passwords for you. And make sure you have a password tool. Don't put it on your phone. I did it for years. It's so easy to hack into a phone and a computer these days. So be very careful. And we're not going to go in depth on a lot of this, but these are just your basics. I mean, make sure you're having your firewall, antiviruses. I mean, your VPN, very, very important. I believe I never used a public Wi-Fi, and Crypto Banter has a great partnership with NordVPN. That's how I got mine. Again, a lot of people, I try and use different credit cards for different things, just like Sheldon has taught us, or if you're just starting school, you will learn to create different businesses when you start trading in cryptocurrency, stocks, oil, whatever it may be. Just make sure you're as careful as possible. You never know who's sitting next to you. Be very, very careful on private, public networks. There's just people everywhere. Just, you never know who's sitting next to you. It's just kind of scary. Anything that you want to add?
No, it's all very, very, you know, you got to be so careful. I think I did a search for the most popular scams.
Amazing.
Well, the ones that are happening now, and the number one is actually a phishing type.
Mm-hmm.
And what they do is they pay for Google AdWords, these scammers.
Mm-hmm.
And you go on and you'll Google, you go, oh, let me go and check my Bybit account, and you Google your Bybit, and it'll come up in an ad, and you go and you click the ad, and that link is not the real Bybit. It actually takes you to a fake exchange, or takes you to a website that a fake website. So that's the most popular one. I do recommend to people, once you've got your login for your exchange, save it in your favorites, and don't Google and search to go and log in. Go to that, make sure that's the link, and go to it and use that your own link from your favorites, rather than clicking on links in that have come up.
That is a very, 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 very wise thing to say.
Absolutely.
It really is.
And then, like the scam you fell for, the fake Sheldon.
Mm-hmm.
we go. I spend an hour every morning, first thing when I wake up, and I go through the Banter Hub and the Sniper School Discords, and I delete I delete 3, 4, 5 fake Josh the Traders or fake Kyle Dupes or fake
I
Sheldon the
know.
Snipers.
I've done that too. Or report them. I report them all.
Every day. And the thing to be careful of is even though we ban them from the site, they've still got that profile, and it doesn't stop them from sending you a DM or a DM request, and we can't do anything about that, you know.
Yeah, there's people, think about it this way. There's people that are paid every day because they steal from other people, and they can hack into anything. Now, don't get us wrong. There are good hackers in this world. We do hackathons for fun, but we're not stealing anything from anyone. And I promise you this, nobody from this entire Crypto Banter team will ever ask you for money, ever. Obviously, if you're joining the school, there might be some fees to pay for, you know, your exchange to actually, you know, take the trades. But schools like Sniper School normally can cost up to $10,000. So yeah, we want to keep you guys safe. Keep you guys safe. And this is a couple of things that I found just from being in crypto is, well, I would say almost 5 years now. It's just not like the OGs, but I'm getting there. I mean, some of this is kind of like you already know it, but practice it. So never give your passwords or seed phrase to anyone. There are some wallets now that have what's called sharding. We don't have to go into detail about that, but I do like those. They're hard. I'd assume they would be more difficult to get into. This is a big one. We kind of touched on it. Don't take pictures. I did it all the time. I take pictures of every password I had and every seed phrase. No, never again. This is for me. I recommend if you're a beginning trader, once you start actually going through it, some of you guys on here are probably experts by now from taking Sniper School. Yes, I do have a Sniper School shirt on. I don't take a trade without putting a stop loss. Now, there have been some phenomenal speakers. If you missed it, we will be putting up recordings to go back and listen about risk management, where to enter trades, stop loss. You will learn the hard way. I promise you, because I did. Now, thank God I only had $50 in that exchange, but I don't use cross margin yet, and we can talk about that if you guys have questions about that. Just be careful. And obviously, we don't emails, you know that about. And no one's going to ask you for money. Like, even like these trading groups that you're in, if you get in trading groups, if they're asking you for money, I would say, what do you need it for? Because I have had that happen to me more than once. And when you're moving, this is very important too. If you have to move, let's just say, God forbid, Coinbase is going to go out of business. I'm not saying Coinbase is going out of business. I hope they don't. You have all of your Bitcoin or Ethereum or Optimism, Render, whatever you do for you. How are you going to move it and where are you going to move it to? Keep in mind, anytime you transfer one Bitcoin or Ethereum to another location, whether it be another exchange or a wallet, you have to do 3 very important things. Very important. 1, always make sure that you're on the same layer 1 technology, like ETH20 or ERC20 or the ARB network, whatever you're on. Secondly, if you're trading Bitcoin, make sure you're putting it into a Bitcoin address, because if you do not check this and you send it, you're not getting it back. There's nothing you can do. And thirdly, always, if you're using like a hot storage, like a ledger, it's going to make you confirm your actual PIN 3 times. So, you know, I never, ever share my passwords. They're in 3 different safe boxes written down, all of my keys. That's this word. I did have that happen to me as well. I think everything that can happen to someone in cryptocurrency on the bad side has, but I've had some really good upsides too. So anything you think you would add to that, Shauno?
Yeah, I think the test transaction is very important. I think I did see a post on Twitter the other day where one of the exchanges was moving some funds around from one wallet to another. And it was a very, very big lump of money.
Oh.
But even they did a $50 transaction first, and you could see it on the blockchain. Even they did a $50 transaction first before moving their, 3 million or whatever it was.
God.
You know,
I just don't understand how we can't catch these people. I mean, that's what I don't understand. I mean, I do get it's very difficult, and I know my funds went from wallet to wallet to wallet to wallet to wallet, and that's what these shady characters do. But it's a blockchain, so it's hashed. It's in history forever. We have got to find somebody to catch these guys, but hopefully you'll never get into that situation. A couple more little tidbits. We've probably talked about this already. I like to use a virtual private network. Again, NordVPN is a great one that Banter has a partnership with. I also like to set up two-factor authorization. For example, if I want to get into my, let's just say, Trust Wallet on my iPhone, my 2FA is on another phone. So if someone's like, give me your crypto, I'm like, sorry, I can't open it. Like, I really can't. I don't have the device to open it. Just a suggestion. And again, when it comes to the trading side, I'm not telling you guys never to use cross margin. And I'll just give you the difference, the basic difference. When you're trading on an isolated in an exchange, you're working with one and that only trade itself. If you have multiple trades going at one time and one's in the positive and one's in the negative, you're gonna be fine. If you have cross margin on, now when you get really good, like these OGs here, then you can by all. No, Siri, stop. Anyway, cross margin can get you wrecked, because if you are losing, let's say Ethereum went down 50%, but your render trader, fetch trade, whatever, went up 20, you're still going to be down. So I hope that makes sense to you guys. And also never revenge trade. I did revenge trade for a very long time, 4 months actually. And it was only for very minimal amounts, because I would get so perturbed. I would be sound asleep and Bitcoin would go, oh my God, 17. Oh, it's 20. What? How did I miss that? But don't revenge trade. Don't just all the RSIs at the top. One of the indicators. Just a little bit of advice. Anything else to add that we can kind of go into the differences? If you want to talk about this, you can, about the wallet storage, the cold and hot wallet storages.
No, I think, like you said at the beginning, where you have.
I'm taking the water.
Sorry. Yeah, I think, like Beth said in the beginning, where she only has a small portion of her crypto on an exchange is you only risk or put on what you need to,
Yeah. I agree.
And all of my exchanges require, in order just to make a withdrawal, every exchange I have, I require three different keys or three different factors. I get, first of all, they send me an email with a code. And then they send me a text message with a code. And then last of all, I have to put in my authenticator code.
Yeah,
same. I need three.
What did I forget? Oh yeah, I forgot the email step. That I do have. I think the only one I need to add the email step on is Coinbase. But yes, yes, that's great.
Yeah. And that way, if somebody does get into your exchange, or they can't withdraw it without all three of those, and it'll certainly slow them up.
Definitely.
And that's the whole idea of protect yourself as best you can.
Yes, I agree. So, I mean, I hope you guys understand the difference now between a cold wallet and a hot storage wallet. The cold wallets, anytime you're on an exchange, I don't care if they say they're decentralized. I don't believe them. In fact, I'm not going to say which exchange CEO I just had a call with. I wanted them to prove to me that they are launching a 100% hot wallet, like the ledgers, like we mentioned, Tezos, Tandem. I don't believe it. Do you think that's possible? Do you think anytime you have to KYC, know your customer, give your name, let people know who you are, I believe they know who you are. Yeah. I mean, I don't see how they could not. So until he can convince me that this exchange is 100% decentralized, I am not going to use it. If I see that it's accurate, I may bring them to Crypto Banter because they're getting pretty big. Yeah, they're a pretty cool company. But just remember, usually, most of the time, if it's a hot wallet, I believe most of them are something physical that you can actually touch. I think the new one that I ordered is actually like a card that links to the phone. But it just seems, I'm not telling you you're never going to get hacked or you're never going to lose any cryptocurrency by using a, hot storage versus cold storage. But it's just, if you're keeping something like your dollar cost averaging into any coin, you're going to want to keep it on hot storage. Does that make sense?
Cold.
Oh, sorry. I did it backwards. Oh my God, it's been a long day. My bad, guys. Yes, just make sure you keep most of your money safe. We did go over these. Again, just reminders. What is it called when somebody kind of not hacks into your computer, but they take over your computer? Spyware, malware. Isn't that kind of malware?
Yeah, there's certain viruses, keyloggers, and those that they can actually get in, embed. There's another one where you may have, if you've got a MetaMask wallet.
I do.
And you see, oh, hang on, somebody just sent me 1,000 of these tokens that I have no idea what they are.
Yes.
And the moment you click on them, they're actually a malicious bot that will actually start draining all the other stuff in your wallet.
No, yeah, I've heard that happen. That actually did happen to me once, but like 2 years ago. I only on Trust Wallet, but I only had like $75 in there at the time. But I've heard now they're stealing NFTs too.
Yeah.
And if you go, like you said, if I go into my MetaMask right now and I open up my NFTs, I do have some on there. I may think about taking them off. Lou was asking for which is the best wallet I prefer for long-term holds. I've used Ledger for the most point. I know they had some, I don't know if it was FUD a couple months ago on X, but I think it's been resolved. I think it's pretty safe. And then I'm excited to try the new one that Chaos recommended. I think it's called Tandem. Do you have a preference? Do you have of the wallets that you use to keep the majority?
I actually have a Tangent wallet. I ordered about 2 months ago. After losing 95% of my crypto back in 2018 or 2019, I actually don't have everything on the same wallet. So I've had a Trezor and a Ledger for a while.
Okay.
And I've ordered the Tangent wallet now. So.
And you like it?
I do.
Great. Tangent. I'm sorry, I pronounced it wrong. My apologies. I just ordered it yesterday. I'm excited to get it. I think it's coming from like around where you are, Australia. So it might take a while to get to me, but.
So there are some benefits to, like, what I do like about the Ledger. I actually have some of my long-term holdings staked there, where I get a return on that, and it's essentially self-custody staking. So some sites will offer you send them essentially your crypto and they lock it up for 21 days or for however long, and they stake it. But once again, not your keys, not your crypto.
Right. I'm doing that with ETH, with my Ledger via Lido.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've checked to see if I can take it out after a specific period of time. I would have to go back and look. I want to say it was 31 days, every 31 days. But I'm getting 8%.
Yeah, so quite often you'll find you might get an extra 2 or 3% or 5% more when you send your coins to another platform. You know, you may get 5% more, or 3% more, 2% more for your staking. But if that platform disappears,
that's
then
what
you've
scares
lost
me.
everything.
That's what scares me. That's why I'm only
me,
doing 1/10 of my holdings. Not even.
Yeah. So for me, what I prefer is self-custody staking. So you can do that from within Ledger.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So from within Ledger, you can actually stake certain tokens. Exodus is a paper wallet that offers staking as well. And you might get a couple of percent less, but your tokens are much safer.
Yes.
So it's another way of going around.
I 100% agree. If I could go back 3 years, knowing what I've learned now, there's no words. There really aren't any words. We kind of went over the stories, and if you guys want, I will make this slideshow available to you, Shauno, to go over some of the crypto scams. But if you are ever bored, just Google anything crypto scam or exchange scams, or it's just, you will find the most insane things. And I know people from, I believe it was Mt. Gox, the exchange, are still waiting for their Bitcoin. It's been 15 years now. I don't think they're getting it. I don't think they're getting it. I'm looking for your.
So with regards like Mt. Gox, funny enough, the same thing happened to me with, these guys. They when they do finally get their payout, their Bitcoin and stuff is worth a hell of a lot more now than it was. Back then. And the thing that got me back into crypto, I think I'd lost in 2017, 18 or 9, somewhere around there. I'd lost 95% of my crypto, and I was totally scared off, and I never touched it for a good 12 to 18 months. And when Bitcoin started making news again about reaching all-time highs and reaching this and that, and I went, oh, hang on. It took me a while to find it, but I found my login for my wallet, and I went in there, and that 5% I had left was actually worth 200 Australian dollars more than my initial total investment. So if I'd kept everything, if I hadn't been scammed, I would have been up 20x.
Yeah, I know. I can't even. I don't even know. A lot of it's so hard to think of, but it actually does happen. I did make some errors. I mean, I did clicked on something thinking it was Sheldon. B, I gave out my own, wallet address, which was very stupid. But just like in your incident, the same situation that you had, literally, pragmatically, just boom. I don't know how you can hack somebody into their send. I don't know how all of that works, but they got me good. I am looking for your slide. I think I put up I think it was in the other presentation. Do you want me to try and find it, or can you pull that slide up, or do you want me to try and see if I can find it? The one about the one that you created. So what to look for, because they need to see that for sure. One piece. Hold on, I'm looking in WhatsApp for it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to stop sharing that for 1 second so that I don't show everybody all my personal information. Give me 1 moment. I think that they should really see that. If anybody has any questions, please, by all means, come ask us in the chat, and we will bring you up. If there's any questions,
so
I'm gonna.
There are some questions going about. Even Scottish cryptos that split your bags over multiple cold wallets is a great idea. I do believe that. George, one of our awesome mods, has also said she uses she will research and find security reviews and that sort of thing, which is a great idea. I think one of the other types of scams is essentially a honeypot, and what happens is the contract gets modified for certain tokens. So the way a honeypot works is you can buy a token, right? But due to the contract being modified, you can never sell it.
Oh, how can they change it once it's been hashed on the blockchain?
It's just certain tokens. So new like, and they'll hype it up. And so you'll go, oh, this is the next 1000x, you know, so you'll put, say, whatever dollars into it. And the way the contract is on it, you buy it, you can hold it, but you can't transfer it to another wallet and you can't sell it. So,
oh my God, isn't that what happened?
It's a scam.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So actually, I've heard about that. I've heard about that.
You know, and you can use certain AI programs. There are or bots that can actually audit a contract address or audit a you know, the stuff, and you can pick it up, but it does take a little bit of knowledge. I'm still working out how to do that. I need to trust other people.
I watched Miles' show. I can't use Bybit here, but when Rand had his show with Meisterbot, so I built one. I followed a YouTube tutorial that Rand recommended, built it, but I haven't started running it. Sorry, there's a bug in my face. I live in South Florida, my apologies. And I'm afraid to get scammed. Like, I put $25 worth of Ethereum in there. I have the wallet address, but I'm afraid the second I hit go on that bot, like, I'm afraid that it's going to just completely, they're going to get into where I send it from, if that makes any sense. Okay. The anatomy of a scam, for some reason I can't pull this up, so I have it right in front of me. I mean, do you want to go over it, or I can go over it and you can talk it out. We can talk it out, but I think obviously this is very, very important.
Okay, let me I see there's a couple of people about asking about the Tangent wallet, and Matt has said it uses a NFC technology on your phone. Okay.
Oh, cool! I can't wait for that.
The way your wallet is secured, and essentially people don't quite understand what a wallet is. Okay. Now, when you compare, if you want to compare, or the greatest analogy, you want to compare cryptocurrency to fiat currency. Okay. All of your fiat currency where you get paid or anything in the bank, essentially that is stored on the bank's ledger. And when you make a deposit or a withdrawal, what happens is they transfer it from that ledger to somebody else's ledger, you know. And with cryptocurrency, all your tokens are stored on the blockchain, right? That is the ledger. It's the blockchain. Now, the idea of a wallet is it's not actually like that piece of leather in your pocket for fiat currency. What a wallet in crypto is actually just a device or window that you're able to view your crypto on the blockchain. So that's all it is. So if you have, say, one Ethereum on a MetaMask wallet, and you, for some reason, lose access to MetaMask, but you have your seed phrase, you can actually open a Trust wallet or a Coinbase wallet, and you can enter that exact same seed phrase in there, and your one Ethereum will be there. Right? Your MetaMask, your Trust wallet, any wallet is really just a window or a device for viewing and accessing your funds. So in the terms of crypto, a wallet is more like a cash machine in the side of a wall where you can put your card in and withdraw cash. or a credit card machine on the desk of your favorite shop, right? That is what that credit card machine is just a device that you can access those funds and pay for the goods you want or transfer them. And what you're doing is you're transferring those funds from your ledger at the bank to their ledger at the bank, essentially. So think of a wallet in crypto like a credit card machine, or a hole in the wall like a cash machine, like that. That is essentially what a wallet is in crypto.
Yeah,
now,
that's a great explanation.
Yeah, and then your seed phrase is the credit card that's in your pocket, right?
Yeah, I got you. Like the secret is the little pin, the chip in your card.
Correct.
Yes,
So
and that helps explain a lot. Yeah. Good.
So most wallets now, the way to access them is through a seed phrase. You know, that is your PIN number or your thing to get into to view those tokens and to be able to send them somewhere.
Exactly.
And
I wanted to make sure everybody understood that, like if it's on an exchange, even though like Voyager and Celsius and FTX, they said wallet. So just so that they understand, like I don't keep a lot of my, dollar cost averaging long-term holdings on exchanges. Just advice.
So the NFC, and this is what the Tangent Wallet card looks like.
Oh, sweet. I can't wait to get it.
Okay. And the way that wallet works, instead of having a seed phrase to actually access your funds on that wallet and to transfer them or to view them, what it has is inside this card is a little NFC chip. And that NFC chip is the same technology that your credit card uses. With that chip in your credit card, it's the same technology that Visa and MasterCard use for those cards, as well as digital passports. So all the newer passports now have a NFC chip in them, and they're very difficult to fake. So when you put your passport in, if you travel internationally, it'll automatically read that chip and come up on border patrol or border security's screen with your stored photograph and details, and they can compare that to your pulse. So the Tangent wallet, that NFC key is an encoded key, exactly the same as a Visa card, MasterCard, or passport. It's the same technology, and one of the most secure coding, rather than having a seed phrase, a 12-word seed phrase.
Yes, okay. I can't wait. I'm excited to use it. I can't wait to try.
So that's how the NFC works. And with your Tangent wallet, you can link up to 3 different cards.
Really?
So you can have, you've got 3 different, and each of those cards has a different NFC code, because no 2 are identical. But you have 3 cards that you can actually use to access your wallet.
Wow.
So I have mine. I have one with a very, very close friend that I trust implicitly, who actually, she has a fireproof safe. And the moment you would say the word crypto, her eyes glaze over and she goes, huh? So she has no idea what to do with it, but I also do trust her implicitly.
No, of course.
So I have one there. I have one in my lockable drawer in my desk. And then I also have my other one stored somewhere else.
That's phenomenal.
If my house burns down, you need to split those cards up. If all 3 of them were in my drawer, what's the point of having? Because you lose. If my house burns down, you lose that access.
Of course.
Right? And this is
I like that it gives you 3 options. That's good.
Yeah. So that's the way the NFC works. There's no seed phrase. You do have the option of creating a seed phrase with the Tangent wallet. However, that gives it the same security as MetaMask or Exodus.
Right,
or,
and then then you don't have that sharding, right? Then it doesn't apply. Yeah, okay.
So you can generate a seed phrase for it, but that's the way the NFC works on that.
Gotcha.
It's that coded chip, and you actually click it onto your phone. You open your wallet on the phone. You click it onto the phone, and your phone reads that NFC chip the same way. You can now with Apple Pay and that you can use your phone to pay with your credit card. Right.
That's
so
amazing.
Your phone has an NFC reader in it.
All
right.
I can't wait to try it. I know there was a couple questions Jaki wanted us to explain, like what we went through emotionally after we were scammed, because if this does, God forbid, happen to you, whether it's a penny or $1 million, it's not going to matter. You're going to feel like different stages of emotions. I mean, at first you don't believe it. Like you try and go to this website 8,000 times. You completely, you think maybe the website's down. By the second day, I was literally calling the FBI and reporting it to the police department, which they both do nothing. I mean, I even put a list of sites up for you. There's really no point in giving them because they don't do it, because they do not do much. Obviously, I mean, it's at that point I was like, I'm done. Like I'm completely done. And not to be 100% honest, which I always am. But if it wasn't for Crypto Banter, I probably wouldn't be here, because I lost a significant amount of money. And yes, I'm still blessed because I've learned how to trade and I've made money through this school and these people around this amazing community that we have. I mean, I even have athlete celebrity friends. It doesn't matter who they are. They're just people. That even after some of them who have lost millions of dollars, they still trust me. But it took about a year before I was back to myself. But I couldn't let it ruin my life. I mean, you got to figure out, if I find a way to make more money, and we're trying to help you guys in every way that we can, we're just here to warn you, because not everybody's nice. There are some scary people out there. So I know I apologize. There was one more slide, you guys, and my apologies. I had it earlier and then we switched out the presentations. Do you want me to just go over what you had given us, Shauno? The anatomy of the scam? Is it good to look for? Okay. So if anybody's guaranteeing you anything in cryptocurrency, I mean, the stock market, or if it's guaranteeing you anything in crypto, don't believe it. If it sounds too good to be true, 9 times out of 10, it probably is. Yeah, it probably is. That reminds me of one more thing I do want to let you guys notify you to be aware of. If they don't have a clear business goal, if you're going on their website, which I didn't research thoroughly, which I should have. You always want to research any website thoroughly before you invest any amount of money in it, no matter what it is. If they're pretending to be, official, and I'm going to give you an example. With Voyager, when I first started, I had to sign a user agreement. That user agreement claimed that Voyager, did not own the crypto. I did. Well, guess what? That was not the case. Never was. So be careful what you sign. Be careful what you sign. Again, any personal guarantee, no one is going to give you anything in this world when it comes to cryptocurrency or money. I just don't. I mean, charitable situations, yes. I had a radio show for 15 years for charities, but come on. How did you feel after? Because I mean, it wrecked me for a while, but I wasn't going to let it ruin my life.
Yeah, like I said, it really shook me. Losing 95% of what I thought was going to be my golden hen, and like I said, I didn't touch crypto for about 12 to 18 months. I was so like, well, I didn't touch it for 12 to 18 months. And you do feel like just so you think of yourself as, oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm such a, it does. It affects your self-worth almost sometimes.
No, absolutely. I mean, yeah.
It's not just about the money, and it's
No.
similar to anyone who will come home and their house has been broken into. They feel their personal space has been violated. And you do feel betrayed, violated, and down, and that's normal. And I think that's one of the things, having a team and a community together like Banter is, there's not many people who haven't lost a lot of money, whether it's through trading or being scammed, or there's not many people who haven't lost a lot. And being part of a community like this is what's going to help you out of the ditch and get your head straight. And you need to take a break, but it's the community is what's going to help you get through it,
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been going to the Bitcoin conferences in the United States for the last 4 years. And this year I had the pleasure of actually meeting everybody, a lot of the Banter team, and help. I mean, I was there anyway, so I didn't mind helping whatever I did. But if you have a chance to go to a conference, go and come check the Crypto Banter booth out, because I guarantee you, if there's a conference, we'll probably be there. Well, no, I can't guarantee, but for most of them, I know usually the big ones. Does anybody have any questions? I know we have about 8 more minutes. I feel like we've just been going on and on. I want to make sure that we're answering all the questions. Let me check the stream. My little dog, Peanut. Let's see. How many of you guys that are in this, has everybody taken sniper school? If you've taken sniper school, type yes in the chat. I'm just curious to see who's taken sniper school so far. I mean, this is broadcasted to many people, but if you have not taken sniper school, you really need to. There's another cohort that starts, I believe, in July. No, sorry, what am I thinking? July. Hello. November 9th. I was just reading something about July. But sniper school, you learn so much. I think most people in here may have already taken sniper school, but refer your friends. I'm referring a couple of my athletes that are finally coming around to the idea after, the exchange debacle, because I was there when they put the FTX letters on top of the Miami Heat arena, and then I was there when they took the FTX letters off the arena. That was interesting.
Look, Luba actually posted, she had a relative that he died from a boot.
Oh my God.
He lost his life savings, and the emotional toil, his heart couldn't take it,
Yes, it's awful. I mean, I can see it happening.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to hear that, Luba. And
so sorry. So sorry.
There are people who have been so emotionally distraught that they have taken their own lives. So
yes, I mean, the Luna crash. I know one. I don't know the person personally, but one of my good friends, he's actually an influencer in cryptocurrency. His good friend was 29 years old and put everything into Luna and lost everything. He had 2 children and like shot himself. Like, not to be all negative at the end of this of our session, but just be careful, guys. I mean, I think we've covered basics. A lot of this can get into a lot more detail, but you're in the right place to learn, and no one's going to steal from you here. And you're going to see a ton of fake Discord names. We delete them. Twitter, we report them. Everybody, Rand Sheldon, even Dylan's amazing. Like, everyone, it happens. Just be careful. We're not going to DM you unless you're friends with that person outside of Banter, or we're just not. So be careful.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, we scan for these fake profiles, copying.
Yes.
Even ourselves. We do scan for them and delete them or ban them, but once they've got your Discord name and stuff, we can't stop them sending you a message. They're not on the site anymore. If you click mutual servers, you'd see, hang on, I thought Shauno was on Discord. you know.
Yeah.
But and then there's often just that one little change in their username and stuff like that. So we've all been copied. We've had Matt copied. I think Beth, you've been copied before. I know I have, but in particular, you know, Kyle.
Yes.
Josh the trader over on Banter Hub, and and quite often Sheldon, and then also, funny enough, Banter or Crypto School gets copied.
No, I know there was a fake crypto school. I know. Well, we must be doing something right then. This team is amazing, and they work very, very hard to bring you guys this. So thank you so much for your participation. And the more you give, the more you're going to get. And just don't be afraid to take a trade, and don't be afraid to walk away from a trade.
Absolutely. You know, and they are, you know, like I said, the community's here for each other. We all get a lot out of it. And if you have had something like that impact you, then reach out.
Of course. I've talked to a couple people from, I think the cohort from the one before. I mean, I personally called her on the phone, and if you guys need that, I don't mind. I will do it. Not that that's happened to you, and I don't want it to ever happen to you. But
yeah. So in the comments, we've got quite a few people from cohorts 2, cohort 3.
Oh, yeah, 2.
And quite a few that have are in whale school. How are you all enjoying it? I'm going through that as well.
Me too. I love it. I watched a little bit of. I've only slept for like 2 hours the last day. I watched a little bit of the workshop 2 lessons. I only have 1 more to go, and then after I watch it, I go back and I practice what he teaches. Like I'll try and do it, and then when you like, it's so crazy because he's so good. You guys, I can't even tell you guys how good everybody here is. Everybody is, but when I watch that, even with Sheldon, I'll go back and do it myself because I'm a like hands-on person, and that was my problem before. I wasn't. I was just watching, but now I'm doing, and I'm winning. I'm winning like 5 or 6 out of 10 trades. Yeah, and I did buy Lux Algo. We didn't talk about Lux Algo, but Simon and Matt did an amazing job this morning. There's a link in the banter description on Discord and in YouTube. I highly recommend once you get through school that you use Lux Algo. It's not 100%. It's just another tool in your toolbox of tools to use.
Yeah, fantastic. What do we have up? I know we've got somebody else coming up soon.
Yeah, actually, let me look it up because I have it all on here. I have that.
We are meant to have the American mods coming up now, but I'm not 100% sure who all they are, so I'm not exactly.
I can help you with that for sure.
Thank you. If you could do that for me, yeah.
Absolutely. Let me. I think they were in Discord chat. Let me go grab and see if they're let them know that they need to be here.
So while you're doing that, Beth, I saw the description. I think it's back to basics. Am I right, David?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Very, very simple. We're going to show you how to draw trend lines. What is support and resistance? I have a couple pictures I'm going to leave up describing what is stochastic RSI, what is RSI. So yeah, very basic. I'm telling them right now. Guys, are you coming in? And then I can text you their names. You probably won't see. Give me one moment, guys. I don't know where they are.
Cool.
I think they think it's in an hour.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing so far.
I think they think it's at 9. I'm going to tell them to come on now. Ask them. I'm going to ask them politely.
We could.
I can do it, but I don't. I know they put a lot together. We could do it if I can help if they can't.
I might pop a screen up. Hang on, let me.
While
you're going there.
Apparently Jaki was going to do something in between us, but we can keep going.
Because I see Jaki at 12, which is the last hour before we end the stream.
Okay, well, no worries. I mean, I'm sure we can keep. I mean, once the squad comes in, we can do 2 hours worth of basics. I can look up some things. We can refer to school things. Whatever we need to do, we'll make sure it gets done. Let me ask Jaki though if he's coming in here. I just asked them right now. So this is the longest I've gone without looking at a Bitcoin chart all day. Longest I've gone all day. What's Bitcoin at right now?
I've been running around a bit. My son gets around on his electric scooter, and he popped a tire last night. So I'm trying to get him mobile again, so I don't have to spend all day driving him around. So, in any case, David, I have just put up a slide there if you want to share it just while we're waiting on the others, and I will make these available. But
nice.
It's just essentially, we've been through the scams, and you know, most of these are most scams are a combination of some of these, so you know, your phishing we've spoken about. If you search for your exchange and it comes up in an ad, it looks legit, and you click it, but it's actually taking you to a fake. It's not to the real exchange or to the real place. Mimics we've spoken about. These are the people who make profiles and pretend to be one of the mods or one of the team, or pretend to be the official school channel, and they will often offer to trade for you.
Yes. Oh my God. I forgot to bring that up. I forgot.
Yeah. So they'll offer to do that. Malicious sites are quite common as well, where you click on something and you may have your MetaMask open with so when you open your MetaMask or your Trust wallet, or any of your sort of your little add-ons, if it's open to say, if you're using Chrome for argument's sake, and it's open to Chrome, and you happen to open another tab that's links to a malicious site, and your MetaMask is still open to Chrome, they can actually drain it that way. So very important, if you are using those sorts of wallets, when you're done, close your wallet or disconnect it.
Sometimes I forget to do that sometimes.
There is one where there's some fake programs or add-ons, like MetaMask add-ons.
Do they have add-ons MetaMask at all, like in general? I thought they did. No,
there is actually a fake add-on, a revoke add-on that you go on, and apparently it's supposed to revoke the authorization from all the sites you've ever connected your wallet to, and it's actually not. What it's doing is draining your wallet.
Wow.
So that's one to be very careful of. Rather do it manually. The fake exchanges, that's the one I went for. You know, where it was just the demo trading software. The honeypot I went through, you know, the modified contracts, and you've got your good old Bernie Madoff at the end there, your Ponzi schemes, where they are, you know, they're using new investors' money to pay out older, and eventually that pyramid just breaks down. You know, and then this is the trial that you were looking for, the anatomy, to things to watch out for. Anybody who offers you a guaranteed return, or if it sounds too good to be true, even those, we've been the leading this and this since 2018, and you do a search for it, and nobody's heard of this company. How can they be leading since 2018? You know?
Yeah.
And those that give a personal guarantee where there's no link, they go, no, you have to DM me. The reason they want to DM is because they're part of that Ponzi, and the referral needs to come from them, or you know, that sort of stuff. So
yeah,
anyway.
100%.
Yeah,
100%. Hey! Our team we're scrambling to find everybody. We're providing everybody.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
How are you? Is that Scott?
Yep,
Can you
this is
see-
Scott.
Hey, Scott.
How you doing?
Yeah,
Good.
good, man. Good to see you.
Friday night here, so just enjoying the night.
I'm going to have my orange juice. This is only orange juice, I promise. There's no alcohol in here. There's not. I have water. Orange juice and water. Hydrating.
10 a.m. here in Australia, and it's time for me to
Thank
go and
you.
get another coffee. Ooh.
No, go ahead. Thank you.
Best being served coffee.
I know. Thank you. So polite of you.
Alrighty. I'm going to stop sharing that. And let you guys carry on.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I apologize. I swear I put your slide in there, but I put up the wrong presentation. I know I had to load this. We'll get it right next time. You learn. Thank you guys all for watching.
All right. I'll be around in the background and knock it out.
Perfect. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
You too.
Yeah. So let's go. Like, we apologize. We thought that we were going to go on at 9 o'clock for this, but we are more than happy to stay here in 2 hours with you guys. We're not going to get crazy technical, but we will go over the basics, and we can look at some charts if you guys want to. Absolutely. Do you want to go and share? Do you want to? The team is coming. I guess we can just go ahead and open up any chart and start, or should we wait for them to come? Does anybody have any things they want to learn right now? Hey
guys,
well,
sorry, I was getting everything set up.
Maybe while we're waiting to gather everybody, we can introduce ourselves.
That's a great idea. Go ahead.
You've already introduced yourself last hour.
I did, but go ahead. Go ahead. I'll say that. Go.
I'm Scott. I'm one of the Crypto School mods on Discord. I'm Sky High Stables. I'm over here in the good old US of A. I've been trading for only this year. I've been in the NFTs and ICOs back in 2017. I've been through a whole gamut of stuff, but trading is only starting really this year.
Amazing.
Yeah, my name's Eddie. I'm a mod in Discord as well, and for banter. You guys probably see me as Unfair Philly on there, in case you don't recognize the name.
Wait, I have to ask you about that. Like, what is Unfair? Are you a Philadelphia fan or something? I need to know that.
It was the generic gamer tag they gave me from like a long time ago, and it kind of just stuck. And I think because Discord kind of goes with video games and stuff, it translated over. I never changed it, so
nice.
I was like, yeah, I figure it's unique. But yeah, I'm from Philadelphia. Been trading about 2.5 years. Well, really got into crypto 2.5 years ago. It's been a journey. I was in cohort 5, and yeah, so far so good. Everything's great. It's a good school for anybody who hasn't who's new to it and who's getting their feet wet. But yeah, that's me.
I thought Unfair Philly was a play on Philadelphia. Philly.
That's what I thought. I was like, would you not like the Eagles? Oh, hey, Jackie. Sorry, we didn't mean to pull you out from the abyss. We're pulling Jackie out from the abyss. Well, do you guys want to get started? Do you want to pull up this? Who wants to take charge here as far as like showing their? I can pull mine up, or it doesn't matter. Somebody just let's pull up a chart and go. Let's start going over basics so these guys can have some fun and learn something.
Well, I can you guys want to start with Bitcoin? I'll start the trend and I'll do the trend lines and show that area, and then we'll go from there.
That'd be great.
Sure. Let me share my screen.
I may stop my camera for 2 seconds so I can eat something because I'm gonna be here. But I just haven't eaten in like 7 hours, so it's one bite. I'll be right back.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to be using the Binance Tether chart for Bitcoin, but yeah, we could. So first thing we really want to do is kind of get an idea of what we're looking at if we're looking for to identify a trend. So if we wanted to go actually out to the daily, we could see that we are currently in an uptrend. So how can we figure that out? We can start by grabbing our trend line tool over here. We want to try to pull it from the bottom of the closest to the swing bottom. It's not always going to line up perfectly. And then you kind of want to just kind of pull it up along and just so you can kind of see we're sort of in an uptrend right now. So that's one way to kind of see the overall macro. And then what you want to do is basically that'll kind of give you an idea what direction we're headed. And then if you wanted to, if you were looking to set up a trade, which is I'm sure why we're all here and looking to do TA, we'd go into a more. We can use you guys okay with using a 1 hour for this exercise?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure we're all on the same page here.
Yeah.
So I can see we're kind of in an uptrend right now, a local uptrend in the 1 hour. I'm sure you guys all have been following, so we can see that we have a trend line right here. So essentially, what that trend line is telling me is as long as Bitcoin stays above it and price action stays above it, we're going to remain in an uptrend. Typically, price action likes to come and retest these trend lines, and you'll see multiple bounces before another takeoff. And as long as we're creating higher highs and higher lows throughout that trend, the trend is still valid. And that's our basis line if you really want to start looking to set up a trade. We can actually, I'll show you this on. And if you really wanted to get down into it, you could even go into lower time frames, and you could do the same thing and identify even local trends to kind of give yourself an idea. Like depends on if you're trying to snipe out your entry, but this is like ideally you would start from the higher time frames like I did, and then work your way down and kind of really narrow it in to what you're looking at. So you can kind of see. And again, it just depends on what time frame you want to trade on. But I'm trying to give you an idea of how it can be done on different time frames. So let's get rid of this one. We'll get rid of the 15. We're going to stick with the 1 hour. So I believe the next thing we really want to do is we want to try to identify major supports and resistances. And I think Scott's going to kind of take you guys through that. So
yeah,
I will unshare my screen. And yeah, go ahead. Scott, it's all you, bud.
All right, let me share mine here. You're the right one. Okay. All right, so I'm going to briefly cover the Fibonacci sequence and the horizontal resistance. As we see, I have the 4 hour chart here. I'll go down to the 1 hour in a few minutes. I'm just going to cover the basics on the 4 hour chart. So for support and resistance, those are areas where previous price action reacted as perhaps a support or a resistance. The price might have bounced off of it, rebounded off it. It might even have gone through it, breaks through the support or resistance. But so we have an example here. If we look where the price currently is, let me put a box around it, rectangle. So this is an area here that could be considered a support and resistance area, where price tried several times back here to break through, but it didn't do that. It was rejected. And it came along and broke through and acted as a resistance for a while, a support for a while. And then eventually broke back down and then acted as a resistance again. And now currently it seems to be in a resistance area. So you can see there's various areas like that. We have here an area where it's touched it several times. Down here we have an area where it's touched a couple of times. We have the lows. Another one would be, let's see, like in here. Another example. So on the chart, there's usually several areas that the price had reacted as a support or resistance. Some are more obvious than others. And these support and resistance lines, they're they go along well with Fibonacci's because often the Fibonacci numbers will line up with these areas of support and resistance. I'll cover that in a second. One thing to know about these horizontal resistance and supports is that sometimes they have what's called an SR flip, as we see here, where it was a resistance for a while, and then it flipped and became a support, and then flipped back to become a resistance again. That's known as an SR flip. So, next part is Fibonacci's, which are based on a mathematical sequence called the Fibonacci sequence. I won't bore you with the mathematical details, except to tell you that the Fibonacci sequence is a sequence of numbers, and the retracement levels are basically ratios of these numbers. And there are three main ones that I'm going to look at right now. One's the 618. We get our tool out here. So we have the 618 Fibonacci level. That is called the golden ratio, because that's where you have the price comes up and then it starts to retrace back down because we have pullbacks. Even though it's in an upwards trend, the price can't keep going up forever. So we have periods that are called pullbacks that are called retracements. And that's where the Fibonacci tool helps us. So it pulls back. Often you'll see the price will bounce off of that 618. That's called the golden ratio. We also have the golden zone, which is the area here between the 618 and the 786. The 786 is the square root of 618, so that's the relationship between those two. So you'll have the price coming up, and it comes back down. It might go through the 618, but then you still have an opportunity that might bounce off an area in this golden zone. It might even go down to the 786 and bounce off. So it's not a set rule. It's just areas that things have happened in the past, and also it's an area where people have traders tend to use the Fibonacci's, so we know that often a lot of people will react to them. That's why it happens. Then the third one is this 382. That tends to be a level that pulls back to if you're in a strong trend. So it might not even make it all the way back to the 618. So the price might come up if it's a really strong uptrend. Instead of going down to the 618, it'll bounce off the 382. So those are the three Fibonacci levels to keep an eye on. And we can see here that it goes along well with the horizontal support and resistance by... So I'm going to make a Fibonacci from this peak here to this low. And we can see areas where it could act as resistance. Like right here, we have a area that looks obviously like a support resistance area. So what we might even do is take the rectangle and draw that zone on. And we see that it lines up with the 618 of that Fibonacci retracement. So that's how we have that relationship. We also have, going the other way, we have, if we go from this low here to the peak, the current peak, lo and behold, here's this 382 that lines up with this area as well. So that actually, that was a Fibonacci level for both of these ones that we drew. They line up almost identically. So from this peak to that low, and from this low to that peak, the levels are they're flipped because they're going different directions, but they're all lined up. That also shows you that we have a zone here where that peak bounced off of. Now that's on the higher time frame. And if we go down to the 1 hour, we can use those levels that we mapped out at the higher time frames to have areas where we keep an eye on at the lower time frame to see where we can find good entries. So currently we're bouncing around under this area that is acting as a resistance at the moment because it's not hasn't broken through and continued on. So right now we would treat this area as an area of interest that is a resistance. We could even do a Fibonacci for this range right here. So from this last low to this current high, we can see that it's actually come down and bounced off of this 382 line, which is possibly indicative of it becoming a stronger trend. I mean, you obviously won't know until it happens, but you can see it bounced off this 382. It didn't make it all the way down to 618. Now both of these are they're indicators that you don't take a trade off of one by itself. Just because you do a Fibonacci, say, oh, here's a 618. We're approaching a 618. I'm going to make a trade right now. You want to have some confluence between two or more indicators or strategies that gives you a possible reaction zone. And the more confluence you have with different indicators and strategies, the more likely it is that a reaction will happen and you'll be more comfortable making a trade in that area. But don't ever take these as just by themselves as, oh, here's a resistance zone, it's going to automatically do something. It may not, it may blow right through it.
Very true.
So that is horizontal and support and Fibonacci's, the basics.
So can I hop in there quickly?
Sure.
So some of the people might be beginners. Can you just explain the concept of drawing rectangles over horizontal lines?
Yes, let me see here. The rectangles just give you a zone because in the real world, the perfect world, everything would line up on a line. You could take your horizontal line and you would put it on a peak and they would line up. In this case, it happened to line up on these 2 points, but we also have these areas over here that it goes up above and below. It doesn't always react exactly at that point. So if we use a rectangle, we can have a zone where the price reacts to that zone. So it comes up here, it's in that zone. Once it's there, we can look at it and keep an eye on it to see, okay, is it going to reject or is it going to keep going? And it's same over here, it rejected. Down here in this zone, for example, we have a rejection here, but when we came along here, it went all the way through. So, like I said, in a perfect world, straight lines would be where we reacted, and it would make life so much simpler. But it's not a perfect world, so we use these rectangles just so we can capture more touches on the zone to show that, okay, if we're in that area, that's where we want to start keeping an eye on our trade and see if we can find a trade that will work for us.
That's good.
Yeah, thanks, Scott.
What other indicators? We're going to do that. Do you want me to put up the
I'll stop my screen here.
do you want me to show the RSI?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sure.
Okay, let me go back here and share. Okay, 1 moment. Okay, let's see. Tell me when you can see it. Give me 1 moment. It should be coming up any minute. Tell me when you can see it. and ignore the yellow line. I block out. Those are like different levels. The yellow lines, and I use Lux Algo, so I hit it. So it wouldn't confuse people, but those are just past levels on a weekly time zone. The yellow from historical values going way back to 2016. So again, on my chart, yeah, on here, these lines, these are make sure. And one thing I did want to point out for the newbies on Trading View, you can draw, move it, whatever you want. If you don't want to ruin something you know for a fact is good, valid, you can lock your charts to the left. There's a little key. It says lock all drawing tools.
Hey,
Click
Beth.
that. Yeah.
Make sure you're sharing your screen.
They can't see it?
No,
we can't.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry, you guys. That's so odd. Let me go back there because I said share it. Hold on. It says I'm sharing. It says, oh my God, that's so odd. Hold on.
I can see your screen now.
We see it. We see you. You're good.
Oh, okay, good. Because I was like, wait a minute. They're probably like, what is she talking about? All those yellow lines for the weekly values of Bitcoin. Where it's hit. Anyway, I was saying just before we go into the RSIs, on your left-hand side, there's a little button with a lock sign, and that will come in very handy if you don't want to lose something you've already drawn out. This is actually a daily chart of Bitcoin. I like to use stochastic RSI and RSI. Obviously, they work better on different time values, different time time frames that we trade in, and you never want to use them as one conflicting or one confluential item. You want to use them everything in tandem to learn what you learn in school. So on the bottom here, I actually use one that you may or may not be familiar with. It just kind of shows you where, and this is stochastic RSI, where it flips, or it tends to flip. And remember, just because it's at the very bottom, and I like to always trade, if you want to buy low, sell high, right? So if it's at the very bottom, that's where I look to enter my trades. I have found that Lux Algo has helped me a lot, but that's a little too far advanced for right now. Towards the end, if you guys want to see a little bit, maybe if we have time, I'll pop it on. But this will kind of give you some confluence. You can see based on where, when the green candles are up, RSI tends to do what? Go up. But look at this situation. Completely opposite, right? Right here, it's going up. Actually, I take that back. There's a short candle right here. It looks like almost a doji before it. But normally, RSI is just one of the indicators that we use to help make trades. A measurement of the oscillated movement of the trades, how quickly, depending on what time frame that you're on. I don't know the algorithm. Somebody smarter than me does. So you have stochastic RSI and you have regular RSI. Now, I have also found that they are not always going to match each other. The RSI for me, the relative strength index, seems to work better on higher time frames than lower time frames. For me, I will not be short a trade unless the RSI is between 90 and 100%, and I would like the stock RSI to be the same, equivalent. Sometimes if it's on higher time frames, I will do 15. The lowest I'll go on shorting is 80%, and that's just me. You guys will find whatever you find useful for you. But this is a tool that I always look at before I take any trade. And if 4 out of 5 tools that Sheldon teaches us are there, I take a trade. I used to take them all the time, and I did not listen to him in this team, and I paid for it. You will learn so much here in the school, and we're just showing you the basics. So yeah, I use both of them on every single trade I do, just as one idea of confluence.
Hey, Beth.
Yeah.
Where can I find the stock RSI and those indicators? I was looking for them.
Sure. So if you guys have never added an indicator, that's a very good question. If you look at the very top of your screen, you're going to see it says indicators, metrics, and strategies. All you have to do is double click on that. Click on that. And what I like to do is I favorite, which is the yellow little star. One thing I can do is I've learned a lot of tips and tricks on TradingView. I went on my own and took 2 courses. Favoriting is a great thing. So obviously, if it's on here, you're seeing things that I use or have favorited because I use them. I don't use all of it all the time. Now, a lot of it has been replaced because I did buy the Lux Algo package through Crypto Banter, and I found that has really helped me. But yeah, you just type anything you want. So for example, if I was trying to find RSI, I would just type in relative strength index. It's the first thing that comes up, and you just click on it, and it's automatically going to be added to your chart. So now I have 2 of them, so I'll just get rid of one of them. But yeah, I mean, this is, you know, if you're just coming into this chart can be overwhelming. Way too many lines for most people. But this is because I was marking out, like I said, weekly information based on what happened yesterday with this, or 2 days ago. I can't remember. Oh, there's a big pump on the daily. Sorry, I keep forgetting. I don't even know what pump was yesterday. It was right around here. Oh wait, yeah, right here. So yeah, I mean, we are. It's surprising that we're actually closing. To me, we may close above that candle from yesterday. Not to talk about stats, but anything else you think that you want me to talk about RSI? What I will do, I went and printed out the exact definitions of them. I will post them to the chat for you guys.
Yeah, I have a question actually. So, how do you determine your levels that it's oversold or overbought? Like, what are the numbers?
That's a very good question. So again, I'm not going to only use. I mean, I actually use a different tool for that now. It's from Lux Algo, but without that, you obviously I started high time frames. So for example, let's just take right now. This is pushing up, right? You would think that this is could be pushing towards a turn. You know, if it comes up to this high. Let me get the brush. Give me 1 second. I mean, this is what I could be completely wrong, but in my opinion, as long as this trend line here on the daily, as long as we are trending up, we're still in an uptrend. That could very well change. Obviously, 2 other indicators you may want to pop on your 50 and 200 moving day averages. Now, these are on weekly moving day averages, and I will show you how if you guys to change them. Let me just make this what I was wanting to happen. Not that it may, if I want it, it may or may not happen, but something like this, maybe then this. If we break that, then I'm going to start. That's reverse a trend, change of structure. So I used to not be as detailed. Now I'm trying to slow down, pay more attention in defining my levels. Just look for horizontals. I always make the rectangles too. I use Lux Algo and I use Fibonacci. So if we wanted to run a fib just to see possibly how far can Bitcoin fall right now, right? Well, based on the information that we have, it depends on what time frame you were looking at. So if you want to do it, and most people, for me, 2 ways. If it's on the higher time frames, I'm going to use the current levels up for that move, which is not that large. This is almost an arranging pattern for me. It is, but I would draw a fib down to that low right there, what's equal to that green candle next to it, and see where my fibs turn out. These are likely, not mandatory, locations where it may reverse, right? So here's your 7. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Obviously, these are likely locations where it may switch to. So your 618 right here. You know, there are some touches, 1, 2, 3, 4. If you go down the line, there's several. So there's a good reaction. Obviously, it already happened 1, 2, 3 times. So could it come back here? Absolutely. And that's pretty much what I do. What I like to do also is look at the trends on different time zones. So I'll go back to the 12-hour. Are we still in an uptrend? Yes, we are. But now, as you can see on the 12-hour, tiny little candles that are red appearing here. So would I short this right now? Let's see. You go up. What's your RSI? Suck RSI. Suck RSI. No, I think this has room to go up. This isn't even at 80. And I believe if the yellow line crosses over first, and I could be wrong with this, so don't mark my words with this, that trend has a higher rate of actually following through on this wave, but I could be wrong. I don't want to give you guys the wrong information, but I'm going to make a note to find that out. Does anybody know the answer to that? Jackie, you may know. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but on your RSIs, if the yellow line crosses over the purple first, I know there is some significance, but I don't know what it is.
So the yellow line is the MA on your RSI.
Nice.
So
okay.
the average of the strength.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And that's what I was going to say, but I didn't want to get it wrong. So yeah, I use that. I use this. I use both. Today's been I have not had a lot of time to actually look at the charts, but for me, again, I don't go into any trade now unless all of Sheldon's pretty much rules are in play. I won't enter it. I'd rather come back. But again, check the trend line. It's maybe turning down on the 12 hour, on the 8 hour. Same thing. I'm not convinced. 1 hour and 4 hour. Let me make sure you guys can actually see this. On the 4 hour, yeah, it's still, I mean, you guys can see clearly range. So would I draw out my square, my support resistance levels? Absolutely. Obviously based on, I use Fibonacci 2 to do this, but I mean, here. I mean, it's if you look at it, and some people trade just on support resistance lines. I don't recommend that you do that. But again, once you guys first start, once you just stick with the basics. That's why I don't even want to turn on Lux Algo, because you're going to have a million questions. I again took time to take 2 Lux Algo classes, but you guys can clearly see that this is a zone. It's ranging in here. This is a zone. But if you're a scalper, I mean, some scalpers here, they're going to short. Here, they're going to long. They're going to do it all day long. So when you start out, don't take too many trades. Don't worry about how many trades you get. Worry about how much you're losing. Don't worry about how much you're winning. Worry about how much you can lose. So that's where, if you haven't seen some of the other presentations that this team has done today, you should go back and listen to them. The risk management, everything. I mean, it's just, that's so important, I think. But I can stop sharing if somebody else wants to jump in here.
Yeah, I think we're gonna move on to the risk reward part. Kind of piece this all together. So we
Thank you.
So I will share for now and go back to the Bitcoin, since we've been using that. So we learned a few things so far. We learned about trend lines. We learned about support and resistances. We learned about Fibonacci's, and we learned about the stochastic RSI, which is all in Sheldon's program. And if you guys have gone through school, you will learn that. So how do we piece this all together? And how do we determine risk reward if we're going to take a trade? So we got this. We're on the 1 hour with Bitcoin. We have our resistance, which was given to us by Scott earlier, and he shows it goes all the way. It goes way further back. So we see that this is definitely a line that's been respected, and you can see that we have.
We don't see your screen, brother.
You know what? Make sure. Yeah, you have to hit present. Sorry, it's coming.
Sharing.
Oh yeah, that's what happened to me. It just takes a moment.
Give me a second. Let me try resharing that.
Oh no, it's there. You had it. It was just taking a moment. Sorry.
Oh no.
It was there. It just takes like 30 seconds, maybe. There you go.
Sure. So let me know when you guys can see it, so I don't.
We can see.
Yep.
All right. Awesome. So let me go back. So basically, we have. Let's start. We had our resistance that we got from Scott. We see that this is a major area. We have our trend line that we drew on the 1 hour earlier, kind of giving us the direction of Bitcoin. I'm trying to scroll in a little bit so you guys can see this a little bit better. So we kind of have an idea of where the trend's going, and we're hitting resistance now. We're looking at, we learned a little bit about our stochastic RSI tool, and we can see if the double click stochastic RSI is a little bit towards the bottom. So the way I'm looking at it is, if I were to take, let's say we were looking to take a long position, and we want to determine our risk reward. First, we want to know where's the best spot we're going to take it. So we'd want to see a few things happen. We'd want to see a test on the trend. We want to see stochastic RSI in the oversold area. And typically on the lower time frames, you want it to be lower than 10. I believe that's in between 15 and 10 is what Sheldon teaches. It might go a little bit lower depending on what time frame you're on. And then we're going to draw our fib, because right now we're looking for multiple confluences to figure out where we're going to take this trade, and then we can determine risk reward. So we see we have a 618. Let me get rid of some of these lines here. We'll look at the ones that we like the most. So we see we got a 618, and lines up with the trend line, and we also have that support a little bit underneath where we can see all the consolidations going on right here. So the way I would look at this and how I would plan a trade out would start by grabbing my risk reward tool, because you want to plan your trades in advance. You don't want to be jumping into trades. You want to know exactly what you're getting into beforehand. So my target area, I think this would be a great area. So let's start our risk reward tool. Where will we be taking the trade from? So we know that if we were to take it back up to the first support of resistance, let's say we want to be conservative. We want to take it somewhere up here. We could always leave some in there, but let's say for now we're just doing a scalp. How much are we willing to risk? And we know in Sheldon's program, he talks about a 3-to-1 minimum. So we would, in this case, to get a 3-to-1 reward ratio, and you can see right here on the numbers, I'll zoom in a little bit. It actually shows you when you pull up this tool what your risk reward would be. So you could see 3.2 right here. So, and we know that, and at the bottom, it's showing a percentage. That's the percent you would lose. Now that's without leverage. You have to keep that in mind, guys. And the percentage you see at the top is the percent gained in the trade. So we have about a 3-to-1 risk reward ratio. It would keep our stop loss essentially underneath the 618. If we start to lose this level and we start to break this trend, there's a good chance that our trade's invalidated and we want to be out of the trade anyway. So let's say that we'll keep this as a good stop level. All right. And so this is how you would line everything up. You'd have to decide yourself how much you want to put in. It depends on your risk reward personally. Like for me, if you want to only risk $50 and your reward would be $150, you would want to make sure it's calculated out. So if you were losing 1% here, you could trade with a lot of money if it's on spot. But if it's on leverage, you have to remember any percentage you see here, for example, this 0.90%, it's going to be multiplied by the leverage. So if you're trading on 2x, that is now it's a 1.8% loss. Your reward will go up as well. So that's something you have to keep in mind when you're doing your risk reward. George is actually going to show you how you can actually do this on the exchange, and you can actually get your, basically you could find out before you even take a trade how much you'd be losing or winning in a trade, and how you can adjust the leverage and all that stuff. So I will stop sharing and switch it over and let George take over.
All right. Well, since we are working together, and these are the mechanics of how to to aim for a successful trade, what were the numbers that you had on our profit loss calculator in TradingView? And I ask that because that's where I start figuring out whether or not it's the right time to get into a trade. I've drawn the trend line. I know the direction of the market. I have my trend lines. I'm using my stock RSI to let me know this is the right entry at the bottom, at the top. I've used my profit loss calculator. And so what's the profit and loss we have at this point, Eddie, that we're going to take over to the exchange?
So we're looking at about a 1% loss for a 3% gain.
Okay. You're looking at Bitcoin. So let me start sharing my screen right now. Please. And so share screen.
It takes a moment.
Yes.
It's okay.
All good. And since
One
this is
thing
my
you all
first
learn
time,
to have is crypto. You will learn to have patience in this industry. If you don't have
actually,
it,
since I had to move to a new computer, and because I was having camera issues on the other one, now I'm getting Google Chrome may need to be able to record the contents. It needs to quit and reopen. And I'm like, no,
technology.
no.
It's okay.
So, Eddie, I wish I really had the ability to show you this. So when you're in the exchange, and so good to be here. Thank you everybody for stepping in and making it all flow this 24-hour marathon, because it's really a team effort. And I was supposed to talk about market direction. So thank you guys for really just stepping in and making this awesome for everybody. Taking the trade on the exchange, you're going to have a location within your trading view that is going to enable you to set your take profit and your stop loss. And the best practice is to set that up right before you go into a trade. We have a couple of minutes here, so if you'd like, I can restart Chrome and be back in here in a second and show that off. I think it'll be.
I think that's good because I started using that. You should definitely. That's really good for them to see, I think.
Okay, I'll be right back. Apologies.
No, it's okay.
I have a question
Marathon
for you,
Go.
Eddie, in the meantime.
Yeah.
You talked about leverage. Do you recommend that new traders dip their toes into leverage?
I think every trader should start, and this is my personal thing, I don't think you should start with leverage. I think you should start 1x on a futures. You don't have to trade spot. There is a very big difference. But yes, I think 1x leverage is where everybody should start. Prove that your system works before you start to add leverage, because leverage, basically you have to be better at getting your entries and be more accurate for leverage to work in your favor. And it's just a tool, essentially. It allows you to, utilize your capital more, like more openly. And I think like Sheldon says, if you're going to do leverage, do a very small amount. Start with low leverage. I personally trade with 3x leverage, and that's just comfortable for me because the price doesn't move too fast and it's within my own comfort zone. And I think a lot of people should experiment. It's kind of like when you're learning to swim. You don't just jump in the deep end. I mean, you can, but a lot of people, you're going to have that traumatic experience if you do that. And if you learn to kind of learn to swim by like moving gradually through it and moving up and building your tolerance and making your way into the deep end slowly, you kind of like acclimate yourself for it. And I think you'll find your comfort zone. Yeah, I hope that answered that.
Good.
Yeah, people don't realize too, make sure when you're on your exchange, no matter what exchange you're using, every time you go to a new token that you want to trade, sometimes that exchange will automatically default it to cross margin or 20x isolated. So just make sure before you take a trade that you're actually looking at the exchange. And I mean, we can show you how to do that if we will. Because leverage, people don't realize that they can get really wrecked quickly on cross margin or leverage both.
Yeah, it's while George is loading up our screen, I actually have a story about that. So for any of you guys who maybe still learning or have gotten hurt in trades, I didn't know what margin account was at first, and I put $1,500 into it, and I didn't realize what the difference, how I only opened up a trade for $500, and then I come back a day later, no stop losses, and my entire account was wiped. If you're in a cross or in a margin account.
Yes.
I think he froze.
Yes, it wasn't only me.
No, he froze. I'm like, hopefully it didn't happen to him again. I'm kidding. No, he would never do that again.
And if you're going to start with, when you start getting into leverage and margin, make sure you understand it before you
and the fees on your exchange too, because the higher leverage you go, whether it's long or short, the more fees you're going to be charged.
Yeah.
Very interesting question that David's highlighted here.
I know, I just saw that. Oh God.
Basics.
I mean, we can't give financial advice out here. I mean, there are some we can always tell you what we, I have no problem telling you what I own, what coins I trade or buy, but there's a lot of new things coming. Oh, it's my
link in the chat, man.
My microphone's too loud. Sorry. I'm going to lower my microphone. I apologize. Apparently it's louder. Oh, I see why. Okay. That's much better. Sorry about that. Yay.
Yeah. Yay. So sorry about that. Took a minute to get it brought up. I see that okay. It's actually showing there. So actually on, I have my own version of TradingView here, and best practice, always create the, set up your profit and loss in TradingView where you have all your technical analysis. And what I do is I port it. It's so that I have an understanding of where I'm thinking the price is going to go and what my profit levels are. So I'm using the current Bitcoin price and I'm getting ready to actually short Bitcoin. Not necessarily the best idea. It's not what I would be choosing to do on a Saturday right now, but the price is coming down. And what I want to do more than anything is I'd like to I'd like to demonstrate the take profit and stop loss. I use the Bybit exchange. It's the one that I'm feeling the most comfortable on. And so where we go and we, you know, document where we want we want to do for take profit and stop loss is right here. All exchanges have a slightly different location, but this is something that you can do when you're trading derivatives in spot. When you're doing it in spot, what you would actually do is set up a conditional. You would set it up as a conditional. So if price goes over this price, then sell it. Otherwise, or if price goes in this direction, then sell it. So there's really only one trade out there. It'll whichever one actually hits is the one that gets put on the books. So right now, before I can even enter in my take profit stop loss, I have to actually put in, how much I plan on spending. Then I'm able to click here, which launches this. Up here, you have long and short, right? So your stop loss on a long is going to be in a completely different location than the stop loss on your short. And luckily, Bybit lets you know, like, hey, your stop loss is opposite to what the direction of the trade you're about to take. But always verify that you're doing it for the correct direction. So here, based on my, and I'm going to just say that I expect a 15% increase, and my stop loss is going to be 3%. So as Eddie was saying earlier, this 3%, when I did it in my, when I set things up in my trading view, when I set everything up in my trading view, on trading view it said 1%, right? Or it said actually a far less than 1%, because my actual the leverage that I'm using is 10. So this would have been like 0.03 of a percent when I first outlined it on TradingView. I hope that's making sense. And I'm on a different computer, so buttons have disappeared. There we go. All right, marathon on. All right. So now my take profit stop loss is outlined here. Now, this is one of the things that I like to do is when I am actually, setting up my stop loss and my take profit, I like to set it on the current order, because if I add to it, I actually need to come in and manually update it. Set it on entire order, I get confused, because what happens is it starts to put a bunch of different symbols here on the chart. So let me sell short for a very quick second. Let me just double check this, because I'm not looking to lose any money. So
I know, right? 2 seconds.
Yeah.
God forbid. That would be happy for you though if you did.
Taking one for the team over here. Taking one for the team. Yeah. All right. So I am going to sell short. All right. So now we're waiting for it to actually hit. And once it hits, it's going to put, here are the markers, okay, that you'll start seeing on your screen. I know I'm in a bad state when I have lots of markers, one candle right after another, looking at a 1 hour chart. It means I'm over trading. So if you really look for your sniper entries, you're going to have the price bounce around here, and you're waiting for somebody to pick up the order. Now, this is the moment where I'm like, oh my goodness, I missed the trade. I need to chase the price. And that's not the right thing to do. Your decision for your take profit and your stop loss was based on entry in a specific area. So before we go chase this price, we should actually go back and look at our TA. Are we still in the region? Okay. So I need to look at mine. Because of the way my computer's configured, I can't actually share this with you right now.
What I was going to tell you, I don't mean to bother you, but the one thing to point out also is it's a limit order, so versus market order. So obviously when you're placing limit orders, you are putting the price that you want that order to hit. That's the difference for people that may or may not have known that.
Yes, thank you so much for pointing that out. So with market orders, I I do more really scalping trading. I like to enter a trade in a day and exit a trade in a day. And I'm still in the learning phase. My account is very small. I've had to refund it because I haven't done trading perfectly. So through doing the different trading exercises, I've lost money, and I've invested too much sometimes. But I'm using the school fees that I was given, and I've grown that and regrown it, and then make more mistakes. So I limit, because what I find is that when I do a market buy, and I know Dylan does them all the time, and I'm kudos to him because he's obviously got more abilities with this. But when I market buy, I seem to just I just seem to become clicking happy to just market buy. I get in at the wrong price, immediately flips against me. I'm upside down as soon as I got in, and look at that, my order was just filled at the price I wanted, instead of the price that somebody else was dictating. Now, I think I've also been triggered out of this. Oh, I've got take profit, stop loss. Okay, perfect. I was just talking, not listening. But now we are here. And why? There's my stop loss. Okay. This is looking at it in this view, right, where I'm looking at the current orders. So under here, you can see active orders, right? So if I don't want to do it because I just don't feel like playing with my money. But if I have an active order that a partial order, or I'm waiting for an order that I set at a limit price to come through, it's going to show here. Conditional orders, like I was talking about, if the price goes to this, then please execute the requested, put this trade on the books. So something you could say here is, okay, if the price falls to, let's say, 29,600, then immediately put a buy on the books for 26 or 25.99, and the order value will be that. So it waits for the trigger price to be actually hit before it executes. So I don't use conditionals in that way. Conditionals are beneficial on spot trading. It has been my experience, but I'm also new at this, so I'd love to hear what Crypto Jaki has to say about what I've said so far in regards to setting things up on the exchange. Am I?
You're muted.
I think he's muted.
Sorry.
Okay.
You're spot on. The only thing that I want to amplify here is take your time and make sure you're putting in the values right. It's easy to get it wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, that's 100% the truth. And I went to the wrong screen. So if I come back over here, let's take a look at that. So we're going to sell short. Okay. Oh, order change successfully. Oh, bloody. That's all I have to say.
You're so funny. You don't have to execute any more orders. You don't have to. I'll do my demo.
When we come into here, okay, and we're looking at this price specifically. Okay, so now I'm going to do my stop loss, and I want my stop loss to actually be 29,607. Okay, or 10. 610. If you set your stop loss in the wrong direction, the interface generally tells you that you have it going in the wrong direction. So one of the tricks that I use to quickly upgrade my take profit, or to change my stop loss, is and this works on Bybit because it seems to get in an argument with me about changing the value here to a positive, is I'll actually put what I've come up with on my trading view. So now I've moved the marker up. I use my stop loss there because I'm constantly drawing new profit loss calculators. So I figure out what's the number that I need to hit on the other side. So I'm going to take 10% off the table, or when it at 10%, I want to I want to take profits. So I've been able to put that down here, and now I have a positive number here. So if I come into here and try to just put in a positive number, it always wants to put a negative number in. So that's one little hack that I've used, and I use regularly to take a positive stop loss and put it into where my stop loss will be. So we do have this coming up. You see this error up here. You know, the interface will tell you if something's not going through, try looking for errors showing up on the screen. The stop loss price must be lower than the order price. So I was trying to manually chicken type that in here to give the example, but I'm, you know, all nerves just being up here anyways. But you see that that is being triggered because the price is currently below 10% gains for me. So my stop loss needs to be below the current price. All right. So I hope that helps. I hope I didn't confuse anybody with that. And I'm going to go off screen because I'm going to go figure out what the heck I've done over here. So, yeah, I'm a bull, Bitcoin bull. I don't know why I shorted, but yeah, thanks for letting me come up and share.
Thank
Eddie,
you.
is your video working okay?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Internet went out, guys. Sorry. Had a little blackout.
I had a power outage earlier today, so
I did too. That's so weird.
Yeah.
Weird.
I was talking to myself for a little bit, then I realized it. So it's always fun.
So what's going on in the chat? Do we have any questions coming out?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you guys have any questions, we've answered some questions about the United States and exchanges.
Are you going long?
I know, right? I'm not. I haven't looked at the chart. I'm stopping myself.
I'll answer that question for you. If you
Go for it.
We're at resistance. We're at a major resistance. If you're going, I'm not saying it can't pump, but if you go long into a resistance,
I'm gonna go look now.
You're doing everything that you're not supposed to do as a trader. You want to short resistances and long supports. So
exactly.
Wait for a retracement if you want to go long.
Yes.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yeah.
There are some exchanges that have the demo trading, just so you guys are aware out there. I know MEXC does. They have demo.
I just want to share like a brilliant piece of alpha on those demo accounts. So I was at a Bybit conference in South Africa 2-3 weeks ago, and they've actually managed to code their demo derivatives exchange to follow the exact market conditions. So
no way. Huh. Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Because MEXC is all over the place. I mean, it's roughly okay, but it's not the same. And the KYC thing, for those of you guys that are on exchanges, I mean, for the United States, hope it's getting difficult, but I don't care. I'll move out of the country before I stop trading.
Well, Coinbase is.
You can finish your sentence.
Yeah, so Coinbase is going to be they're introducing futures, so Americans should have access to that. I mean, unless SEC steps in, but I think pretty soon we'll be good if you're in the US. So
here we go. This is a gem from Simon Chaos. Check the chat. Digital ID for anyone who needs to get a different identification. Use that, and you'll be able to KYC on any exchange.
Oh my god, I want that right now.
Is that the Palau digital ID?
Yes,
yeah.
Palau ID.
I think I'm gonna have to get one.
So what does it do? It just gives you like a passport to some country that doesn't exist? I'm confused. I'm just confused.
It's a digital country, so essentially.
Oh my god, let's make another one. Let's all make one. I'm just kidding. Kidding.
I think you pay something like $250 to get your registration and to get your ID documents. And then once it's set up, you can use it on anything you need to, and it's valid everywhere.
Oh my god, I have to do that. I think they were at the Bitcoin conference, actually. They were.
And
nice.
And they're supposedly looking into getting property so you can pay to have an address there as well. At some point.
And the metaverse coming. Whenever everybody says it's not here, NFTs don't mean anything. They may not be as valuable. So some of them are not, but I'm very pro the future.
Okay. Dr. Wolf Saber asked to repeat that one more time. So the link that I shared in chat, that is a digital ID for a country that they're starting. And the idea is that you can set up your identification from anywhere in the world, and you can use this digital identity as your replacement for whatever you need it for. And it's accepted in quite a few places from my understanding.
I need to look into that one for sure. Absolutely.
It'll be interesting to see the Coinbase futures you mentioned, Eddie, how they deal with that for everyday people, retail, a lot of places.
Someone asked I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's going to be, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I used to work for the government, and I never know what they're thinking. So.
Usually the opposite of what you're thinking is what they're thinking.
Yeah.
Somebody just asked if XRP is going up. It's ranging on the 1 hour. Just so, and we can pull it up, I guess. Somebody, do you want to pull it? I can, or somebody else can. I actually need to run to the restroom really bad. If you can someone pull up XRP really quick, I don't mean to. I'll come right back.
I'll share. I have it up actually.
No, thank you. I was in the 1 hour. It's totally sideways in range. I'll be right back.
Just let me know when it actually is visible.
It's on the screen.
All right. So let's look at our bigger time frames first. Yeah, so we do have a range. So let's box that out. Because really, there's no way of telling if it's going up or down, but we kind of want to have some type of a idea where it could go or where it sits in the price action. So this is probably the range bottom. Range top somewhere around here. This seems to be an area where it seems to like to hit. And we're kind of dead center in the middle almost. So it could go either way as long as it's in this range. If you were to look at the stock RSI, 4 hours a little oversold. Looks like it's coming down. Could come down a little further. If you really want to get technical about it, if this is a bullish move, you could either look for, down is more likely, I think, just by looking at it. I'm sure. I could be wrong, of course, but let's pull up some fibs like we showed earlier. Is it on the 3?
Yeah, I think it rejected from the 200 moving average, XRP.
Did it? Let me pull that up, actually. The daily one? On
the 4 hour. On the 4 hour.
Well, the daily is right above it. So that's what's stopping. That's what's causing all this traffic up here. You have that major resistance. So I think XRP has a lot of I think it's consolidating. Right? Obviously, it is consolidating, but it's probably prepping for a bigger move. But this is a no trade zone for me. If you were going to short it, this would have been your area here. If you're looking to long it, wait for a pullback. You will want to see it towards the lower end of this range. Maybe
the 200 week is also there as well.
Where's the 200 week at?
In the same area.
Up here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's probably going to go down first, guys. I think all this pumpy action, a lot of times price likes to cool off a little bit before its next move up, or at least consolidate sideways. So,
and the 1 hour chart on XRP, if you draw a fib from the bottom move to the up, the 0.5 will be around
the 0.5,
like 0.50. That coincides with the 50 moving average as well. So that could be acting as support, and then it can keep going up if he's gonna go up. Otherwise,
yeah, you have the 50-day right there too. Actually, that's like you're saying, this might be a good bounce area. I know 50 cents has always been kind of like a line in the sand. When it breaks through 50 cents, if you see, it kind of sits here, it'll test it a few times, and it'll move up. So it's definitely consolidating. It could be prepping for a move up.
if it is if somebody's planning to short it, it will be like less than a 2% move, so it won't be worth it for my taste, right? So
I'll show you how you guys could actually have scalped that short if you really wanted
yeah,
to.
scalping will be way better.
I'll show you what you could have done because I was looking at this move earlier. So you could have drawn a trend line. Let me get this going right through here. And you would have known this was resistance because it bounced, rejected, came down, bounced. When it tapped off this again, came down and bounced, the next lower high, that would have probably been my entry, and I would have put my stop loss up there if I was going to take a short here. My stop loss probably would have went above these little highs right here if I was trying to be really tight with it. But yeah, and then you would have caught the breakdown. I know Sheldon talks about getting retests too. That's definitely the safest play if you're going to do a breakout like this. You want to wait for, if you waited for the retest and you got some type of rejection or reaction, that would have been like the safest short you could take. Sometimes these trend breaks, they can be false moves. They'll pump out. Like if you see here, it'll wick out and then come back in. That's trying to trap you, essentially. But yeah, I mean, this would have been, if we were to do our risk reward, we probably would have taken it down to here, would have been our first take profit. Oh, I got the wrong one up. Make sure you have. So I would have scalped that. This is what the move I was looking at, but I ended up missing it. So I probably would have put the stop somewhere around here, probably on the top of that. I think it would have been safe to put it above that, probably taking it down to here. Yeah, it would have been anywhere between like a 2.5 to 3.5 risk reward ratio on that little scalp. And just wait for it to play out. But yeah, anybody else want to share anything? Any more questions?
So in this case, will you say that that's a no trade, right? Just wait for it to behave the way he's going to behave, to define where he's going.
I think one of you guys nailed it on the head earlier. I think it might have been George. She said you don't want to just jump into trades. You don't want to chase these pumps, chase these moves. You want to wait for price to get to your spot. It's almost like setting a trap. You set your trap, and you wait for price to get there. And if it doesn't get there, you catch the next trade. But if it gets there, at least you know you have a good entry and you're not going to be sweating a trade. I'll tell you what, the worst thing you can do is enter a trade in the middle of a range and then sweat it out. Yep. It's something I learned like early on, and I still do it occasionally, like when I'm FOMO or I get caught with emotions, but it's one of those things that you'll be so much happier. Your stress levels will be so much lower if you snipe out these entries and wait for price and just be patient.
Yeah, totally the truth. And so talking about XRP is one of the Dino bags that I have, Dino coin bags that I have that I'm watching. So this chart that I'm sharing is actually pretty much the full history of XRP. And you see that it was down at 0.0051.
George, we can't see yet.
Oh, okay, let me see.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Okay, sorry about that. So, the history for XRP actually starts back in like 2015, right? And so it went a couple of years without making any gains. This is actually XRP's full gain all the way up. They wicked all the way up to $3.28. Somebody laughing over there? Sounds like it. But yeah, being back down here at 50 cents, what I'm actually tracking is the uptrend. It is in a downtrend. 50 cents is an area that it loves. There's tons of resistance. It goes down, like 11 cents is as low as it's been. It hasn't gone there since this, uprise or double top here to the last, last bull run. So really, we're looking at a low of 30 cents at the lowest end. So from Thales's presentation earlier and what he was talking about Bitcoin going lower, if Bitcoin were to go lower, you could look at a 30 cent, XRP. Now, what's happening around XRP makes that a sketchy bet to make. because I think there's a lot of hype that's going to go into next week and beyond. Shorting down, I think, is just based on what I've been seeing since I've been trading it instead of trying to fundamentally like look at the company. Um, I think it's going to hover, somewhere around 50 cents for a while before it really takes off because we need more money coming into crypto in order for it to go up.
The Dino DeFi is bullish, and XRP.
Yeah,
They have had some good news.
they have. Well, the settlement for XRP, so the SEC has dropped their case against Brad Garlinghouse and Chris Larson, but the rest of the case is still on the table. So the part of the case that ties to Ripple selling illegal security items to institutions is still on the table. But the SEC's position is becoming weaker and weaker and weaker as the dinosaurs that we have in government start realizing like people are going elsewhere. This is actually blocking Americans from transacting and doing participating in the free market. So hopefully changes come. Each administration comes with their own rules that play a role. And the SEC, lawsuit impacted XRP during the last bull run. It didn't reach the level that was expected. We were talking earlier, and I've been here all day, so I'm not exactly sure who said it last, but I during Thales's segment, when we have a rise in an asset, the expectation or the hope is that it goes over the prior bull run if it's still a solid asset, and you have to continually do that. And is it trading in that direction, or is the interest completely zero? If there's zero interest in a token, then who's going to put money into it, right? And you have to do that. As I look at the bags that I have, I need to is anybody ever going to be going back for Digibit? Is anybody even talking about it except for on some scam exchange out there? And so when I look at XRP, I need to look at what is the best opportunity I have to get my money out of this token. Because we invest and trade in hopes of making gains. So depending on what your entry is, how close can you come to that as a long-term investor if you're holding a dino bag? And you want to be looking on the weekly and the daily to actually see what the trend is, or drop it all right now. I actually believe in XRP, so I think they're at least going to go to my my entry for everything and where I want it to go. So just wanted to show this really long chart, and you can look on Poloniex for that.
George,
Mm-hmm.
there's a very, very strong explosive move that we might see happen on XRP. So you see that the first all-time high?
Yeah.
Take a trend line.
Okay.
And draw it from that high.
Okay.
All the way to the last high that we're currently at right now.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
so this one right here.
Yes.
Yes. I'm expecting an explosive move, but I
that's what we
stop
need
being
to
a
track.
fundamental.
That would be insane.
I don't get. I was such a fanboy, seriously. And then the pandemic hit, and I think a lot of people put their attention on other things. But yeah, I expect it to definitely go up, and I expect something explosive. The community around this, the institutional interest in this, the places where the chairman of the board is Chris Larson and CEO is Brad Garlinghouse. He was at Yahoo before coming over to Ripple. So, and the people that they had defending them during the case, prior attorneys at the SEC. So they're set up for a bigger push forward. And I think that's what the SEC is really most concerned about, because it could be really disruptive. And, a lot of people say XRP, the banker's token. And yeah, XRP, the banker's token, but considering the majority of the world doesn't have their region of the world is not deemed rich enough for somebody to set up a bank there. That's where I think solutions, with the XRP solution, with its low transaction fee and it being built for banks, no matter their size, if they can implement it, they can start transacting, is the idea. That was the selling point. And I've been around big banks, and I'd prefer that everybody has an opportunity to transact. I think it's a freedom, and this is a solution that hopefully will help in that institutional landscape. Bitcoin is the decentralized token. There's others that are decentralized. The need for decentralization, decentralized exchanges, ways for us to continue to transact, as all of the constraints on what we can do come in. Staying abreast on that information is really important if you like this freedom. So with that, I'm just going to stop my screen share. Get off my little flagpole of get into crypto.
Very good. It was great. We know you're pro XRP now. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a hard thing to say. It's easy to say. I think for me, the reasons why I'm in it are strong enough, but what got me into XRP was the fundamentals, right? The heartthrob. Substratum was another one, internet accessibility for the entire globe. I wasn't looking at it as a trade. I was dollar cost averaging into a token that was going down. So even when we're investing in tokens, we need to be looking at where it's going. Where is it trading? Because if you get out, depending on the size of your bag, if you get out, you can get in at a better price. And that's why I really appreciate crypto school, because coming at this from I call myself a fundamentalist now. I was a fundamentalist. I'm a reformed fundamentalist. Moving from the fundamentalist view to just trading. What is the chart saying? Not what are all the fanboys on Twitter saying? I am, for me, doing proper risk management and control of my money. When I'm just fundamentally, investing into a token, I'm not even doing myself justice. It's the same thing as throwing money at a stock on the stock exchange. So not financial advice, but you need a balance of fundamental analysis and technical analysis. And if you're trading and you're scalping, don't be emotionally tied to a token. I heard somebody say the other day, if you hate XRP, and maybe it was today, it's been a long day, but if you hate XRP, trade XRP. You won't have an issue with selling it if it starts to tank. You'll be like, done with this.
Yeah, it was Kyle.
Kyle. There we go. Exactly. Right. So if you don't, to really adhere to more of the trading rules versus the fundamental, the news came out, it chased the price, trade things that maybe you aren't so emotionally attached to. So, Scott, how you doing out there? I liked your segment. Very beneficial.
Thank you. I have a ZRX trade that I'm currently in that I can pull up that actually covers some of these basics that we just went over.
Yeah, go for it.
So let me see here. Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Still loading.
It's coming.
There we go. So I've been watching this for a few days. Now, first off, I have a love-hate relationship with ZRX. It was the first ICO I got into in 2017 when I first started. I bought the maximum amount you're allowed to get, which I think was 40,000 tokens at 4.5 cents each. Over the next few months, it peaked out at 2.5 cents each at 50x'd. And I said, oh, this is great. It's going to keep going. I eventually sold at 20 cents. So I did get a gain. Gain is a gain, but I didn't get nearly what I should have if I had known what I was doing back then. in any event, so I keep an eye on it just because I have a history with it. So I was looking on the 4-hour chart last couple of days. It kept dropping and dropping. So I had this resistance area, a support area that I drew. You can see it basically covers this peak here and this low point here. So that's why I drew that resistance area. And also, if you draw a fib from here to there, we line up right in that area, the 786. And in fact, you'll see it bounced off right at the 786. So once it did that, then I kept a closer eye on it. And I went into the 1 hour because I don't like using the 4 hour to try to enter trades in, but I like to look at the 4 hour to see where it's at. So I went to the 1 hour, and it started bouncing up. This light blue line is the 200-day. So it bounced off of that, made a higher low. So I drew the trend line, and then as it closed on a green, so I said, well, I'm going to enter my trade. I know often they say, wait for a higher high and a lower high, then another higher high and whatnot, but I was a little anxious, so I said, well, I'm going to take a chance. So I took the entry, put my stop loss below this low, so that if we had a lower low, it would take me out of the trade. And as we can see, it's going up. As we speak, it's going up. And one thing that you'll notice is if we do another fib, if we do a fib from here for this last leg here, and we zoom in on it, so here's our 382. And remember, I mentioned the 382 is when you have a strongish trend, sometimes it'll bounce off the 382 and not make it all the way down. So it bounced around, and this 382 was a support. That's also coincides with the 200-day, and this light pink one is the 21-hour EMA. So it looks like it's making a bit of a move right now, which I'm happy for. But
you're still in.
Essentially where yeah, I'm still in.
Good for you.
I put this where I should have gotten out, but I don't always go out when I should. As long as it's maintaining the trend, I'll sort of stay in it and keep an eye on it.
How do you manage your risk? Just
stop
curious.
loss. Yeah, I just make sure that I have a good stop loss within 1% and 3%. I learned my lesson about not using stop losses.
No, I meant like when you're when you're in profits. Do you TP? Do you move your stop to break even? Like when you're in the trade.
Yeah, like right now, I'm gonna move my stop loss to at least break even. So I don't have to worry about it. And then I'll keep an eye on this trend that we're on here. And if this starts petering out and moving a bit, I'll probably draw another trend line. Like I could probably even draw one right here, just to keep an eye on that. And just keep an eye on where it goes. At some point, if it starts going below these trend lines, I would take out the rest of it. Like right now, I might take out 50% of it, just
How a TP, man. That looks good.
just to take some and then see what the rest does. But yeah,
Great trade.
this is a time where you gotta keep an eye on it if you're not taking set levels.
I love the curvature underneath. How it like bottoms like that. That's usually a good indicator of a nice little move up.
Yeah. So it's been downtrend for a little while. It came up here, and then it's come down, and hopefully it'll go up again.
It looks like it could be forming cup and handle, maybe, which you won't want. I hope it doesn't. But
Yeah, that's very
I
bullish.
hope it doesn't.
Now, this is where you have the RSIs that sometimes, like, you know, the 1 hour is up near the top. It's going up, but if you look at the 4 hour, you know, the 4 hours approaching the top, but it still has a little bit of room left. Even the 8 hour is just starting to go up. So I think there's some room for some overall move here. I'll keep an eye on it and see what happens. But that was just the basic, that was just using some of the basics to decide whether I want to go into the trade or not.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah,
That's
that's solid.
We got a
Really
question.
is.
We got a question about automatic trailing stops. Do you want to go tell him about that, Scott? That's Robert M asking.
So I haven't really used them. I think when I first started, I used them a little bit, but I would find
I can
that
run
I
through
would
them if you
set
like.
this. Yeah, if you want to cover that, you'd probably give solid information.
Okay, so I don't need to pull up a chart for this. It's literally
Oh, yeah,
just
stop.
think of it as a stop loss, but then after the stop loss happens, right, it then starts moving from that specific point. So you would set up a limit area for where you want it to trigger. So let's say if your entry price moves up by 5%, and you had your take profit at this specific level, which is about, let's say, $10, not $10, 10% higher than the entry, right? So if you said the moment the price hits the 5% mark, from the 5% mark on that price, I want my stop loss to start moving up with the price at a gap of 1%. So that means for each 1% the price went up after the 5%, stop loss would move up from its original entry by the same size. So that would mean if you had a 2% stop loss under entry, it would move up to 1%. Because if it goes to 6%, your stop loss moved up 1% from the 5. So the stop loss will keep trailing up by 1% for each percentage it goes up in the range. So that's how the trailing stop loss works. And it will only work that way if it hits the price that you set it to trigger at. If the entry didn't go up by 5% and didn't go past 5%, your stop loss won't move.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
So does it work? You think that, have you tried it before, Jackie? Like, does it work well with the volatility of crypto?
I've tried it once, but the tokens that I was trading at the point didn't help because they weren't moving the percentages. Unfortunately, the trailing stop only works on tokens that are volatile. So yes, I do think for those tokens, it will be brilliant. Or when the bull run hits, because then you don't have time to move your stop loss up. You need to keep active with that. So those are the only two scenarios that I think it would work.
Yeah, I tried it a couple of times. The problem was the coins I had used, they were volatile, but they were very volatile within each candle. So you know, you have your trailing stops to a 2%, but the candle was 5 or 6% up and down. You know, it wasn't a solid candle. So I sort of stopped using it.
Hey, Eddie, you know I was just messing around with you about that cup and handle. You actually want that. You know I was just kidding you, right?
I didn't even hear what you said.
Oh, okay.
I heard cup and handle, and I was
cup and handle, so I was messing with you to see if you'd be like, "What? No, I want that to happen because you want it to go up." Normally, after that pattern comes,
so someone's asking for a trade right now.
I've got one.
You got one.
You
Go
got
for it.
one.
I have
Jackie,
one
is
after
it
you.
D&D? He's a D&D king.
I've got a soul entry afterwards.
He's good.
Okay. Let me get the screen share up here. Okay. It's one of the other rangers.
You're shorting, aren't you?
Probably, yes. Okay, so we're looking at Doge right now. This is actually one that I did with some of the students early in the week, and it was actually running through the basics as well. So first things first, I went to the daily. I just scrolled out. And then I just wanted to plot a trend to show the overall direction of where Doge is going. And the trend that I picked up was, I think it was this one. Correct. That was the trend that I picked up. I just like making this a red color. That tells me it's the daily trend. So now that I've got the daily trend, I come back down to the time frame that I'm on, right? I was plotting this on the 4 hour because the 4 hour was looking really good for me at the point in time. So then when I got down to the 4 hour, this is what I was noticing. So I noticed a channel coming down on Doge. And then similar on the bottom, this is what I was seeing. Hate the space bar on TradingView, man. Right. So then after all of that was done, I liked what I was seeing here, and we've been consolidating down in this falling wedge, right? And if we, let me just remove this one for now. We'll just get the idea across. So what we're seeing right now is price is coming down. We could also see that, I just want to check something here quick. So this is also a level of resistance right now using a trend line. Generally, I stick with the top one, but for the sake of the exercise, I just want to put this in here for now. And you can see everything is starting to line up there as well. So with this bit of information, you can also see that we've got some resistance here right now based off of these lows, those highs over there. We've got these candles that have also been rejected here. So those are two signs that we are at resistance right now. And then if you bring in a fib, so if you went from this high to this low, you can see that we're on 618. Let me just remove all the other noise quick. And you can see that that horizontal lines up perfectly within the golden zone, but we're on 618. So that's 3 confirmations there. I'm happy to take a short right now, that specific area. And if you were to look for more confirmations, on the 1 hour, this was a nice trend. Let me just scroll up here quickly. The only reason I went down to the 1 hour is to show you guys this trend but better. So that was how I had it. And then coming back to the original time frame, this is what we're seeing right now. So we're about to break trend on the lower time frame. We have horizontal resistance above us. It's a 618 climb, and it's resistance at a major trend on the 4 hour as well. And we're at the top of a pattern. So those 4 alone are good enough for me. So if I took my short position, stop loss just above trend, major trend that is, and then the take profit, I would generally draw a fib from this side, and I usually target just before 618. So in this case, you can see that the risk to reward is not Sheldon's teachings, but the entry has enough confirmation in this case for me to take it. So I make this trade anyway. And then when it gets close to this point, I just manage it to see what happens. But when a trend like this contracts, you generally won't be getting much more percentage out of it until we have a major break, either past this level or past this level, because this is the range that we're stuck in right now. So if you're lucky, we could squeeze it all the way to 786. That's about the best we're gonna get. The stop is very big at this moment because we are entering this a bit late. The ideal entry would have been, yeah. But this is a break of the trend, and the break of the trend is just a delayed entry point. So that is a good area to take the trade. Right now, though, that's a 1.3% stop. If your risk tolerance is 2%, then you could only do a 1x short right now. If your risk tolerance is a little bit higher, you could squeeze it all the way up to 3x, but that's realistically what you're looking at.
That's a good setup.
Yeah,
It is.
it's awesome. I'm gonna go look at it after this.
I know. I'm looking at it right now. I'm like, I will wait. Like, and now it got me scouring for coins that are just about to flip. I think that's the story of our lives, right?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
I'm trying to get this big short on Solana right now. It's
Solana has messed with my mind today. I'm not mad. I'm not happy with
Sure.
Solana today.
Yeah, let me pull.
That
it
was
up.
my fault.
I don't know how you guys can trade and do the 24-hour. I had to just say, not today, only education, because otherwise.
Well, that was probably wise for me because I
into
made
the
it.
chart.
Yeah.
Let me know when you guys can see.
I can see it.
Yep, we see it.
All right, so I'm going to just start back with this line right here. I just put a line just to go across. This right here is a kind of a big resistance and support. You can see a bunch of areas that it's touching. It's right around the $27.50. So we know that's a big area right there. I think it lines up with fibs as well off that bigger move. But what I'm really looking at is more of a lower time frame trade. So I'm tracking this trend up. And as you can see, it's got a couple touches. So it's a pretty valid trend. I marked off some support up here. And I saw that it rejected once, came down, came back down. It bounced off of 382. Now that's drawn from this low right here. So it bounced off the 382 and it came back up, tested it again. So what I'm looking for is to see if it comes back down. I mean, you could always, I don't know if I'd long this right here, but I'm looking for a price to basically come down, test this little trend line right here. If it comes up, puts in a lower high of some sort, and I see more weakness, I might take a short or wait for the trend break. My reasoning behind it, this big area right here, price moves very quickly. It's done it in the past. It's a very low volume gap. You can usually signify by the big green candles and how fast price kind of shoots through. So there's a huge gap between you don't really see price sit in this area too long. I'm going to pull it back over here. You see when price moves in these areas, it kind of shoots down. It has it's just a low volume area. So I'm looking to see if I can get possibly a scalp short, probably down to the 618, which is, I think, would be a better pullback. If it was going to pull back here and it was going to actually make a move, I think I would target something like this. So I would wait for a break of trend, possibly even a retest to get a better entry. And let me see. So we get a retest somewhere around here. It's not a crazy move, but this is a safe area to probably TP because it's the top of that wick. The main area we need to make sure it has to break below this right there. That'll if I see I'm in trade and I start to see a lot of bouncing and resistance here, even if it's probably going to line up right when the trend hits. So if we break, there's a good chance we're probably going to push past this and then maybe come down. But yeah, I've been trying to get this short on Solana for the last few days because I know it's coming soon. I think everybody knows it's coming, so that's why the price action is so crazy. But the big thing.
What does your weekly stock say, bro?
Weekly?
Yeah.
Let me look at it. Looks like it's going. So that's the weekly stock. I mean, it definitely is going up, but I'm looking at the 4-hour. That's where I think the pullback might be coming from. I think this needs to reset a little bit. I mean, it could do one of these, but even with that, I think there's still going to be some bit of a pullback. But
do you look at the 8-hour too, just out of curiosity?
I can look at it. I don't actually use the 8-hour. 8 hours. I mean, 8 hours pretty toppy too. I mean, I think it's this has to consolidate. I think this has to play out. It might even get a little higher up before we even get an entry. But I think this break of trend is probably going to be significant. I'm definitely going to take a trade if I see it. But yeah, it's the weekly. The only problem is the lower time frames. They're telling me it's going to it's still consolidating, so it might just chop around here. If it breaks up, it's going to probably do I think what
So
yeah, go for
what
it.
time frame did you really start on? Was it the 4 hour?
I was originally on, so I
Yeah,
had
it's
it
1
in
hour.
detail on the 1 hour, but because it's kind of hard to see on the 4 given the steepness of the candles. That's why but it's more of a 4 hour. This is more of a 4 hour short. Like I would try to get this low leverage, probably keep my stop loss somewhere above this somewhere, and then try to scalp it down here. And then if it does keep going, I would try to take it a little further. But
so my gut is telling me that on the 1 hour, you're right about the consolidation, and if we do touch the trend line, like you're suspecting there,
you
I
think
feel
it
like
bounce.
that.
Bounce.
Yeah, we're gonna bounce to make a double top.
I agree. I was looking at that as a scalp long. I just didn't want to be that degen about it. And well, you could definitely snipe this out though if you wanted to follow this down. If it hits this area right here, you get that trend break. That'd be a pretty safe long to take, I think. And you could probably put your stop under that wick, right? Would you agree?
You could, yes.
Yeah, I think that would give you that
Mhm.
would definitely give you a solid risk to reward ratio.
So you'll be waiting for the long instead of taking a quick short and then the long.
Well, I'd be looking for the long's probably going to happen. This long here would be the more immediate move.
Okay.
The short, I'm thinking that has to play out. That's going to take time to play out. But the long is probably the more immediate, I think, play. And if it does crack that resistance, I think what's the next level? It's probably like, yeah, it's probably going to want to test these wicks up here and then maybe try to go up a little bit higher. What would your target be, Jaki?
What, on the long or the short?
If you were to long and if this were the break, like what's?
Oh no, so I wasn't planning to take a long at all. I was just saying.
Oh, okay.
At that specific long position you put up. So if
Yeah.
that plays out correctly, and we do make a double top, I'm entering a short at that resistance.
So yeah, you're waiting for it to bounce up here, enter up here, put your stop in this area. Yeah, no, that's definitely a good play. I mean, it's probably it's going to be scary at the time, probably taking the short. I'm assuming. I know when I see price pushing into the resistances, it's always nerve wracking. But you're probably right. That's going to be you could snipe an entry from there.
Jaki, if you're planning for a short, will you be aiming somewhere around 25-30, right?
Let me just check the price checker. You say 25.30 if I do take the short.
Somewhere around.
Okay, I'm just looking at my chart quickly.
Yeah, sure thing.
Oh, look at mine too.
So, if I was to take a short, I'd be looking at the 24.80. That's a key support level.
Okay, so you're looking at this area right here. 24.80. So right around here then.
Yeah, so anything from 25 to 24.80, that is a good support area to look at. But the exact level, 24.80, is a key level.
Let me show you something cool. I don't know if you guys use volume profiles. That's what this is right here. This shows low volume areas and high consolidation areas. So you could see like the candles come out further based on where the consolidation is. Look at the gap between this. That's what I was talking about earlier. This is going to be like an epic short if you can get that. But it's called the VRBP tool. It's in TradingView, but just a little extra confluence. I like to use that to try to find good areas.
That's your secret weapon, Eddie.
It works, man.
Yeah,
I like that.
Every time you mention that, you nail it.
We sniped out Matic that one time with it. It worked out perfectly. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that would be.
I like that. I like that short setup a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
And there's another way to take it. You could always, let's say you missed it for some reason, it breaks. You could always wait for that retest. You could always wait because there's likely with a break like this, they don't always just shoot right down. They always like to try to come back up and do some type of retest and near the trend line or to retest this like support area. and you could always try to get in there too. That's like if you're late to the party. But yeah, I think Jaki has it right, man. You catch it up here, you have the lowest. I mean, if you're taking it down to his target, that's almost a 9-to-1 trade, and you could probably be gratuitous about this and give this maybe a little breathing room based on how big of a trade that is. That's solid, man.
Yeah, I like it. I've been waiting days for this trade.
Yeah, and I think that would play out on the 4-hour well, because this 4-hour and the 8 hours, they look like they need to come down and cool off a little bit. Yeah, let me stop sharing now. But yeah.
And one tip I will give some students, like for me, I have different exchanges for different different time frames. Like, I mean, you don't have to, or I mean, just for mentally it helps me. It may not help you, but it forces me to look at different time frames. It makes me look. I mean, I know you can do it all in TradingView, but it's just, I don't know. I feel like for different accounts I have, like for like different, like obviously large DCA spots versus that I have AI tokens in one. No, just different. Just find some method, and Sheldon will teach you how to separate, so you can not go crazy following every token in the world. I guess is my point.
So what's the sentiment, guys? I'm just really curious, everybody. Like, do we think this is a real pump, or do you think this is just a sell-off pump?
Tracements.
To be honest with you, I think it might just be a little bit of manipulation before everything runs.
Yeah, I don't listen to FUD anymore. It's just too stressful. Like, I mean, for me, when I found myself making the best trades, but I'm fearful, like that trade, because it's been an uptrend, in my opinion, for a couple of days, a while. It has had some downtrend. I'm talking about Solana, but like right now, that's going against trend, right? So we're hoping for a trend reversal. How often does that stay and last? That's what we're looking for. Well, if you're bearish. But
when you say run, Jaki, do you mean up or down? You think they're manipulated to push the price down?
I think we were manipulated when it went up. Just based off of the FUD that we had on this candle with the SEC and the ETF. So now everyone's homing into the market because they think they're going to be late to the party.
Right. I'm surprised, Jaki, that it hasn't fallen. I thought it was going to fall further down than it has. Honestly, based once that FUD came out.
I just want to highlight one thing that I'm noticing here based off of volume. So those of you that don't know, volume is my favorite indicator. It's probably the strongest one out there. These last 4 candles don't agree with these candles right now. These candles are going up.
Oh yeah.
It's a divergence.
Volume is coming down.
Total divergence.
So they're coming down.
That's a good spot.
Very good spot. We never pointed out the volume, and I had it hidden on my
I don't think it's a big thing on Sheldon's program. I don't really think he talks too much about volume. He does a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, but I usually use it. I think it's helpful. You guys don't have to, obviously, but I think it does help, because now that I see that, like now I'm gonna start looking for that because I forgot about it. That's a good point.
So your take will be that it's heading down, Jaki. Sorry to cut you.
Sorry?
No, it's okay.
Repeat that. I didn't quite get that.
Yeah. So based on the volume, what you think is going lower?
Yes. So if I go back to that chart, so the rule is if you see price going up, a volume dropping, it's not really a confirmed move in that case. So the fact that volume is dropping here means we need to explode with the next few volume candles that are going to appear, right? So we need to see something like this happen. So when that happens, everything is biased towards the short right now. So based off of what I've seen play out, generally when we have this nice big climb, low volume at the top of this climb, it will drop.
You lose strength.
Yeah.
Yes. So if the volume
does that hold true in the other direction as well?
Yes.
Like if it's a big drop and the volume still goes down, then it's not a real drop.
Correct. So the drop in volume here indicates the reversal. So if this was still going up, like like the volume was still going up, then even if this was pulling back, we could still see it pull back up, because the consolidation zones are what give you your most volume. So if this was a real consolidation zone for us to move higher, we would have seen this happen.
Yeah.
I mean, the best example of this is on the Bitcoin chart. Let me go get the Bitcoin chart here quickly. And for this one, we need to go daily. Or actually weekly even. Okay, so look at that.
Yeah.
You see the depression? All of this is the volume. But as soon as we came down from the bull run, no volume.
God, it's been so long.
I mean, you could even argue that if I just contract the price here a bit more and come back to the daily, it should highlight it a bit better. Okay, so now let me just compress this. So if we look at it at this scale, right? Look at the average sort of height at the volume here. So that signals this first high, right? But then when we came to the next high, it's like half the height.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a signal for a reversal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm in the camp that this is going to be sold off into. I don't know if we'll go new lows or anything, but I don't think this is going to keep going up forever.
I was looking at it on the weekly, and it's definitely headed upwards. Everything is headed upwards, very, very gradually, it seems. Everything that I've looked at sort of today. But we're like bouncing on the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what it
so
feels like.
we're heading into an explosive area. I mean, whenever you see something like this happen on your stock, then you know a decision point is coming soon, because we're not making higher highs on stock and lower lows. So something is building up and it's going to explode in some direction. When that happens, we usually at, I just want to check the monthly quick. Yes. When that happens, then it's usually a sign that monthly is resetting or weekly is resetting.
Yeah.
What are you pointing out there specifically? That on the monthly we're going up, like we don't have that same funnel starting? Is that what you mean?
I just want to check which time frame did I draw those lines on initially. I just want to find the time frame. Was it the weekly?
Wasn't it the weekly?
Yes, it was the weekly. So when I've seen this in the past, right? So when you see a stock on a specific time frame do this, right? So when it's contracting in a triangle, so the lows are respecting the uptrend and the highs are respecting the downtrend, and you're getting to an area where it has to come out somewhere in the middle, right? So generally that signals that the time frame above it is resetting. So you'll see what I mean now if I swap to the monthly. So monthly is
Isn't
about
that one of the
reset.
neutrals? Sorry to interrupt you, Jackie. Isn't that one of the neutral? Like when Kyle was trading in whale school, that's like a neutral sign flag. Like it could go either way, up or down, right?
Yes,
Or
it could
go
go
down.
either way.
That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you.
But as a, like, yeah, no, it definitely means it could go either way on that weekly time frame where we started the analysis on initially. But it means the one above it is going to reset or is about to reset. So that's usually when the indecision phases come. It's when weekly and monthly are usually resetting. And this is what I've come to notice. So the fact that monthly is resetting to the top means that we are going to be looking at some downside. But given that we're so close to, bull run territory, the short side on that monthly stock doesn't mean that price can move lower. It just means that we're coming down a bit. That's the one thing that people need to remember about the stock. It doesn't dictate how far down we go. It just dictates we're coming down.
The cool off period. That's Yeah.
That's great.
Oh, there's David.
Hey, Dave.
Jeez.
Hey,
The
legend.
Degen himself.
Gem,
What's up, guys?
legend.
How's it going?
Good.
Haven't seen you in a good minute, bro.
Yeah. You know,
How you doing?
really good. How's the lighting? Chart stuff?
Your something just happened to your sound.
Yeah, I think he's sound. He'll fix it.
Something happened to my sound.
There
Yeah,
you go.
muffled.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. No, I just wasn't speaking to the mic. Right. So yeah, no, I was saying we went through quite a bit of basics, but with those basics, the advanced things you need to be looking at with those basic tools, which is something that not a lot of people know to think about. And then what we also just uncovered now is that we're heading into a no trade period soon, and that's when the monthly stock resets.
Nice. Okay, cool. So you guys just went over some basic stuff and general information. I'm pretty much just going to freestyle my stuff and try to give some kind of value out there.
I like your little Bitcoin microphone. That's so cute. Is that a microphone holder? What's that on your microphone? The little Bitcoin, or is it on Doll right there? I see a little
It's a Bitcoin. Yeah,
It's so
I got
cute.
It. I got it at the Bitcoin conference. I had to leave with something there.
Nice.
Yeah, trying to work on this lighting stuff. Hopefully it's good. But yeah, so I guess are you guys still working on some stuff, or?
I think we're done.
You guys are done? Okay. Cool.
You guys agree we're done?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we have a question
Okay.
in the chat. Maybe it's a strange question, but can you have a down moving chart by increasing volume?
Yes,
Yes.
that's what you want. So if you see a down moving chart and volumes increasing, that is a correct move. Then it means it's okay, it won't drop and it won't reverse.
Yeah, great question. All right, guys, been awesome being here. So excited to start fiddling with my charts and watching you do some trading over there, Dave.
Yes,
All right.
we're going to watch you right now. We're excited.
Yeah. Switching over to YouTube, guys. All right, boys and girls.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a good night.
Stay in school. Stay in
Bye.
school. Sniper school.
Yes. Cool. Yeah, I'll have to catch up.
You're gonna be okay alone, bro.
Yeah, I'll be fine. I was scrambling to get here, make sure everything's ready. Just kind of give you guys an hour of everything. But yeah, if you're gonna be in the background there, I can pull you in whenever. Or if you have something you want to chime in on or something that I don't know about, feel free.
No, I'm just asking because I'm probably gonna go nap right now, and it'll be up in like 2 hours.
Oh Jesus, what time is it over there? Wait, you guys are 6 hours ahead.
In the morning.
Oh man, yeah, get some rest, man. I'll,
Cool, bro.
Yeah, cool.
Shout
Okay.
if you need help, though.
Yes, sir. Will do. All right, David. Cool. Got the music in the background. Cool. So I don't know how many of you guys are here right now. I know that some of you guys are sleeping and you're going to be watching this on repeat or the rerun. So what's up, Luba? Good to see you. How long have you stayed up here? Jeez, you must be tired.
Luba has been here the entirety of like 13 hours now? So the entire time Luba's been here.
And how much time do we have left? I know you must be tired, David. Jeez.
We have like 8 or 9 hours left.
Are you gonna plow through, or are you gonna get some rest? Or someone
No, I'm
gonna
not
relieve you?
plowed through, bro. I did the same last marathon. I just went for the full 24 hours there.
Jeez, you're a champion, man. I appreciate you, man. Seriously, we really do. Thank you for everything you do.
Of course, bro. I love doing it for banter.
Heck yeah, man. Crypto banter for life.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Cool. Hopefully that's good.
Cool, there you go. I'll be in the back if you need anything. Just, call my name.
Awesome. Cool, guys. So it was awesome to be on the marathon last time. I know I kind of went through all kinds of stuff. People were asking questions. And so for me, I like to freestyle this stuff. I don't really have anything specifically planned, some kind of syllabus or a structure, but I always like to ask myself a general question. What can I do to give some value? What can I do to maybe help the new person, somebody that's new to trading? Because again, I have I've been in the trading game for a while now, and I love it. And I used to hate it, and then you hate to love it. It can be a love-hate relationship. But it is important. If you can master this skill set, it can definitely, the whole goal is to maximize or add on to your portfolio, diversify your portfolio, and ultimately catch the bull run. And what's awesome about our situation right now is that, we're basically kind of in a bearish, market structure right now. There's a lot of uncertainty with the inflation, the numbers, the ETF, the war going on. These are just different times, and the market is a bit challenging now. It seems like we have these random lottery tokens like Loom and Lizelle and all this and that, but at the end of the day, that doesn't have to stop you from learning trading. And so I'm just going to kind of, go into some trading stuff, and some of the things that I've learned. I've actually learned a little bit from Simon, thanks to Simon on the other part of LuxAlgo. Ultimately, I've been just using the order blocks mostly. But yeah, let's go ahead and get right into it, right? So if you guys aren't following me, I have a Twitter. I've been mostly using the Discord now. So initially I was, they told me to make a Twitter. I never really was a Twitter guy, and I was kind of posting some of the things I was seeing, some of the setups, and then they said, hey, we're going to give you a section on Discord, and post your thoughts, your ideas. And so I've been doing that. And one thing I like to give updates on is Bitcoin. Because I said it in the interview with Sheldon, you always got to know where Bitcoin's at. You got to kind of know the heartbeat of Bitcoin. And if you don't know the heartbeat of Bitcoin, when it comes to trading altcoins, it can be very risky. So for me, if I don't know where Bitcoin's going, typically that's where I maybe some simple trades, nothing too crazy. But if I know where the market's going, if I feel pretty good about it, I like to diversify in like 4 or 5 trades at any given time. So one thing I'd like to point out is the Discord. So this is my section here. So if you guys are registered under the VIP, one of the VIP links, you should have access to this. If you don't have access to this, what I'm showing you guys right now, make sure that is the number one thing that is on your to-do list. Make sure that you get access to these charts because essentially you'll have access to my ideas and some of my thoughts. We've also been running these live sessions. I know we had one this week because of some of the scheduling conflicts. But typically after the live session, I'll post some of the stronger ideas that I feel, or some of the things I'm seeing in here. But you guys can see all the different tokens. And whenever I first found Banter and I saw this, I mean, it was really, it was awesome. I was excited because I never saw something like this. And it was very detailed with all the levels and whatnot. And, come to find out, it was Dylan doing these charts, and Dylan thought nobody was actually looking at these charts. And ultimately, these charts are what helped me see a lot of success. I mean, you guys heard my story, turned a little bit of money into a lot. If I can do it, you guys can do it. Was able to win the competition. And every single morning, this is what I did. So just kind of give you guys a background about me. I'm not a full-time trader, was never really a technical analysis guy. Actually, teaching you guys and being a part of the community now has forced me to be a better trader. So I'm constantly improving myself, which is good. I'm able to provide more alpha for you guys. But yeah, this is what I did. This is the first thing I did is I would go here, I would look at the charts, and one of the initial ones I really liked was Phantom. So what I want to do is I want to kind of, as if you guys are brand new, I'm brand new. I just found the charts and how I got started. And I think if you guys can practice this, be very good for you. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick a token here that I'm not actually watching right now. There's quite a bit. Typically, I'll watch like 5 to 10 of them. So let's see what's one here. That looks interesting. Yeah, so this is what I'll do in the morning, guys. Very simple. Dylan update. Usually, whenever I wake up, the first thing I look at is these charts, and they're immediately updated.
It's not showing you chart. It's stuck on.
Is it still showing the Discord?
I can see StreamYard.
So you guys haven't seen anything that
No.
That's terrible.
I was getting a bit confused.
How do I? Let's see here. Present. Here we go. Maybe this is better. Screen 2.
Okay, now we see Discord.
Cool. So I sound like a retard. Let me go ahead and
so it's in the marathon.
Take it from the top. Yeah, somebody said Doge. Okay, so all right, guys, let's go ahead and back up here, rewind. All right, so when you get into your Discord, Crypto Banter Hub, you should have access to Sheldon the Sniper section, right? So under the Sheldon the Sniper section, there's these different things here. Trading view alerts, which is awesome. You guys hear Dylan talk about this all the time. The alerts, you should have had an alert that went off. Sniper setups, sniper education, but the one that's very important and what I was talking about was the sniper setups, which, by the way, just to let you guys know, there's a new one that we recently added. I think it was Jason. So Jason's been doing the macro charts. Here we go. Yeah, 20 hours ago, 20 hours ago, 15 hours ago. So make sure you guys are checking out what Jason's doing. We used to do these Zoom sessions, and Jason would actually lead the Zoom sessions with dominance, Bitcoin, S&P 500, kind of just his view on the macro. And so now he has his own section here. So if you guys are not following the macro charts, make sure you are. Okay. So let me go ahead back up here. So sniper section, right? So whenever I found Banter and I signed up for Sheldon School, even before I signed up in the school, I actually registered one of the exchanges just to get access to this, because I've never seen anything like it. And it's very unique. And this is kind of a habit that I've created. And I encourage every single one of you guys, whether you're new or you're not doing it, you're maybe kind of new, whatever the case may be, this is a great starting point. So, I said, hey, look, as if I'm brand new, what would I do? So let's go ahead and do this together. You guys can see my screen. Somebody said Doge. So is Doge even on here? I don't think. No. So we'll have to pick something else. Let's see what looks interesting here. Let's do OP. And I'll just pull up a brand new chart. So. So when you guys are adding a token, real quick, I typically do everything through USDT, but we're trading futures. So one thing to note is add a decimal or a period and P for perpetuals. These are typically the real-time levels and the real-time price action when it comes to leverage trading. There's a lot of choices, right? So one that is more reliable and recommended is Binance. Okay, so add the Binance chart. Why? Because it's a heavy exchange. There's a lot of volume. When there's a lot of volume, it tends to be a little bit, there's just more data to work off of. So I'm brand new, right? You're brand new. We just opened up the OP chart completely blank. Okay, I have Lux Algo on here, but we're gonna go ahead and disable that because I didn't even have access to, I didn't even know what a Lux Algo was until recently. So here we are OP. So one of the things is we have the time frames here. We're gonna go back to Discord. We're gonna look at this. maybe even blown up here, right? So very simple. We're looking at the chart. He's at the 8 hour, right? The 8 hour. So we want to just copy it, right? Okay, so we're going to go to the 8 hour. And what I did when I was brand new is I would just try to make it look similar to what the picture looks like and just switch back and forth. All right, I'm in Heiken Ishi, so I probably should change to regular candles. All right, that could throw you off a little bit. So how would I do this, right? I see a little red wick here, so let me see if I can find where the red wick is in here. So that's probably it right here, this red wick. And then we have the top of the trend line. So now what I basically do is I'll go from here, the top of the trend line, it's in the beginning of October. So I'll go to my chart, beginning of October. So this is how you start to narrow it down. There we go, right? Beginning of October, we have our dates and times down here, beginning of October. Now that looks similar, right? Now we're getting somewhere. So we're gonna copy it. What do we see? You guys learned this in school. We have a trend line. So we're going to take a trend line. We're going to draw it exactly the way he has it. Okay. So now we have some support boxes, right? So support areas. We have a red wick and then a green wick. So that's going to be my reference. Red candle, green candle. Was he doing it on Binance? Yeah, he was. Kind of looks different there. Okay, so we're gonna go and just copy it. Let's just make sure. So he kind of extends it quite a ways there, like that. Literally copying it, right? We're gonna drag it out. So he has it dragged out. I don't know how far. Yeah. So this makes sense. You just drag it out. So that makes sense, right? I mean, this is the initial view that Dylan sees. We have a reaction right here, swing failure pattern. We barely tapped the green box here. Now we've kind of bled into this green box, but we've reclaimed it, and now it looks like a break of trend. And they teach us this in school, right? Break a trend. So we have another one here at 110. Where is he getting that from? So now I'm going to zoom out and see where's 110. So he must be looking at something like this. So because I can't see this side of his chart, I'm going to go right here and just reference it. So 110, a little bit below 110 and a little bit higher than 110. So 110, where you at? It doesn't need to be perfect, but you get the idea, right? So this is what I would do. I copied it, right? So now, you know, this dotted line here, that means he drew a fib, and he drew a fib and he got a 382 at $1.27. So how did he do that? Sometimes I have to redraw it a few times to copy the Fibonacci levels. So I got my Fibonacci tool here, and sometimes it's drawn from the top, sometimes it's drawn from the bottom, but let's see if we can find out how we got the 382. Right, so you can see here the 382 is this white one, you know, and it says 126. So that's pretty much spot on, right? That's how he drew it. 127, we're at 126. So where did he get the low? Yeah, probably right here. So that's where he got the 382. And he hid the other Fibonacci levels, but let me go ahead and teach you guys something here real quick too, because this is actually something Dylan did for me whenever I met him in Miami. Thank him for that. So essentially what we want to do is have a template. So if we click the settings tool, fib retracement, you can see my different levels. I color coded the sniper zone as kind of a cyan, and then templates down here. You would essentially click save as. Okay, so if you guys are, I think the default Fibonacci has a bunch of them highlighted. So I have different ones. I have a sniper zone only, right? As soon as I click template for the sniper zone only, it automatically pops up the sniper zone. If I want to do the sniper zone and the 382, that's what I had just initially pulled up. And then we have the sniper zone and the 786. Okay. the 236, right? But ultimately, I've got the sniper zone on all of them. You know, for me, I like the 618, the reaction to the 618, and I'll show you guys some examples of that. But it's important to keep it very easy for you guys is to make these templates. So it takes some time. It takes a few minutes. If you haven't done this before, take 10 minutes and go make your templates. Okay. You want to copy my templates? If you guys are taking notes or you're going to rewatch this, I've got one at the sniper zone. So I've got the 618 and the 65, and I've copied the snipers on the 382 and the 786. Okay. 382 and the 786. Okay. I don't have the 236 as a template, but you can simply just click it and click OK. Right, so pull up the template, add the levels. So Dylan is showing a 382 only. He's hidden the other ones. But what I want to know is, what do the other ones look like? And is there any kind of reaction from them? You know, is there any kind of reactionary levels? You can see here now that on OP, what is the story telling us? There's some kind of support here. And there was a rejection literally right at the 382, to the T almost. If we zoom in a little bit more, yeah, not perfectly, but you know, it's kind of there. So that's cool. Okay, 382, there's a reaction off the 382 as a rejection, could eventually be support, right? Because these Fibonacci's can be resistance levels and they can also be support. What is it doing with the 236? Well, you know, it looks like a little support here on this 12-hour candle, a support here on this 12-hour candle. Looks like a support, falls below support, rejection. You know, it's trying to break through, rejection, comes back down, reclaims. Right now, though, we are in the break of trend. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave it the way Dylan had, and I'm going to go ahead and click off something that I don't, you know, things that I don't necessarily need to see. So I've got the 382 there. That's important because Dylan has it there. I like to leave the sniper zone there because there's typically some kind of, it plays some kind of role in the story if we are indeed looking for an upside move. And then the 786, I'll probably leave that on here. So now what I'm going to do personally, because now I have Lux Algo, is I'm going to turn that on last. So here we are. We've got Lux Algo now on the 12-hour. And what do I see? I see a green box here. So I'm like, oh, okay. So not only is it making sense with the wicks here, but Dylan probably put this here because there's an order block. That makes sense, right? And look at this green one now, right? That makes sense now too. Okay. And this is the things I'm telling myself. These are the things I'm asking myself. Okay, is this why Dylan put this here? Okay, gotcha. So there's a support here showing on Lux Algo as well. So then, you know, what are some of the variables? I'm thinking if there's a Black Swan event or a Gary Gensler event, how low is this move here? It's a 10% move. When's the last time we were at this level? That's the next question I asked myself. The last time we were at this level was in June. Okay, so 4 months ago. And I remember this moment. This was the Gary Gensler event, I believe, where it nuked it down to 86 cents. Pretty ridiculous. What are the chances of something like that happening now? I don't know, right? I've been watching some of the influencers, looking at some of the data. You know, it seems like it's a bullish kind of vibe right now. But that's not to say there's not traps in place to take out the people that are early longs or whatnot, right? There's always some kind of game that's being played with the market makers. And so if you guys are watching Annie's show, make sure you guys watch her because she kind of understands those games, right? So always watch your sources. You guys will find like what works for you when it comes to Bitcoin sentiment. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go start going into the lower time frame. So the 12-hour, okay, cool. We also see, here's what's interesting too now, right? I see a resistance block right here. Now, one of the things I learned from Simon is that this red basically means how much of the sell orders have been exhausted. Okay. So when the red starts getting thicker, that basically means all the sells are tapped out, meaning this order block is probably going to disappear and it's going to blow through. Okay. I used to think the opposite. I thought the bigger the red, the more stronger of a resistance. No, actually the bigger the green, the the more resistance we have here. But what's interesting is that the sniper zone lines up kind of like where that order block is. Okay. So now I'm going to go to the 8 hour. What's it look like on the 8 hour? Okay. Well, the support ones disappeared, which is a higher time frame. Which means those are to me, those are pretty solid. Now we go to the 8 hour, we've got a red one here, red one here, red one here. 4 hour. What's the 4 hour look like? Yeah, you can see here the red here is getting exhausted. So, you know, it tapped the order block and it broke the trend. So it's just a matter of time. If Bitcoin is indeed in some kind of bullish sentiment, then this order block is going to get destroyed, essentially. However, this green is kind of thick, so we might face some resistance here. And you know, from where we are now, you know, if Bitcoin pumps 5%, you know, will this pump 5% too, or is it going to do a 10? And those are things that you need to pay attention to, little nuances, because a good example is Bitcoin pumped 2.5%, 3%, and Render only pumped like a 1.5%. Why is that? So those are things you need to ask yourself and pay attention to, and always scan through your watch list. So moving down on the, you know, again, this is what I do. I take some time. I scroll down. I've added the 2 hour order block now, or 2 hour time frame. Sorry, my mistake. 2 hour order block now, the hourly, right? So some more order blocks there. So I always, you know, I check all the order blocks and kind of get the vibe of what's going to happen here. So what does it look like right now? It looks like we broke the trend. And what is the saying? Wait for the retest. So this is what I do now. I'll take a Fibonacci, I'll go to the low, and I'll simply drag it to the top of the breakout. And that's it. So I'm going to temporarily move the Lux Algo order blocks. And if I was, you know, wanting to take a trade on OP, I'm looking for some kind of confirmation with this fib that I just drew. So what makes sense here, right? From the bottom to the top, it bounced off the 382 already. And how big of a move is it now? You know, 1.5% move, okay? So typically, I like it to retrace to this, to the 382 or the 618. 786 is usually a really nice, you know, like a deep retracement, more of a safer entry. But remember, just because it breaks the trend doesn't mean we're going to go higher. Not yet, because I've seen so many times as well, and you guys will pay attention. And this is why it's important to draw every chart that you can, every chart that's in Discord. You're learning right now, draw everything, pay attention to what happens in the story of how it plays out, because OP might do one of these moves and you're hoping for a retest, right? You think it's going to bounce here and it doesn't, and you're hoping for a retest and it doesn't, and then it's like a fake out and it just keeps going down. And those happen all the time, unfortunately. So that's why it's important to have your stop losses. You know, Sheldon's very big on, hey, making sure you have your stop loss on these breakouts. But just pay attention, right? And sometimes this is where I'll set alerts. So you guys have noticed, like in the live sessions, I'm always setting alerts. So in this particular example, you know, I don't want to chase the pump. How big has this pump been so far? Like 7% move, 6% move. You know, if I wanted to snag an entry and I was like, man, I'm bullish on OP, maybe there's a news event going out. Right? So it's always important too to do a little bit of research. Don't just rely on the show. That's why sometimes on the show, Dylan's like, guys, if you know something, what's going on with this token, please let us know. You know, and we have people like Rodolfo saying, hey, Dot's going to have a token unlock, or hey, this is what's going on with this particular token. So be aware of what's going on around the token. What is the narrative, right? So it's always important to go to CoinGecko and also CoinMarketCap. I think showed this last time. Go to CoinMarketCap, type in OP. Search, is there anything going on for OP? No upcoming events. I believe they said there was a Solana event which is why there's a pump. Maybe it's going on right now. I don't know. Normally it would be here. Yeah, there was like a crazy pump with Loom. This is what I did when Loom happened. Is there anything going on with Loom? Like something I should be aware of? So yeah, it's always important to see if there's any kind of events, right? Near protocol, here we go. 31st of October. So in 11 days, Near is having some kind of event or whatever this is, wallet, Near org will transition to a wallet hub. Don't forget to migrate your Near accounts. Something going on here. So interesting, right? And if we were looking at Near, or maybe we could pull it up real quick. USDT.P. How's it looking right now? I think somebody asked that on the show today. It's looking quite sad. But I wouldn't be surprised if the new, that event in the next 11 days causes some type of pump. I don't know what kind of pump, but everything that I'm teaching you guys right now on drawing, what are we drawing here? Yeah, OP, right? Maybe we should start off in here, but you guys see what I'm saying, right? Always be aware of what's going on. You could also go into your Twitter and type in, go here in the search. This is something I used to do too. $, and then whatever the token is. So let's check out what Near is. Is anybody saying anything about Near? You got top, latest. You got 5 hours ago somebody talked about it, and there's a lot of garbage in here sometimes. But sometimes you'll catch like what's going on. Like here's a perspective of somebody. 3,000 views. The Near hype was a huge past bull run. Everyone's convinced we sold the peak euphoria. Now it's at $1. It's bottoming out. Time to buy. So it looks like, some people are bullish about it. Latest. Some kind of update. So now that I saw that there's some kind of event with Near, I'm seeing if there's anybody talking about this event or news event. Right? So this is just an example, guys. This is an example, before you trade a token, see if there's anything that's going on with it. That could also kind of send the price up. Right? I wish I knew about the Solana event. I didn't know about it. Otherwise, I would have opened a long and I would have taken advantage of that big spike. And so I'm not going to chase the long. I'm not in a Solana trade. But it's just little things like that. So, all right. So that is just a simple example of how I draw things here. So going back to, if I was interested in a token, honestly, if I was to look for any kind of long on OP, I would love for it to wick here at the 118 mark at the sniper zone. So what am I going to do? Sometimes I do it with you guys on the show. I'm going to set an alert. I'm going to set an alert and I'm going to put long alert 618. Okay, so no matter what I'm doing, because I have a busy life, I got a lot of things going on. I'm not a full-time trader, but I'll get these alerts. So for example, a little frustrated about it, but I had an STMX short alert that went off the other day. And I had it at the 618. It's crazy. Like, let's look at this real quick. How did I draw this, right? We got the very top where it topped out and we drew it to the bottom. Okay. We have this little wick here. That's where I drew it. So the alert went off. We were looking at Lux Algo. Simon was there. Bruce was like, do we short this thing? What's going on? We pulled up Lux Algo. So let me go ahead and show you guys what we did. We pulled up Lux Algo. I think we were looking at the 4 hour. And we had the blue X here. But the 8 hour made us think that maybe we're going to go higher. And that's where my buffering strategy comes into play, because if I would have at least had a starter position with like a buffer up here, I wouldn't have missed this trade. And I'm kind of upset about it because my alert went off, number one, and spotted the trade. I have my Fibonacci levels, like the sniper zone. It hit the sniper zone, but it sometimes that's what it'll do, guys. It'll go up a little bit. It went up like 2.5%, 3% above the sniper zone, and it completely tanked. And but that's where you're gonna manage your emotions, right? Because I could have, back in the days, I would have been like, oh my God, I was right. And then I would have shorted down here. And then you're like, the risk to reward doesn't make any sense. Like, okay, cool, yeah, I would 10x leverage, I would be 60%, 70%, 100% here or whatever. But now that I've learned about precision entries and Fibonacci's, it would have made way more sense to have a starter position here and bank 100%, 10x leverage, 100% position, with another order up here as like a safety, right? So, but what is the point of the story? The point of the story is set your alerts. And I had never set alerts before, not until Banter and Sniper School and really understanding Fibonacci levels, because that's one thing that I do appreciate Sniper School for is the Fibonacci's, because I never really used them. I was just copying the charts that Dylan had, and then I would watch the shows, and Sheldon would say, hey, it looks like we're bottoming out here. And then I would go back to the Discord chart after the show was over, and then I would be like, okay, cool. I'd go back to the YouTube show. I'd scroll to the token that, Sheldon was talking about, and okay, cool, checking the levels. Awesome. I'm going to long right here, and then I'm going to set a buffer, or in case it goes a little bit lower, I'm going to, add another order here, for example. But just as a side note, the 618, again, there's a lot of magic that happens there. So I missed the trade. I know Bruce is looking at a potential long setup, but hey, I missed the trade. It's over. My mentality is like, we have hundreds of tokens. Let's go find the next one, right? So yeah, that's it. That's OP for you guys, drawing it from scratch. If you guys are using Lux Algo, let me just kind of talk about the what I'm doing now here is this Lux Algo. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. All right. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Got my son here and this iPad's going off. So, yeah, Lux Algo. So let's go ahead and bring this up. So real quick with Lux Algo, I'll go ahead and disable the order blocks, and then I'll bring up the signals and overlays next. And it's important that when you guys, no matter what time frame you're at, so again, the 4 hour and the 8 hour, I think is or even the 2 hour is where it becomes, important to see. But so for the 4 hour, you can scroll down. You can see at the very bottom right. I know it's super small, but it says sensitivity level 11. So you'll simply go to the settings here, and you'll change the sensitivity level to 11. And then if you guys see the indicator overlay, I think it defaults something like that. The way I remember it is it's like a zigzag. I don't even know what these are. I don't know what they do, but top right, middle left, bottom right, and then okay. So what do we see here? On the 4 hour, we see a long signal. So right now it's saying long. Okay, so if I was bullish on OP, I was looking at this, I wanted to long it, that would be a nice confirmation. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna look at the 8 hour. Sensitivity level is 10, so that's important. Make sure you go and edit your sensitivity levels every single time you change a time frame. Just because you set the sensitivity level initially and you start scrolling through all the time frames, you're doing it wrong. And that's what I was doing. So same thing on the 8 hour long signal. Okay, so that is giving me more confirmation that, and for the record, let's see what OP does, right? But to me, that means I feel like it's probably going to go higher here. I think it's probably going to hit the 618. And another checklist for me on that is, a lot of people are very bullish on Bitcoin right now, that we may take the 30s and the 31,000s and take out those highs, because there's a lot of orders and there's a lot of liquidity up there still. Let's see. 12 hour, let's take a look at the 12 hour. Sensitivity level is 11. So let's look at that. Yep, buy signal as well. So yeah, I mean, OP's was looking pretty bullish, I think. Let's go ahead and go to the 2 hour just to kind of confirm that. Sensitivity level 14. Now, the thing on the 2 hours is that we're kind of already at the top of the cloud here. And then typically there's some X's that print. But again, these, I wouldn't rely on the X's and the signals at these levels. But it's good to know, right? It's good to at least take a look at it and see what it's saying. 11. It's top of the channel here. We have a blue X, right? If you see 2 or 3 X's, usually that's it. Blue for going up and red for going down. But again, we are in the 1 and 2 hours. It's not reliable. Don't rely on that from what I've gathered from everybody. Rely on the 4 hours. So I just got rid of it. Oops. So that's it. That's it for Lux Algo, and just kind of how I take something from scratch and how I just kind of stack and stack and stack and add things and look and to see if it makes sense. And if it makes sense, then where would I enter? What would be a good entry point? Those are some of the next things that you want to ask yourself. Oh yeah, signals and overlays. Cool. Yeah, so I got to redo everything, but all is good. So I'm going to go ahead and see if anybody has questions on that. Take a look at the comments here. Do I ever look at the length of Lux Algo red versus green versus purple? For me, purple just means that it's like in an indecision phase from what Simon told me. So it's kind of, the purple kind of tells me, hey, there's no trade right now, like a no trade zone. Hey, grab some coffee, you guys want? Got like 18 minutes here. Anybody have any technical questions about trading that I can help answer? Let me know. Thanks for that, Farro. Trying to put something together there for Dylan. Okay, so as you guys may think of some questions here, let me just go ahead and, I think somebody said Doge. I think I charted that. Maybe we can go over a couple charts right now. So what's interesting about Doge is I had an alert here at 0.05712 where I wanted to take a long. Maybe I was being a little greedy with the entry because I had noticed these 2 wicks here, but you can see that my alert didn't go off and I missed the trade, and it's a 4% move. But let's go ahead and kind of go over this. So 8-hour time frame, this is what I'm seeing here. So again, Dylan doesn't have Doge on there, but once you practice what I just showed you guys, then you can start taking any token and kind of from scratch and try it, right? From scratch, start drawing trend lines, start drawing Fibonacci's, zoom out, zoom in, add the order blocks, draw the order blocks, remove the order block indicator, look at Lux Algo, see what makes sense, what time frames make sense, look at the RSI. I mean, there's kind of a lot of things that you got to do that you'll kind of just, it's like a natural habit that you'll create. But in the beginning, write it down. If you're the type of person that, this is confusing to you, just watch this video again and kind of make that checklist. And maybe that's something that we'll do here in the future. So we'll kind of create a trading checklist for whenever you're going to chart. But I'm going to go ahead and start off with the daily. So what does it look like on the daily for Doge? So, one of the things I noticed on the daily is we have somewhat of a trend line here. We have 2 touches, 1 and 2 right here. And this looks like this is the low, right? 0.049. We all know Doge has been, has seen its crazy runs, right? How high has this thing gone? I mean, to the moon, as they call it, right? But you can see from where we were to where we are now, the bull run is not here yet, so get excited. But yeah, so let's go ahead and zoom in now, right? So we want to kind of see if there's some shorter time frame trend lines, which I found here, starting at, right here we have 3 touches. So let's go ahead and zoom in on the 8 hour. I'll go ahead and delete this Fibonacci here. So yeah, we have a trend line here. We have 3 touches. That makes sense. And for me, I'm thinking there's going to be a 4th touch at some point. And from where we are now, these are the questions I always ask myself. From where we are now, what would that be? A 16% move to the trend line, 12% move, 10% move to the trend line. I think that's very likely. And if we can break past the trend line, I mean, shoot, Doge can see a massive move. But for me, I think Doge is kind of near the bottom. Like I said, I wanted to grab a lower entry if it was possible, but now, yeah. So now we're kind of like, let's zoom in here. Let's go to the 4 hour and let's look at lower time frame stuff. Go ahead and hide this trend line. So, it's not perfect, and sometimes it won't be, but you got to kind of have an idea of where is this kind of trend holding? Where is the price action bottoming out over time? You could do this, you could do this, you could do this, but I think, maybe like right here makes sense. Why? Because we have a touch right there, and then we have, and you'll see that too. Sometimes it'll go past the trend line and it reclaims. And it's actually showing that on Tara. I gave this call, which by the way is an amazing spot buy right now, but I gave this call on the show and I said, look at these 2 trend lines, mark these 2 trend lines. And I gave that like right here. And it touches the trend line, it wicks and then regains. And then it opens at the top, or literally at the trend line. Then, it reclaims this next trend line. And that's just the power of trend lines. Draw them out. It's not necessarily just one trend line at the bottom, like draw out multiple trend lines to kind of give you an idea of again, where the story is going to unfold. So, so where are we at now? So let's look at some order blocks. Same thing. What do we got on Lux Algo? So we have a order block here. And same thing, guys. You can go and save these as templates, resistance and support box. So if you haven't done that, put that on your to-do list. The rectangle, make some templates, call one of them resistance, one of them support. So for example, all I have to do now is just click template, click resistance, and it changes it to red. Right, I'm over here. That's support, very simply, support. And for me, I like to add a little bit of shade to it. So, yeah, how to do that, I'll go like here, the green, and then opacity. Right? That way, whenever I do hide the order blocks, you can kind of see a little green here. So it's like, okay, cool, a lot of buy orders, right? That's just a personal preference. But yeah, let's go ahead and continue on here. Resistance. So we're on the 4 hour. I mean, these are probably going to get tapped. And what I'm seeing here on Doge is like, we're in this triangle, right? And it's either going to break down or it's going to break up. Simple. When we start getting into tight ranges like this, it has to make a decision. It's either going to go down or it's going to go up. We don't know, right? But what makes more sense? Where are the order blocks? These are the questions you have to ask yourself. So we're holding this trend line. It's wicking. We have an order block here. And in my opinion, based on what I'm seeing here and based on the vibe of Bitcoin, I am seeing some kind of upside move. So for me, yes, I missed the alert down here, but I think with you guys on the show now and looking at Doge, I'm going to set myself an alert here. We can do this together at the top of the order block as a long entry and at the bottom of the order block as a long entry. And sometimes I'll put long alert 1 and this one could be long alert 2. So if I'm driving, I'm in a meeting, these alerts go off, but bust out my phone and I get ready to market order, right? But I'm also paying attention to what Bitcoin is doing, why is it dumping, so on and so forth. So now let's go ahead and take some Fibonacci's and let's see if anything lines up. So again, going from the top here, that's probably where I would draw it, to the very bottom. Look at that. Sniper zone. Lines up with an order block. Amazing. So I am feeling like we're probably going to hit this order block based on drawing that if we're bullish. So, if I was able to snag an entry down here and we're going to the order block, that's a nice standard 10% move. It's typically standard. It might wick and it might find some support here at the 382, right? So because the 382 is a reaction area. So here it also lines up with an order block. That makes sense. When a fib level ties up with an order block, that's kind of what you want to see. And that's what's awesome about drawing the fib in this particular way, from the top to the bottom here, is that we have the sniper zone region in one order block and we have the 382 in another order block. So if we do indeed break out of this triangle, we might hit the 618, bounce down here as a reaction, in which if I'm in this trade, I'm going to be setting alerts at the Fibonacci's as well to see what they do. And yeah, and at least we know kind of like the initial part of the story. Like as it goes on, we don't know if this is a fake out and it goes down here. We don't know if Elon Musk came out with something about Doge or posted something about Doge and then this is support. And then off we go to the higher levels, in which, let's see if there's order. Yeah, look, order blocks up here. Make sure you guys are marking those down, right? So we have an order block here. We have an order block here. And sometimes, just as my own reference, I'll type what they are. So I'll put 8-hour order block. 8-hour order block. Boom. 8-hour order block. Boom. Why am I doing that? Because I don't always want Lux Algo on. I want to keep the chart clean sometimes, but at least I know there's some order blocks there, right? So if we are bullish on Doge, and this is indeed the bottom of the triangle, and it pulls a Bluezell or it pulls a Loom or whatever the case may be, 30% move, 40% move, that could happen, right? And that order block makes sense, right? You can see how it wicks and it goes down. It wicks and it goes down. There's some resistance right here. So that makes sense. And you guys can see that's probably what Dylan does, right? He gets the order block and then he drags it out to see if it makes sense from the previous, from the story of the past. This one makes sense, right? I drag the order block. It makes sense. Look. So cool, right? So now I have those. And then kind of erase these illustrations here. So you guys saw what, you can see what my thinking is on Doge. I'd like to long it, somewhere around here. Cool. Let me see if anybody has any questions here. What are the best time frames? I love the 15 minutes, the 1 hour, and the 4 hour for time frames. I use the daily, the 8 hour, the 12 hour more for drawing Lux Algo order blocks and the RSIs, seeing where the RSIs are at, which is very important. And so, yeah, when it comes to RSIs, you just double click. I see where the RSIs are on the bottom here, right? That's also kind of a determining factor. So 8 hours topped out. It's headed this way on the 12 hour. It's curving down on the 4 hour, right? So that makes sense, right? So it's curving down on the 4 hour. If Bitcoin has some kind of 1.5% move down, typically altcoins bleed like 5%. And so I'm thinking if Bitcoin has a 1% bleed, that would make sense for a 3.5% bleed, or maybe to the bottom of this trend line to snag along on Doge. So I talked about this last time. And I'll talk about it again because I know there's a different audience for a different time. But one of the things that I do when it comes to decision making, when this also comes to scalping, so we'll kind of transition a little bit into scalping, is Bitcoin here. So I've been posting my ideas in Discord, by the way, so for Bitcoin. So, I talked about this right here. I posted this on the 17th, 3 days ago. I said, hey, look, this is the range we're forming. I see some kind of move up to at least the 618. And we are literally at the 618 now, right? So that is a bullish thing here. And yes, I would love to see these levels taken out. There's a lot of liquidity up here at these levels. And you can see here, I've already taken notes looking for a short swing failure pattern. I'm looking for a bigger short at 32,710. These are huge areas. And how much more work is it going to take for us to get there? Have we seen a 10% move in one day with Bitcoin? Yes, we just saw it the other day. Like, how stupid was this move? 15% in one day. So yeah, there could be some crazy events in Bitcoin. So let's go ahead and talk about scalping. So I talked about this before, the Keltner channels. We talk about it all the time. But typically, when we spike above the Keltner channel, there's a move down. And you can see it here as the range is tightening here. And we're zooming in. It spiked above, it pierces outside the cloud, and then has a rejection. So where are we at now? We are on the weekend. We are below the Keltner channel, and there's a chance that we could see more of a downside pressure. But if we do see some downside pressure, when I wake up in the morning or, whatever time it is for the weekend, chances are it's going to get bought back up and trap shorts down here, right? So, if we have more of an aggressive move, paintbrush, please. We have more of an aggressive move down here. I would imagine that it gets bought back up and then continues this way to pierce through a Keltner channel once again. So why am I telling you guys this? Because if you pierce through a Keltner channel and you guys are looking at your charts, if I saw this, I wasn't around for this, but if I saw this pierce through the Keltner channels, then I'm immediately going to my altcoins where I'm looking for short. So if it pierces up, I'm looking at tokens I'm looking at to short. Maybe there's some certain levels that I'm looking at to short. Like, for example, if we saw this and then we saw STMX that I just showed you guys, where, if it was kind of like at that top, it felt very toppy and had the 618, that's where I would enter the short, because typically Bitcoin will pull down and when Bitcoin has how much of a move was this? A 1% move down, altcoins bleed 2, 3, 4%. And let's look, is there any coins that are bleeding pretty bad from what we've seen so far? Solana pulled 1%. STMX pulled Stax. Look at Stax, 2% pullback. And remember, here's the thing: it may work sometimes, but I only use Keltner channels, and keep in mind too, it's only on the 15-minute. I only use that on Bitcoin on the 15 minutes. So if you guys are taking notes, Keltner channels equals Bitcoin only on the 15-minute. Just keep it simple. But yeah, even back in this range, right? Like, it's incredible how the Keltner channels work out. Pierces up, pierces down, long it, pierces up, short it, pierces down, long it. I mean, you guys can keep doing this over and over again. Heavy pierce. I mean, this was amazing. Short it, boom. Pierces down. See, and it doesn't work every time. You can see on this particular pierce down, how much did it pump? Like 77%, and then it went back down. However, same thing, pierce down. How big was that move? 1%. There's no pierces up here, so I would have not looked for shorts. I would have, pretty much in this scenario, I would have been looking for long setups. And then here's the actual bottom here, right? Pierces through the Keltner channels, 15 minutes, and that was it. Boom, it went up, pierced up, went down, So again, it's not perfect, but it is a nice like indicator, like, as far as like, if you're trying to make a precision entry, like always go back to Bitcoin. Where's it at on the Keltner channels? Where is it at in the momentum? And then after I look at the Keltner channels, I'll get rid of it. And then I'll look at the RSIs on Bitcoin. Where's the RSIs at on the Bitcoin on 1 hour? It looks like it's bottomed out. Middle of nowhere on the 2 hour. Curving down on the 4 hour. Topped out on the 8 hour. Toppy on the 12 hour. Right? So kind of mixed signals there, right? And we are on the weekend. So again, don't trust the weekends. What's really going to give you the real data is when the CMEs open Monday for trading, when the real volume kicks in here. So just be careful. Again, we always say be careful on the weekends because if there's some kind of aggressive move here tomorrow, most likely those are going to trap shorts, and then it's just going to work its way up and then wreck those shorts. And then same thing, like if we see pumps on the weekend, every time I see pumps on the weekend, it's almost like great short entries. So a couple of things I'm looking at for if we do have a weekend pump. I think I talked about it on the show today. For as far as high risk tokens for you degens, I am looking for. I know it looks kind of messy. I apologize, but I see this little trend line here that's yellow. Kind of had a little deviation of the trend line, so I'm looking for something that might graze up to this yellow trend line. So set an alert here. Maybe call it top of trend. Short, and then it could also play out this potential white trend line. Where am I getting this one from? Right, and again, that's why it's important. Draw multiple trend lines because it could play. I think Dylan made a call on an STMX short, and that wasn't the trend line. It was the trend line above it. So draw multiple trend lines, right, and see where it could be, where it could happen. And this can also factor in like a buffering strategy, like, well, how high could it really go here? From this trend line to this trend line, 3%. To the sniper zone, 8%. And I don't see it going much higher than the sniper zone. I really don't. It could be a very, very, this could be like a range play now with WLD. Again, high risk token. We know this. Small leverage. Don't do anything stupid. But I've got my eyes on a short, so you guys can see that I drew trend lines. I've got alerts set at top of trends. I was looking at ADA, and this is what I do, guys. I just go through charts, draw from scratch, see what I can see, see if there's anything I can spot out. ADA, I'm looking for a short right here. Something like that. One touch, two touch, three touch, four touch. Very bearish on ADA. I don't see anything great. I don't hear anything great about it. A lot of people are bearish about it, whatever, but I'm going to play it, right? I'm going to play this, and you know what? It might just be a small scalp move. It might just go down 5%. Whatever, right? But a successful trade is a successful trade. Take your profits, move on to the next token, move on to the next token. Again, if there's anything I can teach you guys, I used to be the guy that would trade one token. Well, I'll do that next trade after this trade's done. Diversify, have multiple tokens, and always look for new setups. Always look for new setups. You might have an amazing trade, banger trade, 200, 300%. Great, let it do its thing. Let it make the run. Be excited, but go look for the next setups. Identify the next setups. Be a chartist. Chart everything that you can. Send your charts to people. Send them to me. Hey, David, what do you think? I have people that message me on Twitter. Hey, what do you think about this chart? And I'll tell them. Sometimes I'll take some time and I'll chart it out myself, and I'll say, hey, bro, this looks like it's going lower. Actually, don't take the long. So I'm here for you guys too. Anything I can do to help and collaborate with you guys, because you guys have actually told me tokens that I had no clue about. And I'm like thankful that you guys told me about it, because, those ended up becoming successful trades. With that being said, trading is awesome, but diversify into some spot tokens as well, guys. And I'm going to kind of finish out my segment with just some of the ones I'm looking at. But yeah, like this is kind of crazy. This is a bot token. Like, when you guys make profits, shave some profits and go put it into a token that can do a 2x. This was October 2nd, just in the past just this month. That's like a 2.5x. Ridiculous. So I'm using Lux Algo, I'm using, you know, the tools, I'm using Fibonacci's, trend lines. I'm doing the same thing with spot tokens. For me personally, I'm waiting for this to touch this order block here and then catch the bounce up. You know, these could be easy 50% scalps on spot, and then, you know, sell it and wait for, you know, go look at another spot token. Because again, some of these tokens are spot only. This is another great token. I know some people talked about it. I think Jaki was talking about it. Privacy coin. Privacy is going to be huge in the bull market. I hear nothing but great things about this token. It has just been on this massive tear like Cass. So what did I do? I'm drawing Fibonacci's. I'm going from the low to the high. Look at that. This doesn't just have to be leverage token, guys. Like 382, a reaction, an order block. You have 2 order blocks here, a 618. I set an alert right here. If I can snag some kind of crazy dip on Ator down here, you know, some kind of 30% correction, send it. I got an alert right here, Ator going long. You know, I gave this one publicly a couple days ago. I went 5x leverage and my count was like 40% on this stupid move right here. Like, this happened in seconds. I should have scalped it. I should have took some profits. I didn't. So I did the round trip, as Dylan calls it. But, you know, I'm expecting an upside move on Tara. And then, hey, guys, it might not be the next day 100% profits, right? It could take a week. It could take 2 weeks. I don't know. But this is a lot faster than traditional markets. So some of you guys have to remind yourself that, you know, a little bit of patience will pay you, especially with some spot tokens, right? So what is the move that I'm seeing here? Let's go to the higher time frames. You know, I talked about this, at least up here. I mean, it's wicked up here. Heavy wicks here. You know, rejection. What are the chances of a fourth rejection? I mean, I see it like night and day. It's going to do some crazy reject. It might do one of these again. I don't know. But if you have a spot position, that's a 40% move. Set some sell orders. Maybe sell 1/3 of your bag, one half of your bag at 0.006. And then whenever it retraces, then rebuy back in. And now you have more tokens, right? And you're not leverage trading, but you're still trading because you're marking out the levels. You're still using Lux Algo. You're using Fibonacci's. It's the same stuff, except this is again, a smart way to diversify and just compound yourself. So you're making money with leverage trading. You're taking profits from there. You're putting it into safer bets. I highly encourage that. I'm going to give you guys one here. Drop the last nugget. Look at this token. This blows my mind. And let's just put it on the record. Let's see if I'm right or wrong. I think this is a 2x. Why? Look at this falling wedge. We're on the 4 hour. 1 touch, 2 touch. It tried to go below the trend line. It didn't. It reclaimed. So from where we're at right now to the top of the trend line is an 85% move on a spot token. You can get this on Mexi. Yeah, and it probably will reject the moving average. We have this moving average here, right? You can see what's the history telling us. At least recently, it tried to go up to the moving average and rejected. And so we're probably going to have another try. And then, hey, if this token actually breaks out of the triangle, maybe it does one of these. You sell, one half of your bag, it retraces, maybe goes here, buy some more, and then it'll have its breakout, its stupid breakout. And then, some of these tokens are stupid, man. 300%. Like, even if it gets to this, so what are we seeing here? Rectangle. We're seeing some kind of resistance right here, right? So I don't know if that lines up with an order block on the higher time frames. Nope. But we are seeing quite a bit of reaction here, right? Even if we drag it out over here. Look at that. Some kind of, reaction here. Reaction here, right? So that makes me think that we'll probably touch there at some point. It may take a month. I don't know. But would you put money into something for 1 month and then come back to see it double? This is a 185% move if it does. So, these are things that I do on my, downtime too. Yes, I'm looking at setups too, but I'm paying attention to spot trade setups as well, because you can't lose. You can't get liquidated on something like this. And there's a lot of nice setups. I think Rand talked about this one. I'll give you one more. Rand talked about this one. I think this is a cash. So even in this bear market right now, the team is still working hard at this project, Akash. But you can see on the shorter time frame, is it really short time frame? I don't know, 8-hour time frame. We have this trend line that's forming. I think I drew this green box here for, with this reaction right here. I don't remember if it was an order block. Let me see. No, but regardless, I mean, this is one that I'm accumulating right now. I've had some researcher friends tell me this is 100x in the bull market. Shoot, man, if it's 100x, I'd be freaking jacked. But yeah, from where we're at right now, whew. So for the record, I know this isn't leverage trading, but let's see. I think it's at least 5x or something like that. But hey, accumulate stuff like this, and again, you can trade this stuff, right? So you have some order blocks here, sell some of your bag here, let it retrace onto the trend line. But there's a high chance that it will touch this trend line again. It might do some crap like this. So sell at the order blocks, buy some more tokens down here. Sell at the order blocks, buy some more tokens at the trend line. And I encourage you guys to do that as well. So with that being said, guys, I think I definitely went over. I apologize. It just seems like there's so much to say and so much to pour in. Let me see if there's any questions. Tell a bit about change of mentality on your trading journey and how to deal with big losses in the past. So I think I said this on the last marathon, but if you guys take a big loss, like whenever I took big losses, 2 or 3 years ago, I lost 100 grand in XRP. Like I took 14 or 1500 or something like that. It was around that range, and I grew it to 20, I grew it to 40, I grew it to 100, and then I lost the whole thing, and it's very devastating. But I pretty much punished myself. I didn't trade for 2 months, because it was such a big amount. But even though I didn't trade, I still was looking at the charts. I was still I would long here, I would short here. I would still mentally still be in the game. So whenever I felt like I don't need to punish myself anymore, I would start over. And that's the thing about leverage trading and trading in general, is that it's 24/7. It's always there. If you guys are losing consistently in leverage trading, you're like the guy at the casino that keeps going back to the ATM to get more money because a win is coming, right? I remember my brother in the slot machine. It was crazy. He was at the same slot machine for 4 hours. He's like, I know something big's gonna happen. Something big's gonna happen, and he'd win a little bit and then he'd lose it, and he'd win a little bit and lose it, and then at the end of the 4 hours, he didn't make anything. I think maybe he lost a little bit. But it's the same thing here, guys. If you're consistently losing, just because you're getting another $100 or $1,000 and putting it back into your account is not going to solve the issues. If you guys are consistently finding yourself losing, then you need to go back to the drawing board and change something. So they say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So go back to the drawing board. What are you missing? Are you using too much leverage? Start drawing these things out. You have to figure out your own way of doing things. And I figured it out. You guys can figure it out. I used to think these other guys have figured it out. How come I can't figure it out? I've got to figure this out. And, I found Sniper School and things that, it's been amazing. But you guys will have your journey as well. I've been in this journey since 2018, 5 years. I've been in this trading game for a long time. Some of you guys have been in for trading for 5 months and you want to get rich tomorrow. And some of you guys may get lucky. You might land the loom long, right? Some of you guys might land these big trades, but that doesn't teach you anything. Yes, you made a lot of money. You won the lottery. Great. What did you learn? Try to learn something every single day. Try to learn from every single trade. And you guys will find your flow. You will find what works for you. Everybody's different. We were on the show today and Kyle was on and this guy Mo came on and, Mo was talking about these different indicators and he had these different, the Monday open, the weekly open, and usually the Monday open is this and that. And that sounds like Chinese to me, but the guy figured it out. and it works for him, and it sounds awesome. And maybe, I might learn something there. I don't know, right? And that's me. That's my mentality. Like, as good as I am, as long as I've been doing this, I'm still like, well, what does he know that I don't know? That's cool. That sounds awesome. Like, how did he find that out? He even mentioned like Solana. There's like a $32 range he's looking at. As soon as I saw that, I'm like, boom, Solana. Like, let me mark that on my chart too. And I marked it, Solana. Yeah, he's looking at 32. And here's what's interesting about Solana right now. I'll finish it off with this. This is from the very top to the bottom, like on the macro, you're at the sniper zone. So I'm not in this trade yet. And I think Simon called the short. Mo was saying, hey, I have an alert at 32. So I said, I don't know which time frame I set the alert at, but yeah, hey, Solana might reject here. This is interesting to see. So when you guys are drawing out Fibonacci's in the sniper zones, like, doesn't mean take the trade. Just watch what it does, and you'll be surprised. There's a lot of reactions in the sniper zone region. But with that being said, David, is there anybody after me, or am I going too long here? You just shorted. I didn't tell you to short, man. But hey, if you went out on that short, good for you, man. Good for you. Yes. And the other thing too, guys, in my opinion, I think trading is like it's a personal development journey. I'm reading multiple books right now. I'm always reading. There's a lot of good stuff. I got this book recently. I saw it on Twitter, like the Bitcoin Standard. On downtime, be reading some books, learn something, always be growing yourself. You'll notice that when at the end of the day, at the end of the journey, when you have the money and you've had the success and you have the knowledge, like you're just going to be in a completely different level, different mindset, different problems, because everyone's going to always have problems. Just because you get to a certain level financially doesn't mean all your answers are solved. I had a very rich mentor of mine. He told me one time, he's a multi-millionaire. He's like, man, David, I make so much money, but I have way more problems to deal with now. He's like, it's just as stressful. So just remember, in your journey, when you do get to that point where money's not an issue, and you're not stressed about that kind of, mindset, that you will transition into different stresses, and you have to be prepared for that. And the way to be prepared for that is always reading books, personal development, growing yourself, not necessarily motivation stuff, because I don't think motivation really works, but just true practical knowledge, like true practical things that can help you personally and in trading as well. Yes, more money, more problems. How to mark your exits on scalping. So David hasn't said anything. I don't know. I guess, do I just keep going? I don't know if somebody is supposed to go on after me here. But yeah, so let's talk about scalping.
Don't know why I was getting kicked out. Yeah, I think next we have George. Sorry, let me just confirm. Yeah, we have George, who is on StreamYard, and then we're going to swap over streams in about 45 minutes or so.
Okay, so he's supposed to come on now?
Yeah, she's on StreamYard.
Okay, cool. So I'll answer the scalping question real quick, and then I'll go ahead and sign off here, and
alrighty,
we'll see you guys on the live session there. So let's take a look at Solana real quick. If you guys took a short right now, let's go ahead and bring up all the levels. And I have not referenced this on the Discord, so I don't want to, spend some extra time drawing it out. I haven't really followed Solana too much. Like I said, I didn't even know about the news event, which I'm pissed off about. But so yeah, so we have a Fibonacci here on the macro. If we are to short it, I think we are at least going to visit the 382. So me personally, if I did take a short there, I would see how much of a measured move that is, 14%. kind of steep. So let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit more. What would make more sense? That would be more for like the swing trade. So basically we have this little force or this move here, and then we'll basically draw it up here, and I'll go ahead and hide the macro. Okay. So typically there is a 786 retracement. Those are the best ones. If it was a 786 retracement, that'd be a 10% move. That makes sense. But we can also see on this Fibonacci, again, from the low of the recent green candle here, the green pump, to the high, if this is indeed the top, you can see here on the 4-hour candle that we've had some serious reaction at the 618 sniper zone. Isn't that interesting? So to me, this would probably be a take profit, which is a 7% move. And that would be if Bitcoin dumps 2%, that's for sure going to hit there. And Solana is going to have a nasty red dump here, I think. You can also see it's curving on the 4 hours. So if Simon was right on that short entry, if you did take the short on Solana, you could scalp at least to the 382, because it might do one of these deals where it goes to the 382 and it bounces on the 236, and then it keeps going higher. So if you are scalping it, don't get greedy. At 10x leverage or 5x leverage, you're looking at a nice 15, 20%, 30%, maybe 40% move, and then close it. And then if you're playing it up and down, and you'll if you want to scalp it up and down, then maybe the 382 is the region to long it. So then you could probably start a long entry here. And then if we're looking for continuation, why would there be continuation? Well, I don't know. The conference, the other guy, Mo, said that he's looking at 32. So that could be a 20% move to the upside. I don't know. But if I was scalping it, that would be a take profit area. So maybe TP1 would be right here at the 382. I use take profits. I try to tie them in with Fibonacci's, and then also to see if there's something showing on the order blocks. So is there anything showing? There we go. Boom, 2-hour order block on the sniper zone. How amazing is that? So there's no support until $24 to $25. So that actually might change my mind. If I was like, okay, it's going down, this would be my take profit, and I'd probably close half and see if the rest goes down, or fully close it here and then just look for the next setup. So 2 hours is coming down, the 4 hour is coming down or starting to curve. So that makes sense, right? If this is indeed the top and we are going down, we are probably going down like that. That's what I'm seeing. So that's how I would scalp. Hopefully that answers your question. Can't go full time, man. I've got a brick and mortar business, man, with like 20 people, like a lot of response. It's just hard to but delegating as much as I can. I've got a new admin. She's helping out with a lot of stuff. Just delegating, and I've been able to make all the shows for the most part. I'm missing Mondays because that's where it's pretty busy for me. But I try to make at least 3 or 4 days a week. And hey, who knows? The future, maybe a couple years from now, I'll go full time. We'll see. But with that being said, I love this. I love being here, helping you guys. And if there's one thing that you guys got from today's session that helps you guys out in this next week, I would say my job is done here. So
that's awesome, Dave. Thank you. So much good information. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. It sounds like there's a little bit of a feedback though.
Okay. Let me double check what I got going on here.
That sounds good now. I don't know.
Okay. Perfect. Yes. I was watching things on YouTube, so many good comments, and so grateful for all the information you shared. I learned right here, right now. So cool. Yeah, it's going to help me in the next week for sure.
Awesome. Let me know, guys. And no, thank you guys for having me on here. I know it's kind of a weird session time, but and for those of you guys who are watching the rerun, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you guys live. So I'll go ahead and pass it to you.
Awesome. Thank you. So 24 hours, there are a bunch of people who have been here with me since the beginning. We are champs. We're doing it. And here I come with crypto security again. Let me start my timer. We're going to be changing streams in about 35 minutes. So I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I have some information based on the questions that we had earlier that I'm going to try and cover. So let's keep moving. Let's see if I can get through the presentation in the time that I've set, leaving some time for question and answer. All right, let's go. Peppy, get some coffee. Here we go. All right, if I can click the slide. There we go. So my name's George. I'm a crypto trader. I went through crypto school and it has changed the way that I trade. I've been a crypto investor for an extended period, 6 years, I think is when I entered my first trade. But yeah, I have a lot of dinosaur tokens because I wasn't trading. I was trying to HODL, but watching things go down during a bull run. So really gained a lot from crypto school, and yeah, excited to be here. So we're going to cover crypto security today. We're going to go through cybersecurity basics. We're going to talk a little bit about wallets. If we have time at the end, I have some extra pages based on the questions we had earlier. VPNs, Google Authenticator, paper records, those pesky seed records they ask us to keep, and threats. We're probably not going to reach threats, but that's okay. Let's keep going. So one of the key facts that I think is important for everybody to know is that $3.8 billion in cryptocurrency was stolen in 2022. That alone should give us reason to actually put efforts towards securing, securing our entire environment. If we're going to be in crypto, we need to be thinking about security. And, fact of the matter is that human error accounts for 95% of all data breaches. So the actions we take are more important than anything else. Another interesting fact is that 75% of cyber attacks start with an email or a message. I like to include social media marketing as well as SMS. A lot of things are coming out over those channels these days. So it's important to be mindful that the way that hackers or scammers get access to you is through a link, or when you choose to go and follow the yellow brick road on the internet and find yourself somewhere. 86% of breaches, right? Most of the malware that's out there, in the end of everything, their goal is to get money out of you. There are a percentage of malware programs that are just based on, wreaking havoc on your system, but the majority of the time it's all about getting money. Some are also motivated by espionage, and something that I found really interesting in doing this research over the last little bit is that cybercrime is quickly becoming more profitable than the illegal drug trade, which is amazing to believe, but it just speaks to the amount of people that are out there willing to just try and get your pennies and convert that into a larger sum. Crypto is an emerging market, so there aren't as many rules as there are in, say, banking, the other major area where we're dealing with a lot of currency. So it's really up to us to fortify our security, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. When you're thinking about your security model, you really want to think about it on a variety of different levels, starting at what you're protecting. What are you protecting? What are the things that you need, the actions you need to take to protect that? It's our critical asset, sometimes referred to as the honeypot being what hackers and scammers are actually going after, your money or your cryptocurrency. So how are you protecting that information, the fact that you have cryptocurrency? Are you protecting it with keeping it in encrypted files? Are things password protected or on paper, which is also very common in the cryptocurrency world? That's really our data security layer. Then we have application security, human elements, endpoint security, network security, and perimeter security. By the time that we get out of here, we're going to deal with all of those different levels. Maybe not dealing as much with the perimeter security, but when you think about having a lock on your front door, or putting things in a filing cabinet and locking them away, or putting things in a safety security box, that really you can think of as your perimeter security, as a way of protecting it from the farthest outside, the more physical environment. Okay, so paper records. I've spoken a little bit about paper records, but paper records are really important. When I first got started in the crypto trading, I was getting all of these authenticator codes and activating wallets, and there were lots of different wallets, and so I had these different recovery keys, and I was taking pictures of it. And the fact of the matter is that is the wrong thing to do. Don't take a screen print of these things and put them on your computer. People create malicious software just to go through and look for things that look like keys, or look for screenshots that might be from different websites. And the utilization of AI and machine learning, and just the speed and how cheap it is to gain access to a server that can process things really quickly, means that they can go through your entire hard drive, take what they want, and then scan it later and find your secrets really quickly. Might be hard for you to find it on your computer, but it's easy for them to find it because they know exactly what they're looking for. So paper records are really important. You want to protect all of your seed phrases and your recovery keys. You want to write them down. Avoid storing on digital platforms. It's not something you keep in your email. Make sure you're keeping your records securely stored. Metal backup, I have one here. You can use a metal backup plate. There's a lot of different varieties where you would actually pound the different characters of your seed phrase and your address into the plate. It's a little bit more fire resistant, water resistant, because it's in metal. Okay. You can also divide your seed phrase up and store it separately. So this is something where you could have one part at the office, another part maybe at your mother's house. Really good if these people aren't in crypto themselves, and the people who you have storing these different pieces don't understand what they're storing. So nobody can work together without you. So maybe it's breaking it up into 3 pieces. You maintain one and you give 2 other parts to other people. But you want to do it a couple different times. I had a computer breakdown this year, and anything that I had stored on there is gone. So, you need regular backups. You need to verify that your recovery methods are working. And so regularly practice your recovery process, and, use a hardware wallet. Instead of recording, making paper records of all of your different keys and keeping it in one-off record or one-off wallets, instead use a wallet that can support all of them. So then you're only looking at one one device you need to keep updated and make sure is secure, instead of having to maintain many. So let's get right into hardware wallets right off the bat. So the one that you see here on screen is a ledger. I just need to pull this over so I can see myself. So this is a ledger. It's tiny. You plug it in with, using a USB entry, and wallets come in all different shapes and sizes. This is a SafePal wallet, right? Very thin. And then I have another one here to show you, an EliPal. Okay, so this isn't the titanium one, but this is another wallet. All of them have different configurations, and I really like to protect my stuff, so I leave these little things on. But these are 3 different wallets. They all do the same thing. So let's get right into it. So I have the wallets here. There's many online. We'll talk about them. But the main reason I would like you guys to buy a hardware wallet, even if you think, yeah, I don't have that much, everything I'm using right now, I want to keep on exchange. When you do have as much as you feel like, oh, I'm uncomfortable having somebody else manage this for me, then that's when we want to lean back on Satoshi's goals for Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Bitcoin was designed to be decentralized and a digital cash solution that we could transact peer-to-peer. We didn't have to depend on an outside institution. And based on the way that it was created, where only 21 million tokens were ever created, 21 coins were ever created, it's also inflation resistant. That was another goal. And just the ability to transact. We don't need to depend on an intermediary to tell us, no, you can't transact with that person. It's not allowed. And that's what happens in more traditional situations. So if we want to embrace Satoshi's goals for Bitcoin, we believe in a future where we're able to drive and, take responsibility for managing our finances, we need to have a secure way to store it, because a bank is not going to be storing it for us unless we keep it in, on their system. So let's talk about how wallets can help you. The number one rule of crypto is not your keys, not your Bitcoin. So if you don't have your cryptocurrency stored on one of these, pick your poison, whichever one you want, whichever one works for your situation. Then if the exchange where you trade gets hacked, there's a chance that your cryptocurrency is gone and your recourse is womp womp womp. I've been through a hacked exchange experience, and without all of the regulations that are being brought up, that the desire to really create a lot of rules for the exchanges, it goes through a long litigation process. The people from Mt. Gox are still trying to get their cryptocurrency back, and that's over a decade. So not your keys, not your Bitcoin. If you don't need to use it for trading, get it off of the exchange and put it into your hardware wallet. What is a hardware wallet? It's a physical device that stores your private keys needed to access your cryptocurrency. It'll actually help you facilitate that. And with a hardware wallet, it's actually air-gapped, so it's not connected to the internet. This is not currently connected to the internet. None of these are currently connected to the internet. In order to connect them to the internet, I need to take a cord, plug it into the back of my computer, and then it is connected to the internet. So hardware wallets are by nature offline, and therefore they're immune to most online threats. Hardware wallets are deemed the most secure way to store your cryptocurrency because they aren't online. They aren't susceptible. The way that somebody would have to get your hardware wallet would be either getting your seed, right? So you make that information available, or gaining access to the device and knowing your password and your access credentials. So let's keep going. Hardware wallets and software wallets. So some of you may be confused because you're like, I have a wallet right here on my phone right now. I have the Coinbase wallet. It's a wallet. It's safe. They're going to keep it safe. Yes, and that's being controlled by an organization that is helping you store your cryptocurrency. Okay, so software wallets are always online. Let users trade funds instantly. It's right there. You get into your phone, you can do it right away. Your phone, your desktop, any internet connected device. They're convenient but susceptible to cyber attacks. So they're thinking back on that diagram we had earlier. There's you being the risk in releasing the information, and then there's the software also becoming vulnerable. So you have two layers that you need to manage when you're dealing with a software wallet. Whereas with a hardware wallet, you're completely offline, you store it in a secure place, and nobody can access it. It needs to be managed with digital software because you have to plug it into your computer in order to do the transactions. But it's not, as long as you're using a secure computer, you're in good shape. And it's very secure but inconvenient. When you want to move to Bitcoin, you have to go find your wallet, plug it in, make the transaction, and then wait for it to happen. It's not something that you're immediately doing off your phone. So you'll also hear hot wallets and cold wallets, and we're really talking the same thing. A hot wallet is an internet connected wallet, and a cold wallet is a wallet that is not online. So this includes hardware wallets, this includes paper wallets, which are still generated for smaller tokens that haven't been, brought into some of the into the wallet ecosystem. So you may have to print it off and put it in a paper wallet unless you use a software wallet. And then a brain wallet, just really remembering your address, right? Your blockchain address and your secret key. Too many digits for me to remember, so I prefer a hardware wallet. So some best practices when dealing with a hardware wallet: buy from a reputable source. I can't repeat that enough. Buy from a reputable source. Don't buy secondhand. Buying off of eBay is not a good idea. I don't care if they say that it's new. We think, oh, there's plastic on this package. It hasn't been opened. Yeah, they just reseal it again. But they've already, unlocked the device, figured out the seed phrase, and put you in flow to just set up the wallet. So they can actually unlock the wallet and see what's inside of it. So really, number one is buy from a reputable source, either the manufacturer or their official site, and avoid secondhand items. When you're setting it up, set it up in a private and secure environment. I also suggest at a quiet, downtime when you have time to deal with any updates that need to be added to the device, and to really read the instructions to make sure you're doing it properly. Create a strong PIN. Make sure you back up your seed phrase. Don't take screenshots, like I was saying before. Don't store it, but take pictures of it that you're storing on your phone. Write it down, put it in a safe place. All of this should be happening at the same time. And then always remember to update your firmware regularly. And when you're going to move money off your hardware wallet or move money to your hardware wallet, make sure that you're verifying addresses. Take the time to read every character and cross-validate. It's the one moment when you're truly taking responsibility of your finances. In the banking world, oops, I didn't mean to send it to that company. You can go back to the bank and say, I didn't mean that, or they scammed me. In this environment, you can't. So verify every digit. Send a small transaction first. Make sure the address is correct, that it's going where you want, and then send the bulk. When available, use two-factor authentication. Have it enabled at all times. Keep your device secure. Test your recovery. And be cautious of third-party software. I actually just opt for don't use third-party software, but really educate yourself. There may be an instant to use third-party software. Ledger was having a problem, probably 5 years ago, and it was a piece of third-party software that solved it. Wait for the news and wait for the industry to say that it's the right path, not one ding dong on Twitter. Okay, one ding dong on Twitter with 20 reviews or responses does not account for a good a secure model of using a third-party piece of software. I avoid it at all costs. And things to consider when buying. Don't buy secondhand. Look at the security features that are offered. Make sure that your wallet supports the cryptocurrencies that you're trading or you want to store. When I bought this one, their advertising showed pictures of supporting cryptocurrencies that I was trading. But when I went to go use the wallet, it didn't support them. Make sure you have backup and recovery options understood and that you have the information to do the backup and restore. Practicing that right after you actually load your cryptocurrencies onto your wallet or activate the wallet is a good idea, so you understand how it works. It can reduce your blood pressure when you actually need to do it real time. And checking for compatibility, making sure it can connect to MetaMask or other online resources outside of its own ecosystem. That's not something that I am interested in. If you're going to do that, I would say have a wallet that's specifically for connecting to those interfaces so that your entire crypto holdings aren't at risk. All right, we're going to move into VPNs now. So we're going to talk about these different key pieces. On this slide, I'm showing you 3 of the top VPNs. There's NordVPN, Surfshark, and the Onion Router Tor. So all 3 are well regarded, have large communities, and are well documented. But NordVPN is one that I know more about, I've used more, and their documentation is out there and they've gone through good reviews. So I'm going to use some of their screenshots as we go through. So what is a VPN? It's a mechanism for creating a secure connection between you and wherever you're going on the internet. So what happens is the VPN sets up an encrypted connection between you and their service, and then through that, because you have a piece of software on your computer, it then communicates with your ISP, your internet service provider, then out into the World Wide Web. But from your computer to your ISP, it's already packaged and hidden. So sniffing those packages isn't possible. So you have privacy end to end. A VPN should always be used when you're in a public internet, like Starbucks or anywhere like that. You're susceptible to man-in-the-middle attacks. When somebody spoofs the free internet that you're supposedly on, providing a stronger signal, your device will auto-switch over to that, and you could be on a very unsafe the actual device of a hacker or scammer. So why use a VPN? Because you want to access things online securely and safely. You want to avoid censorship, prevent ISP tracking. If the whole situation of wanting to see US shows in Europe is hard because of rules and what Netflix makes available in different places. So by using a VPN, you can show yourself as being in the United States is one thing. So you're able to, spoof your location, and it helps you stay safe on public Wi-Fi. So those are some of the core features that I want to point out. Just taking a look. Let me know if you have any questions about what I'm covering. I want to make sure that I cover it all. I'm trying to make this all fit, which it will. So let's keep going. I already spoke about how VPNs work, but here's a visual of what you see. If you are using a VPN and you try to go to a site that is, loaded with spam or spyware, or a malicious site, they will pop up a warning. You want a VPN that's fast, stable, and works on all your devices. And if you're trading, having a VPN with no bandwidth limits is really awesome. Tracking cookies and ad blockers, that a VPN that can block that and allow for the most number of pages to still be displayed. So when you first sign up for a VPN, you usually get a trial period. Go out, turn it on, visit all the sites that you want to visit. Sometimes sites can't access the site because you're blocking our cookies, but you probably don't want to be there anywhere because it's probably being flagged as somewhere that has a lot of trackers. So I don't suggest turning it off. And malware protection is another big feature that you want to look for when selecting a VPN, so that you get that extra feature of you're going to a bad spot, you might not want to go here. And so we've already covered this, but I think geo restrictions is one of the big things, especially in crypto. I know some people are using VPNs to, show themselves as being in one country or another. You can find out more about that online. But if you're doing online banking, no matter where you are, I think using a VPN is an amazing solution. Just protects your information. Crypto School has a VPN partner. I was out on their site today on the NordVPN. Their Black Friday special has already started. It's 70% off of NordVPN. And so I plan on going and getting and upgrading that again, just so that I have the best price. Black Friday is the best time for me to buy software because most software, Black Friday and Cyber Monday. So if you're looking for a VPN, check out NordVPN and think about signing up before, I think it's November 24th, so you can get the best deal. Okay, so last off, let's talk about two-factor authentication. A lot of us are forced to use two-factor authentication, but what I want to deal with here is I want to deal with how two-factor authentication works so that you can be in a situation where you're leaning in, having your security doubled and your worries halved because people can't gain access. So with I was going to cover password managers at one time, but too much information, a little bit of overload. So we're just going to focus on two-factor authenticators. There's many two-factor authenticators. Your phone, getting an SMS, getting an email, those are both two-factor. Google Authenticator automates this and gives you can have codes on your actual device. So we're going to talk about setting up Google Auth and my best practices. So two-factor authentication, it's not new. We're hearing about it new in the consumer or the retail space because historically it was expensive to get one of these tokens. The one that I'm showing here on top with the image is actually the E-Trade two-factor authentication device. And I believe it was $100 to have this unless your account was over $100,000. And these are ones down here that are often used by corporations. RSA had a hack. Somebody broke the token. So, where RSA goes, you always want to keep an eye on your security. Where RSA goes, we want to stay on top of that and not be using it for our two-factor until we know that it's absolutely secure again. So with two-factor authentication, it's based on something and something you have. So something is your username and password. Something you have is the system to generate the two-factor authentication code that the server is looking for. And there's many types. We have biometric authentication, time-based one-time passwords. That's what's generated by the RSA tokens, SIM codes, email verifications, hardware tokens, and backup codes. Won't get into backup codes here today just because it's more of a backup of a backup. But by having two-factor authentication, any of these, you have enhanced security. There's an extra layer. It's not just username, password, and they're in. You have protection from phishing. If somehow they got your password, you're still secure. And so just quickly talking about how to install it, you would install Google Auth from the App Store, walk through, and on this screen, you're actually seeing the scanning of the first code. We're going to cover that again here, where you've downloaded the app. You're now on a website that's saying, let's activate two-factor authentication. You scan the code, and then on the site, after you've activated and put the code on your Google Authenticator, you would then be able to enter that code to validate that it was scanned correctly. So how this works is the QR code actually contains your username and the website, and using that, sharing that, when you actually scan, it adds it into your Google Authenticator. So this code is generated every 30 seconds. When you go to the website, you'll enter in that code. You have this Unix time here, right, which is what both the server and the Authenticator app are using at the same time. It verifies that you have the right code and lets you in. So it's very secure. The code lasts for 30 seconds. And best practices for two-factor authentication. When available, use two-factor authentication. Make sure you keep your device safe. I actually use a separate device for two-factor I use a separate device for accessing my bank accounts, accessing anything that relates to my relationship with the government, accessing my two-factor authentication, banks, anything that needs to be secure is on that second device. And securely store your Google Auth recovery keys. I had a computer meltdown this year. Who knows, this phone can die. If I need to restore that application, I need the auth recovery keys in order to do that. Otherwise, I've lost access. So make sure you have the ability to regain access to Google Auth. So wrapping up, we didn't talk about virus protection, but two-factor authentication, hardware wallets, and VPN are going to help create that very broad and secure environment around you. We're assuming, of course, that you also have locks on your front door. Your seed and paper records are being stored securely, whether in a safety deposit box or in a safe at home. You have this information secure so that you can regain access if any parts of your system fail. And testing your system, your recovery system, making sure that the different parts still work, it still aligns with the process that's outlined by the manufacturer. Always a good idea. Companies like to do that every 6 months to a year, depending on how critical the system is. On this page are really all of the major security tips that we've pretty much talked about today. Avoiding the use of online debit cards is something that I didn't talk about, but when possible, use a credit card instead of a debit card, because using your debit card or providing your account and routing information allows them direct access to your bank account. Okay, so you want to be mindful of where you're sharing the banking, your banking information, because if they drain your account, it's very difficult. Your money's not secured like it is on a credit card. All right, so we are in discussion. We are moving over in 7 minutes. So what questions do we have out there? I'm just gonna pull you guys over. I know it's Monday, or I'm sorry, it's Friday, and it's late night. So in the last couple of minutes that I have, I just want to move forward a little bit, talk about some common crypto scams. A lot of these, easy to spot, but the real threats, Shauno and Beth talked about this earlier, but the big ones that come to mind, and I didn't flush out this area because I saw that Shauno and Beth were already doing this, and they did a great job during their session. But shared links is a big issue on social media, whether it be a Facebook link like, oh, your mother's sending you a link saying, oh, click this. I don't like to click them as often as possible. I want to go enter the information by myself into the browser. SIM swaps are something that is big. If you can lock it down with your telecommunications provider, that would be awesome. YouTube comments, I'm going to show you that in a second. Impersonations all over the place. You engage with somebody, and then after that, other scammers will come back and pretend that they're that somebody and try to build a relationship with you and then ask you for information because they're going to help you by, after you've shared your keys with them. Hot chicks that love crypto. Yeah, if you're out there broadcasting that you have 50 Bitcoin, there will be lots of hot chicks that love crypto reaching out to you and sharing things with you. And, the love scams online, the damage they do, right? Because it's really based on breaching that trust. You think you're talking to somebody that you trust, but there are hacking organizations. Their number one goal is to try and get money from other people. So this is something that I find very interesting is YouTube comments. So I pulled one here, and I will forever be indebted to blah, blah, blah. Wow. Yeah, I've traded with them as well. I'm surprised are amazing. I just started trading. So this is, just setting up for a scam right here. 4 hours ago, 4 hours ago, 4 hours, like all of these people were there at the exact same moment, just there and ready to tell you that this person is who to trade with. Another one, so Twitter comments. So this was a comment, and I've got the wrong image there, but do I have it wrong? Yeah, right here. So here's the message. I've got 4 minutes. So here's the message, right? And there's a link. Of course, I've removed the link. I don't want to make you guys, susceptible to any scams. There's always that pull to click it. But oh my goodness, they're distributing 100 million tokens. Wow. It takes you to this page. You only have to verify your address with send 1,000 XRP. So that's $500, right? For your part of this $100 million. Look, there's so much remaining if you just enter it now, and they're waiting for your transaction. Okay. So you go and start looking under the hood. This person has 25,000 followers, but not followed by anyone you're following. So this right here is really a good sign for me. If this was really happening, believe me, everybody you follow would be following this. So I still don't see any comments out there, but I just wanted to point all that out. We're going to be moving over to the next screen soon. And so who's ready to go? Who's sticking around? 24-hour marathon. I'm really happy I was here to share this information with you. I want you guys to stay safe out there on the exchanges. So that's why I wanted to bring you this information. I should have had this slide at the very end. But if you want to connect with me, or I've left any questions open with you, definitely reach out to me on Discord, Farro George, and that's my image. Or, and I don't check it as often, I'm more following everybody else's information. You can also find me on Twitter. That came up earlier. So thank you so much for being here with me tonight. Was this helpful for you guys, right? I see that everybody already understands all this info. If you lose your two-factor authentication device and you have two-factor authentication backup, how do you resolve this issue? Okay, so that's a great question. So what you would do is you would actually go through and enter that seed phrase, like the seed phrases, back into Google Authenticator. So Authenticator, restore process. Open the Google, scan that. Yeah, lost with keys. All right, so we're at the top of the hour. So you use your seed phrases. So couldn't find that for you right here, but yeah, that's how we get started with that. Okay. So any other good questions? All right, we're down to the seconds. I hope you guys have moved over to the other stream. I can't wait to join you there. Continue on with all this alpha. This is amazing. And I'm so grateful that you stuck around to hear me talk about security. Your security is important. In crypto, you have to take responsibility for your own, securing your own financial information. So take this information seriously. Reach out if you have any questions. And with that, I am done. I'm heading over to the other stream. I will see you there. Bye.